Yo, what's up, guys? What's up, guys? Hey, guys. It's currently Saturday, November 2nd, 2024, 9:53 a.m. Guys, as you can see. Hey, started stream watching Worlds now. Watching Worlds 2024 T1 versus BOG now. So yeah, let's watch Worlds, guys. I left my PC on. I finished updating Fortnite like 20 minutes ago, but yeah, it was 40 gigabytes. But yeah, let me show you guys. There's a fucking bird outside. 9:53 a.m. Saturday, November 2nd, 2024. Like this is from earlier, right? But yeah, if you just started stream, 9:53, right? So yeah, let's log on to Lolly Sports now, guys. I can't show you guys the login screen, obviously, but yeah.
Because I seem to remember when we
I think I'm personally gonna eat snacks, guys. Usually I don't eat snacks, but like it's Worlds, right? There can be an exception since it's Worlds.
And that, especially with the run he's had throughout the playoffs. But has he played up to his full potential? I'd say that he can reach that here today.
Yeah, I think the big thing to reiterate again is Ben was so good this year, right? So good in summer. I think it's like, it's almost unfair to him because we're comparing it to his like best iteration of himself. It's kind of insane to think there's a whole other level that Ben has not yet reached. Just from what we've seen at
the World Finals.
It's already in the final. I mean, we laugh about it.
Oh, yeah.
We laugh about it, but actually when you put everything into context, what we've talked about already with T1, you know, you are all very highly educated analysts, but you can't use any other word for it than magic. Whatever happens to T1, however they get aligned, right? And you're gonna need something, if you are the opposing team, to break that. Because we saw it yesterday versus Gen G. Gen G was supposed to be the best team in the world. Their macro should be unshakable, and they were dizzy just because of how T1 approached that matchup. And for me, Ben is one of the people I'm looking at to say, I'm going to have this huge performance. I'm going to go above and beyond, unlock that next level to make sure we can win here today.
There he is!
As Ben always does, calling it 3-0.
Just laughing in the background and walking away.
I was like, no, come on, man.
I'm not part of this.
And when you talk about magic, Ben has already shown that against
like
C1 in a best of 5 internationally this year. Think back to the Camille game at MSI. It was absolutely stellar.
So yeah,
Ben just refused to lose. He took over a game which they were behind in, and he can make that magic happen. He can turn a game on its head.
He's made magic for a few years. I still remember. I think we're going to see it. The barrel on Gangplank versus G2 back in 2020, but he keeps doing it.
Oh,
this is it. It's coming.
Oh, we know it's on the way. Unfortunately, every time, because it's so, as you're saying, right? Still the only guy to get a Panic in the World's Finals as well. Has been as confident for as long as he's been on the scene.
Yeah, and to reiterate, the coolest thing about this matchup is the mutual respect.
Dude, I've always this was such a weird ass matchup because it was Rengar versus Evelyn.
Really burst out onto the scene in their rookie years. Ben was so adamant. He wanted Zeus.
And I just think it makes perfect sense when you think about it. Both these players know that they are the top 2 top laners in the world. Both of these top laners believe that they are the best top laner in the world. How else do you prove it? You beat the other guy that's in the running on the World Finals stage here in the O2 Arena, and you leave no doubt.
You're so good at this, Azale. I've got
goosebumps. I'll be back in like 12. I'll be back when this timer reaches 0.
But so many across the board, indeed. And Ben also, outside of just saying that he wanted to play Zeus, Zeus, that's the name of our producer, Zeus.
Not as good at League of Legends.
Not as good as League of Legends. If he's watching, pretty good, I guess.
Okay.
But he has also kind of risen up as that person who wants to take the responsibility for the team. We have a quote, because Showmaker famously said a couple of years ago, we'll take a look at it, right, Emily, that he would be the person that would take the responsibility for the LCK, and Bin is trying to take that same pressure for the LPL.
Yeah, and I think this is really a point in favor of just how much Bin has matured over the years, right? Where he's like, I am going to shoulder that responsibility for LPL now. Like, it is on my shoulders. I will, like, assume that responsibility. We saw it earlier in a little bit more of a jokey way, right? Where he was like, if we suck, we suck. Like, there's not much we can do. We can just, like, we just have to, like, play our hearts out now. And I think he even said something in the press conference yesterday that was great, where he was like, as long as you truly love the game, you will be at your best. And I think Bin personifies that.
And it's also something that keeps coming back in Faker interviews when he talks about the longevity of his career, where at the beginning he was so focused on trying to make these finals, trying to get his titles. And now, whenever you ask him, he's like, I just want to have a good time with my buddies. I want to have a great time on the Rift and make the fans happy.
Must be nice if you've already won 4.
It's easy for him to say.
No, but it does contextualize it, right? Because, of course, you know, that feat of 41, of that arc of those finals where you were a finalist and you didn't win, the absolute breakdown in 2023 when it 22 when it didn't work out, and to it working in 2023, you know, it's all something that you take in your arc in your career that will make you stronger for the next time. And that's kind of the difference between the two teams, as to one that has to, again, jump over that, both internally as with their team, and a team that has done it a couple of times before.
I mean, I absolutely agree, right? The win at Worlds 41 recontextualized everything about this entire roster, because it had been all of these almost, all of these what-ifs, 14-1, and this roster in particular, up until that point. You win that year, it can change everything. And BLG has the same opportunity here this year.
Because for BLG, even though they didn't have Knight last year, that loss to Weibo was still shocking. It was a colossal upset. It was them that were supposed to be in the finals. And as you're saying, the way that T1 fans now look at 2022, if you look at them in the 2023 World Finals, every game, pure focus. They really took the lessons from that, and there's the same opportunity here today for BLG if they do manage to best T1.
Indeed, and as you can see, we are around 10 minutes away from our opening ceremony presented by MasterCard, which is going to be absolutely incredible. But please note that the opening ceremony does contain sequences of flashing light that may not be appropriate for those with photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. We also got these bracelets. I think everybody did. They must have been on your chairs. I'll put mine on now as well. They're going to light up automatically, I presume. Hope that's not a spoiler from production, but it makes sense.
People can solve it, you know?
Yeah, they can. I actually can't do this by myself. I have no...
Yeah, there we go. Like, are we peeling?
Wait, are we peeling both
peel
of
it
these?
off.
Okay.
They do look really cool.
Okay. Sorry, this wasn't planned.
Well, I'm just so excited for the opening ceremonies as well. I mean, it is always such a treat to be able to watch them live each year. You know, they seem to keep one-upping themselves every single time. And I don't know about you guys, but the World Song this year was absolutely one of my all-time favorites. I'm a massive Linkin Park fan, have been really for most of my life. So I am so insanely excited for the opening ceremony.
As we fiddle around with this, me as well. And I think,
thanks,
you know, we may be up here and having our little points prepared and everything that we want to sell to you, even though you don't need to be sold the excitement, because you're all here and you all probably got up this morning like it was Christmas morning. I definitely did. But we're also such huge fans of League of Legends esports and have been for so many years. So we're giddy when we're standing here and about to see this, just like everybody here. Oh, God, it's going to be so exciting. So let's bring it down to a couple of overarching touching points to really get us into the mood for what should be an unbelievable best of 5. I want to pull up the bracket from 2023, the playoffs bracket, where famously T1 went through the entire LPL stack to win their championship. And this is so important in the context of today, because if you see, who didn't they beat there, Worlds, Maurits?
It was BLG. They only met in the Swiss stage. That was a best of 3, so obviously very different than a full best of 5. And because of the loss of BLG, again, that big upset that Weibo got, they didn't meet at that tournament in the best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, and it is becoming such a rivalry between these two teams because they do meet time and time again. It is now 4 straight international events that these two titans have been matching up, and it has been going best back and forth. You know, BLG has been winning out in the best of 5s, but it's been T1 often winning out in the group stage, and it's kind of Worlds versus MSI.
Yeah, and I think that's where you get so much of each of these teams kind of shouldering the responsibility for their regions, for their countries, but then also a mutual respect between them because they have faced each other so many times. And it's amazing because we so rarely get these kind of developing rivalries cross-region.
Yeah, we have a couple of more tournaments next year as to Chris Greeley, so I'm really happy for that. We'll see more of it. But this is how the record has shaken out between them as of recent times, which leads a lot of people to believe that BLG should have the upper hand. In fact, 3-0, we saw it there from Bin. He also said it in the press conference yesterday. We've beat them so many times. We're so comfortable. Why wouldn't this be a 3-0?
Yeah, and I think that's actually what I was going to bring up is like how confident Bin is because of their record in best of 5 specifically.
And we can go back to that MSI best of 5, went to 5 games, and that has been a recurring theme for T1. When pushed to the brink, that's when both in spring in the LCK, when they lost that 5th game to Gen G, and at MSI, they were unable to actually push through when going the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just such an opportunity, I think, here for BLG today because there really is no surer path to the top than through the team that is already sitting on the throne, right? You have the opportunity to make history, taking down, you know, the best roster in League of Legends history, taking down the undisputed greatest player of all time in the mid lane. There's no better chance for BLG to establish themselves amongst the very best ever from the LPL and amongst the very best ever in LoL Esports.
And then by contrast, you have Faker in his 3rd consecutive final, right? The only other team to do it and try to defend their title in the next final is T1. Back in 2016, Faker, I name my goat after you. That's amazing. As we see,
Locked
Faker
in.
meditating.
Oh no, we woke him up! No!
That's fine. This is normal. He reboots a bunch of times, downloads the latest firmware, as we say in the LCK, just to make sure he's up to date on everything that's going to happen today.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
One of the things I love to do when I'm watching at these international tournaments is looking at the player cams during the games. And you can really sometimes tell the way a series is going to go when you see players really nervous, really visibly shaken by things going bad. T1 is never like that. They have been so laser focused, so locked in this entire event. Every time you look, they are unfazed, and they are just ready to focus on the win.
No, absolutely. And now that you brought that up, I was looking at the BLG player cams a lot as well, and specifically Knight in all of these games and a lot of these big wins on stage. He was screaming his heart out. He was smiling so much, right? And for him also, slowly throughout this knockout phase, it must have dawned on him a little bit more. Every map that they won, every game that they won, being, is this going to be the chance that I have to finally get that world's title? Because he believes, I'm sure, that he is better, you know, that he can do this. But the thing is, on a day like this, it's not always about that, Emily. There's so much more. There's so many more demons you have to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, I think my favorite player to watch on BLG is actually Shun because he's always just there vibing.
He's vibing.
Like, he rolled out of bed, he showed up, he's going to play some League of Legends with his friends, he's going to have a great
time. It's like Zayas, actually.
And I actually think that's been such a benefit for this team with his substitution coming in. Right? Like Elk kind of taking almost a team captain kind of role within the team, being the forward-facing interview person, you know, but then Shun just sitting there vibing. Like, we're going to have a great time. We believe in ourselves, and we're going up against the best team in the world to try to prove that now we can take them down.
But the question is, who do my analysts believe in? I want to hear it. Oh, I also voted. I forgot. Who do you believe in? Azale, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. I mean, BLG was my crystal ball pick to win Worlds. You know, I have believed that they are of that caliber the entire year. Watching them throughout the LPL in summer really reaffirmed that. And again, watching them in knockouts made me feel strongly about that as well. But the more that I've watched T1, it really is undeniable the magic that this team has, the aura that this team has. It makes their opponents doubt themselves. It makes their opponents play worse. And T1 only seems to grow bigger and stronger when the lights are at their brightest, and they are no brighter than in the World Finals. I think T1's going to take it, but it's going to be a banger. 3-2.
Roberts.
in 2021, and I didn't know this until very recently, me and Zeus debuted on the same day in the LCK. And I'd been a very big fan of this player, and I have watched him individually go from a player that had a ton of promise to the flaws that cost him 2022 to then his redemption arc. The champions that beat him, he mastered the year afterwards. I think this player has what it takes to secure T1 that second win and rebuild the T1 dynasty. 3-1 for T1.
I feel like I should speak for Dagda, because as we can see in the thing, he is the only one going BLG. I do think BLG domestically has been like such a force here, and I think BLG has been a better performing team if you take the whole year into consideration. As people can see, I am going for T1. I'm gonna get a small analytical point in here, where I think they're gonna lane swap.
Yeah?
And I think that is where T1 can actually really have the advantage. Like, I think bot lanes are gonna be huge, but I think T1 see the map better currently, and unfortunately, we're not going to get Zeus versus Bin in a 1v1.
No!
Oh, we will! What are you saying?
I know, I'm a curse. Everyone's going to yell at me now.
Yeah, I wonder what the arena thinks. Do you agree with most of the desk? Who thinks T1 is going to take it?
There seems to be a few T1 fans here today.
Shocker.
I'm even afraid to ask. Who thinks BLG is going to take it?
Okay.
All right. Perhaps there's also a couple who have, you know, since there's no European team anyway, they're like, I don't care, as long as I see some good League of Legends.
It sounded a lot more even than the MasterCard fan prediction, so I'm willing to say the O2 Arena knows ball.
Definitely so. Hey, I'm just so incredibly excited to be here in the O2 Arena. And we're so close to the opening ceremony. I really cannot wait. It is millions of players fall short of making it to professional play. Thousands fall short of making Worlds. Hundreds fall short of making it to the knockouts. And only a very select few can lift the Summoner's Cup. And Faker, through tenacity and determination, seems to collect Worlds titles as easily as you and I breathe air. Can Knight finally join the ranks of the select few? Can he strike down the greatest player the world has ever seen? And can he make them believe? It's time for the opening ceremony presented by MasterCard. London, are you ready?
Bro. Oh, it's Kindred. Oh, it's gonna be the season start song.
Gripping with my cold hands, the shapes I used to take, hollow like a strong man, but it's
she looks very ethereal.
to push away, 'cause it could all end here with a strange daylight caught it alright. And my shadow stretching out through all the things I left behind. It's in my blood, it's in my veins. Oh, it's in my blood, it's in my veins. Got my heel crushing.
That's so cool. What the fuck?
There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here.
You know, my dad watched we watched Worlds to this 22 together, the finals, and my dad said the effects were really nice. Like all the colors and shit, with the Imperial bike and everything.
Brave the cool edge to finish up what I've begun. 'Cause it could all end here.
Oh, it's done by 2 singers. What the fuck? I thought it was just always one.
And my shadow stretching out. Is it all enough this
Is that Aatrox? What the fuck? Wasn't Aatrox Aatrox was there last year as well, and then Leona killed him, and then
I'm still here. All my reasons cut like knives. Keep replaying in my mind. All
the times I have had to. Oh, it's the teams. What the fuck? Oh, it's the teams in the quarterfinals. Oh my god! Guys, see what they did? The flags of the teams that lost to Burnham. And there's only 2 left, but 2 want to GLG. That's symbolic though.
It's in my blood, it's in my veins.
Oh wow. Look at them, bro. What the Goomy? He's still doing his pose. Dude, Goomy used his ego. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, he has a lot of confidence. They made a guest appearance. I think like the backstage is something to rush them out now, Jordan. Hold up. I gotta make sure. How many people are watching Fortnite play? I think it's Linkin Park time or something. I don't know. Actually, probably not yet. There's usually a lot. A lot of lights, though. How did they change the stage so fast, bro? Oh, it is Linkin Park. Okay, that's cool. Entering like that, that's actually really cool.
One knock at the door and then we both know how the story ends. You can't win. White flags out when the war begins. Aiming so high but swinging so low. Trying to catch fire, feeling so cold. Hold it inside, hope it won't show. I'm saying it's not, but inside I know today's gonna be the day you notice. 'Cause tired of explaining what the joke is.
This is what you asked for.
Is that real fire or is it fake? I think that's real fire. What the fuck? What you asked for, heavy is not. Dude, I wonder if anyone's playing League right now. Probably. I mean, well, they're already playing.
Now look what it's become. Outnumbered 10 to 1 back then. Should have bit your tongue, but there's no turning back. This back once it's begun. You're already on that list. Think you don't want what you can't resist. Swinging that sword with a pen won't miss. Watch it all falling apart like this is
what the fuck is that? Yeah, that's real fire, guys. Oh, it shows the teams that won in the past. It shows the teams that won in the past. Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, yeah, it makes sense. That's actually really cool. Jesus Christ, dude, what the hell is that announcer? That's actually... Wait, what the fuck? It's such a deep voice, bro.
In the jungle, Shun and Owner. In the bottom lane, Elk and Gumayushi.
Dude, wait, this announcer feels like he's... I feel like he's from somewhere. His voice sounds very familiar.
As support, Own and Carrier. And in mid lane, Knight and Faker.
Dude, who was the announcer? His voice sounds so iconic. Okay, the chair's rising up. It's insane, bro. That was good. Did someone just shout Kanavi? What the hell? Oh, it's a trailer. I think this is the trailer. Yeah, it is.
어떻게 해야 할까요? 의구심이 찾아오기 시작한다면
경기 전에 하는 명상은 제 머릿속에
My dad was commented on
어떻게
Baker, like when he
그걸 좀 바라보는 느낌인 것 같고요. 저 자신이 어떤 생각을 하는지 조금 더 잘 알게 되는 것 같습니다.
哪些瞬间让你念念不忘？
我和我爸就是小时候家里就一个电脑嘛，然后我们就一人玩一盘。然后有时候我看他打不过别人，我就会帮他操作一下，就让我对英雄联盟这个游戏产生了非常大的兴趣。我觉得不管是谁站在决赛的舞台上，都会承担很大的压力。
그때를 떠올려 보면 가장 먼저 드는 감정은 분노인 것 같습니다. 여태까지 해왔던 것들이 뭔가 허무하게 무너지는 기분이라서 두렵습니다.
哪些回忆又让我们惶惶终日，惴惴不安？
在瑞士轮的时候，就也想过我们会16强回家，因为那个时候感觉大家对外界的舆论压力受挺大影响的。
잊혀지는 게 좀 두려운 것 같아요. 사람들한테 잊혀진다라는 게 그만큼 임팩트가 좀 없었다라는 뜻이기도 하니까.
去年我觉得世界赛非常可惜吧，因为我们也是赢了一整年，其实就输了 T1的那个 BO5。
That hourglass is like symbolic of time running out.
어둠 속에서 갈 길을 잃었을 때.
所思何处能见到斑驳星光？
This part was the best part, bro.
儿子，一会儿你们已经去国外快1个月了。
This one was like heartwarming, bro.
你一定要注意身体，吃好睡好。4个4年，你又一次站在了世界赛决赛的舞台，爸妈真的为你感到骄傲。
민석이 삼촌, 롤드컵 결승 가게 된 거 축하해요. 내가 삼촌 경기 영상 잘 챙겨보고 있어.
Hello， 大家好，我是艾克的爸爸，
我是艾克的妈妈。决赛战绩精彩也已经就绪，希望在属于你们的赛道上赛出一次。
그냥 우리 가족이 언제나 항상 함께했다는 거 잊지 말고 누나 런던에서도 열심히 응원할게. 화이팅! 사랑해.
罗定，在伦敦一切都好吗？相信你和队友在伦敦一定可以拿下 S1， 为 LPL 争光添彩，也圆自己多年的梦想。
아들, 결승 진출 축하하고 아빠가 현장에 없지만 한국에서 열심히 응원하고 있어. 이제 딱 한 걸음 남았네.
无论最后结果怎么样，勋在我们心里都是值得尊敬的选手。加油，胡勋！
希望他们在决赛的舞台上能够大放异彩，然后我也会为他们应援，加油！
항상 그랬듯이 뒤에서 응원하고 있을게. T1 문현준 화이팅!
君德，祝你在决赛场上敢于拼搏，展现风采。
Bro. That was so sweet, bro.
마지막까지도 또 행복하게 잘 했으면 좋겠습니다.
뭐든 좋아. 뭐든지 다 보여줄 수 있는 거 다 보여줬으면 좋겠어.
항상 응원하고 존경합니다.
T1 월드 우승 가자.
파이팅!
파이팅!
为你们感到非常非常的开心。不要有遗憾，因为你已经是我的第一山谷。
眼见为实 ，Make them bleed。LPL 加油！
我希望当人们回想起世界赛冠军中单的时候，会有一个代表 LPL 的国产中单的名字，罗定。
T1은 LPL에게 지지 않습니다. 오늘도 마찬가지일 겁니다.
在世界赛的历史上，对 对于 LPL 来说 ，T1 总是不可战胜的。
Dude, it shows, that's crazy though. Like it shows all of the LPL teams that T1 beats
他们不可战胜的时候。
그 어떤 어려움이 있어도 저희를 믿어주신 모든 분들 5번째 우승은
Bro.
여러분을 위한 것입니다.
Aww. That means like Faker dedicates this one to us. It's like times 2,000 person of the year, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen and everyone else, it is our divine privilege to bring you the World's Finals here in London. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Betty and by Kobe, and what a series lies ahead of us.
And what an amazing intro that was. They made us cry right before Champion Select.
Make them believe.
Yeah,
Make
I mean, we're going to have to push the emotions aside because we're getting straight into the draft.
Insane,
the Jack's respect ban thrown straight towards Bin. Kai'Sa taken away from Elk as well. Immediately our attention is drawn towards the Yone first pick as BLG have held off on banning it so far.
These were the two main questions we were coming in, looking to test in game number 1 of this series.
Okay, I'm gonna go get a drink, guys.
Left up that the Jax has already been banned, taken away as that power pick from Bin.
See where BLG decide to go. The Aurora and the Vi, they're banned so far.
If you do ban it, the Ashe comes up super high priority as well. These bottom lanes for T1. So they're going to probably trade maybe the Ashe back on the other side. Faker goes to the Yone again.
But it could also be Zeus in the top lane. Playing the Yone is a possibility. We expect to see perhaps the Ashe and the Skarner here for BLG.
Very well could be. Flex pick there for T1. Zeus, of course, Finals MVP in large part because of it. Sejuani is another pick that you usually want to pick with the Yone, so T1 may be looking that direction. Now that the Skarner's already been picked up by BLG, those melee synergies with the Sedge.
You have to remember that Ziggs race is in priority a lot for Gumayusi now that depending on what the direction they go in the jungle, Gnar likely going to be the blind pick towards the top side of the map. When we think about prevalent top lane picks, Gnar is not only one of Zeus' all-time favorite champions, but also just a relatively safe blind, especially with the Jax taken away, but you leave yourself open to the Camille as well. So now BLG is going to be forced to decide whether they want to lock in mid or whether they want to give Bin a mighty counter pick on the top side.
And the AP that you bring up with the Ziggs here, definitely something that T1 has to be thinking about. All AD at the moment, and they only have one left. You either go with the Sedge that we were talking about or try and get your AP early.
Yeah, Sedge, of course, synergizes so well when she has melees in her top.
My dad literally saw those numbers while it was game.
Not always a melee, but can be whenever he goes into that Megnar form. Yone, obviously, one of the better melees, but with Smolder not banned away, Knight is going to look towards that as an answer for the Yone in the mid lane.
Ooh, the fake out here. He's just flashing some of his great champions right now. And they go back to the Sylas. Sylas has been incredible at this tournament.
I think that Sylas into the Yone matchup is always a bit of a gamble. He must be picking it largely for the team fight value. Sejuani, Gnar, and Yone all have great ultimates to steal. When we think about BLG, their team fighting has been a core part of their success at this tournament. But they've seen the same Ziggs that we have. They're going to ban it away.
What the fuck? They're cosplaying as me? That's funny as fuck, bro.
That he is famous for his Camille on the top side.
I think you have to. Both these teams know each other so well. They've matched up so many times. And at this last MSI, the Camille was effectively used. Double protection bans. They actually do the Renata themselves.
It's
such a great pairing.
To see that with Keria having, it's a very good pairing with the Ashe, as you say, but Keria has been the Renata aficionado so far at Worlds, the one really bringing it to the forefront of the meta.
It's also something that really stuffs.
Wait, Kakoma still the coach?
T1 are showing a lot of dive, a lot of heavy engage, a lot of melee. You don't want to play into a Renata ult.
I wonder what T1's going to be thinking about the bot lane, like Xayah, Rakan immediately as a potential. But again, they are lacking in terms of AP. What direction are they going to go? Is the Jhin now going to be taken away from Gumayusi as well?
That dude looks iconic.
That Xayah has been very impactful, but with the Rakan taken away from On, it does bring the question of what have they prepared for us in the bot side of the map. You expect top lane to be locked in here for BLG, but maybe they want to guarantee Bin the safest counter possible.
The Camille you were talking about is still available. Alongside that, something like the Rumble that has had, although at the start of Worlds was having a very high presence, kind of fell off a little bit, but still very impactful in the top lane. Struggles a little bit when you get into lane swap situations though, and so perhaps T1 will be thinking about that now.
Well, now the big question comes, what is T1 prepared in the bot side of the map? Again, we're looking for a little bit more AP damage. They want to diversify that damage portfolio. So what direction are they thinking about? They're using all the time available to them.
They're also thinking about so much CC here on the side of BLG. They do throw down the Caitlyn once again for Guma. All right, Keria, this time around, what will be the pairing?
It's usually Lux, right? When you want to get a pushing bot side, you get that Caitlyn Lux together. It would give you a little bit of AP as well.
Except hasn't been quite this tournament. I know a lot of people want his Lux for the skin as well.
Oh, also true, also true.
But not quite at this tournament.
Keria, if he picks Lux, he's going to go for the skin.
Holding until the last moment. It's going to be the Braum for Keria. Now, T1 fans are going to be skeptical. When we saw Braum brought out in the Gen G series, it didn't really work out for T1. I think that, again, they are very heavily invested on the team fight side. BLG have drafted, towards the kind of pick potential side lane threat. BLG are very much drafting towards the team fight. They're thinking about Seraphine in support. I think it could be great into the Braum Bard, a very similar pickup. A lot of threat around the map, but they're going to go back to try and true sticking to that team fight style.
You need to have really good CC
I don't know who has the better
this
comp. I'm not gonna lie,
and Rumble combination, and they have that in spades.
No, I think T1 wins this. I think T1's gonna win this like 3-2 or some shit.
For BLG.
They have so much power if they can start to lock people down.
But I don't know, bro.
Down the
I remember watching the Wilson like that a couple years ago. He asked me which
stealing away a fate sealed from the Yone. You just have so much AoE. T1 on the other hand don't quite have that full team fight power.
Honestly, I really love this approach from BLG in game one. I feel like that they got everything that they wanted. Jun has been playing a ton of Skarner. Knight has had his Sylas consistently banned away from him, and into this composition, I think there's a lot of great ultimates to steal. They're playing into their strengths, which is their team fighting, and T1, I think that being so heavily invested on the AD side, I worry about whether or not they're going to be, how much damage they're going to do in these team fights.
This draft is also going to have some ripple effects for the series overall. BLG being on red side wanted to test the waters in game number 1 with the Yone again being left up and having, Knight confidence on either Sylas or things like their Kali even to pick into it. If they cannot.
Wait, if Kokoma's not coaching, what's he doing? Like, he's still a part of the. I think he's like, I don't know.
T1 had side selection. They won the coin toss earlier in the week, decided they wanted to start on the blue side. It has been a favorable side so far at Worlds, but BLG bringing out the big guns in game 1 to try and take that first victory of this best of 5.
And I think that shot right there was a big indicator. Some smiles on the sides of their faces, some confidence coming in here. That is the question in Worlds Finals. Pressure at the highest that it can possibly be in the entire year. And they are ready.
Here we are!
For that challenge.
This is what we all asked for. The crown heavy on the heads of T1, not just with their own expectations, but also the expectations of the LCK, of their families. BLG trying to reignite the LPL after they've had 3 years without. And it's 5 games of glory, I hope, as we get into game 1 here. Elk and On looking for Gumayushi. Knight coming in from the side as well. Will land the abscond, abduct. Gumayushi still holding on to that flash. Crash down, locks him up. He flashes the ignite, sticking, and BLG strike first.
What a sneaky move there. Knight on the Sylas able to slip over and get behind the red buff to come from the other side. Take down Guma, take down the Caitlyn that is supposed to have some pushing ability.
They get the flash out from Guma, a very valuable summoner spell in the early game. Jun could set his sights on the bot side of the map. Remember, the thing about Caitlyn is you want to be lane dominant, you want to be leveraging the strength, which is going to be harder to do now that you've conceded that summoner. Knight debuting here with the Sylas in game 1 of this series, and off to a confident start.
Importantly, Elk did flash as well, so he doesn't have that same summoner on his side of that AD carry matchup. Looks like it's going to be normal lanes. No lane swaps coming out from either of these teams. Shun wasn't spotted on his initial pathing.
-1.
Will be spotted when he goes over to the Razor Beaks, as there is a ward waiting for him there.
Yep, both junglers going to head full clears down to the bottom side of the map. One thing we've seen a lot in T1 games as well is Keria specifically roaming mid to Faker, especially in these melee matchups. Getting time for the Braum is going to be more difficult now that they lost Guma's flash early. They're getting pushed in. Elk and On are not going to let him have any free roam timers.
They're certainly not. You can see the strength of the Ashe in the early laning phase, getting that early level 2 as well. And I mean, when you make that point about Carrier as well, usually he does that on things like the Bard, like the Pike, Rakan, Renata. On the Braum, it's going to be much harder to do.
It's why you love to see really good level 1 prep coming into series as big as this. Because Elk, starting with the First Blood, the extra longsword in your inventory just feels so good and completely changes how the early map looks in this matchup.
Now BLG have already dropped pings down onto Owner. They know that he's on the bot side of his map, and the risk of a dive is very real. With Faker's pressure in the mid lane, it's going to be hard for Knight to potentially roam down and look for a dive alongside his jungler, but Jun already setting his sights on the bot lane play. We'll see. With TPs available, there's always the possibility. Notice as well, Zeus walking back to top lane, has the TP available in the event of an early play.
Good timing here from Shun to come down and place the ward early so that Elk and On can continue applying pressure on the bottom side before going back for his Gromp.
Because that's what if you're BLG, you want to be able to continually harass Guma and Carrier down in this lane, have them in a position where they are either looking for CS or eating your damage, and hopefully both for BLG. On there, crashing down out, Gumayusi and Carrier have been able to hold the wave just outside of their tower range.
And you get the earlier recall there for Owner because he doesn't want to try and contest the bottom side Scuttle Crab because of the pushing bottom lane. So wants to trade, wants to get the top side one for himself. It's going to be a little bit annoying that Bin also on the Rumble is pushing up, and Bin is going down to check out that Scuttle.
In terms of early skirmishes, you can see how the Yone is often able to get those advantages in the 1v1, but Knight doing a fantastic job in terms of farm. Has that slight lead over Faker, going to commit the TP towards mid lane, having grabbed a few early items. Remember, you've always got to remember, Knight famous for his Mejai's purchase on pretty much every champion that he's plays. Only the Dark Seal for now, but depending on how well the game is going, he may very well look to upgrade that item.
So let's talk about how the game might go from here. We're only 4 minutes in, but we do often, in about the next 30 seconds to 40 seconds, see that swap for Grubs. Knight and Faker trading in the mid lane. Faker down to half HP. He'll snap back to his soul. And overall, the trade even-ish, but slightly in Knight's favor.
People have gone wild for how confident Faker has been in laning at this tournament, and him eing in there, taking the trade that Knight offers as he goes straight for it. Faker as well, you know, it's one of the big things with T1 heading into this tournament. His lane phase was not great in the LCK.
Zeus has to flash away. Shun looks for more, and BLG have found two.
BLG's able to find it on the top side of the map. Zeus caught unawares, the wave in an awkward spot. Owner not there to provide support. And the bot side as well. Elk and On able to get the cleanse out from Gumayusi all across the map. BLG is putting pressure down.
Shun has been so good on the Skarner. Skarner being such a premier pick at this tournament. And again in this series, having an early impact now, gets the kill himself.
And what an arc it is for him as a player. Remember, BLG started with Wei at this tournament.
So, Bin, look at all the work he does.
Oh.
But the hop off Bin's head right into the waiting arms of Shun. Nicely played by them. Bin really setting him up, harpoons in, gets the slow, gets all the damage done, and they collect.
And it's a very awkward situation for Zeus to be in just because of the state of the wave. Now Owner is covering to help him get that push out. Bin still looking to try and trade as he often does, but now the swap's coming through. We know that the Grub spawning in 10 seconds. On already back out onto the map with his AD carry Elk right behind him. They're looking to contest this objective, but Carrier looking to match in the mid lane.
It's going to be 5 players on the top side for both teams right now as we do see
SDK Force is
up.
crazy though.
Might just look for a smite on one here to delay the full stack. Carrier caught out though, does still have the flash and the ignite, locked against the wall for now, trying to get away. The Unbreakable is not exactly.
Damn, bro, BLG woke up and chose violence.
Did manage to sneak away a Grub, but BLG will happily accept 2.
Such a smart call from BLG, from Shun and On, to go for the engage on the fight, while T1 are split, going for the objectives, as well as trying to rotate from mid.
The idea there from T1, because they had a nice stacked wave in mid lane. Oh, Knight going for a bit of a trade, has his AD carry behind him.
Nice juke.
Faker unbinds his soul, dodges away from the abscond, abduct Owner coming in from the side as well, but it looks like BLG just want the pressure in mid. They're looking towards the top side though.
Yeah, BLG constantly looking for these fights. Let's see, Carrier's on the roam, you can see him on the mini-map.
Zeus has no flash. If they can manage to get this Ishtal's impact, can't quite land it. Zeus hops on a minion and manages to escape.
I mean, BLG continue their pressure on the map, securing 2 Grubs, finding an additional kill, now converting that pressure into plays on the top side, denying Zeus as much as possible. You look at the bottom of your screen and it's just all red in favor of BLG.
Guma has been giving a little bit of free time to push out that bot side wave. He's going to try and get himself a plate as Faker trades with Elk in the mid lane. Elk about halfway towards that level 6, a little bit more risky to go in like that if you are Faker when he does get his ultimate available.
Yeah, Elk getting so much damage. done here in the mid lane, keeping him there. Of course, they've rotated Knight down to the bottom lane, down to that side lane. And he will find so much success in, be able to push it back out after Guma had shoved. And this is going to be so nice for the setups here for BLG. Again, their team fight will be so synergistic once they're able to bring this together. You have to think that they're going to rotate over towards this dragon. They can control that objectives, and you get to draw your enemy to you.
Got to remember that BLG have a bit of a reputation for...
Yeah, I'm glad that I woke up and did the thing already, bro.
Here in game one, it feels like that you'd expect them to have the pressure with the reigning world champions T1 on the other side of the stage, with the audience in favor of T1, but they've come out and they are playing just like they often do, playing well in the early game, playing off the advantage they have with their laners, and they're converting it into the first dragon of the game.
Straight from even champion selects, and you see the smiles on their faces, the confidence there. They're looking aggressive in their level 1. They find reward in their level 1, and they continue to force so many plays here. Let's see if they can keep it up as the game goes on, though. You know T1 are very notorious for being difficult to actually finish off in these games.
And bear in mind, BLG, they're going to be looking at the team fight. That's the biggest strength. Their composition just spells, we're ready to fight, the 5v5 incredibly strong. And T1, they're going to have to find ways to either usurp that or navigate their way around that, because they found a lot of success with pick comps, but with the Braum, Caitlyn, they're going to very rely on Ona to be that initiation tool and find good flanks or angles, which is going to rely on good vision control, which right now BLG is not giving them. Look at this vision setup on the bot side of the map. The river is very much in control of BLG, and they're putting extra pressure onto Ona's jungle.
And 9 minutes in, it's already a 1.4k lead for BLG. They have 2 grubs. They've got a Drake. T1 have only been able to pick up a single grub from the map. And BLG very much in the driver's seat coming into this series. A lot of us looked at how T1 play the early game, who tends to be in the advantage, and T1 tend to be a little bit more aggressive in the early game, getting out to those leads. BLG here upsetting the apple cart, so to speak.
Knight has just been exceptional this tournament, and especially in their previous series, styling on his Syndra, styling on his Ahri, here styling on his Sylas, stealing Faker's own ultimate, and this pressure, you even see the hover there for Owner, drawing a little bit of time, Sejuani not immediately going over to Gromp, kind of hovering around, see if Faker's going to need anything else, and it'll also kind of extrapolate towards the extra wards around mid lane. If you start to see the mid lane pressure here kind of spill over into other lanes as well for BLG.
You're also just seeing it on the map, right? Because Knight, just then, after pushing in mid, hovered into the topside river and he's just moving into fog. He's creating that extra point of pressure, which means that Ona might get invaded on. Maybe jungle plus mid is going to come and put pressure on his jungle. Bin backing in a brush. Where has actually Bin gone? Just those subtle bits of pressure on the map that force T1 to hesitate before they make a decision. That control ward at the entrance on the top side to try and spot out some of these plays.
T1 do have the vision around the second spawn of the grubs first. You can see BLG on Elk and Shun all making a beeline towards those grubs. Trying to get 2. Obviously, when you get 4, those mites begin to spawn.
All right, so BLG, you can see they've got the early lead on timing on this map. With the push on bottom side for Knight there, a couple of those minions dying to the tower.
I just realized something, guys. All of T1 have flashes on F. All of BLG has flashes on DU.
If they decide to fight this grub fight. Currently, Faker as well, collecting the minion wave now. His teleport ready to answer if they do want to throw down. This brush that Carry is standing in is incredibly important for those team fights, but he's going to have to give it up.
Shun going to try and chase him down, throws a rock into his back. The TP comes in by Knight, who just finished his rocket belt. And on goes in. Ona's locked up, abscommed out. Dugty flashes the wall, the arrow goes wide, but BLG get everything they want. They force the enemy jungler away, and they can turn their attentions to the grubs.
T1 decision right now. Do they just let Faker farm turret play?
It's Guma! It's at the Baron pit! I know it's the grubs right now, but he always manages to steal it.
Whether it's a Varus or a Caitlyn, Guma's got the skill shots to get your objectives.
Beautifully done by Gumayushi. Able to get 2 grubs at the very least for T1, so something, and they get a lot of plates both in bot and mid. So collecting a bit of standing gold that's hovering around the map right now. Little that BLG can really do to contest. Instead, they're committing towards the top side, trying to secure this top tower, and they will secure themselves that second plate as well.
Right on Guma. Guma trying to get away from this carrier coming in as well with the Winter's Bite. Shun's on the chase with that Ishtal's impact, but locked up with the Glacial Fissure will be slowed, and Carrier protects his AD carry.
Look at the confidence that Knight is playing with right now. Every time he sees someone on his screen, he's going in for a play. And I love the fact that BLG, they spot out Ona in the river, isolated, and immediately all collapse onto him. They tried to stagger that CC as well to keep him locked down as long as possible. Zeus Should be fine.
He's going up towards Mega as well. He can trade it.
Fuck it, go in. Fuck it, go in.
The advantage, the Nav into the wall. On has no flash and only 200 HP to work with.
Yeah, T1's on the board now. Oh.
T1 find their first 2 kills of the finals.
What a play! Zaya strikes here. Wait, Shun is trying to hold off until Knight arrives to defend this tower. Still going to be some turret plate money as well as the kills here for T1.
I mean, just great awareness from Zeus, recognizing that in the face of the bot lane, he was actually stronger. He knew that he had the Mega Gnar on its way. He knew that the TP was available from Faker, and they set up for a very nice collapse.
Recognizing they had the TP advantage as well, because BLG used 2 TPs to fight over those second grubs.
Very good use there of the extra cooldowns, and recognizing that they're going to need some money to be able to fight in these fights that are upcoming, because the
sorry guys, I just got shot. I just got to make sure I'm still
started
connected.
to come in for BLG. So stops the double recalls here, and then they make the call. Teleport in. I've got Mega Gnar. Perfect timing. Flashes for it against the wall. Beautifully done.
And I mean, even without the TP, he likely could have just gotten on by himself. He gets the summoners out from Elk as well. And those are going to be crucial as we set up for the second dragon of the game. T1 should feel a lot more confident about being ready to fight for that objective.
Bro, why is that girl on her phone? We're at Worlds, what the fuck?
Side of BLG, as Knight is able to push in and get another turret plate for himself. So remaining slightly ahead there in his matchup.
About 1,000 gold between the two teams right now. Only a 200 gold lead for Knight. Gumayushi, the only spotted blue in that sky at the bottom. It's only 20 gold ahead, now 2. Really not an advantage at all.
And gold is one thing, but really it is about the item completions.
True.
And before Faker does get his Blade of the Ruined King, you know, already
it's slightly BLG favorite right now on the map.
Playmaking item for
slightly
himself,
though, so slightly.
Gives you a lot of that confidence to be able to make the play.
Right now, a bit of setup around that top side objective. You can see Faker fishing for information. On the side of BLG, Dragon is available, but really no setup on either side towards that objective. Resets have come through, items looking to be further completed. And as you rightly said, Kobe, I imagine that Faker is incredibly close to that blade completion. On his next back, he should have it, and it is crucial. It is a game changer in terms of your ability to fight on the sideline.
Another thing that is oftentimes hard for, as we start up the Rift Trail here, seems like they should be able to get it though. Another thing that's kind of hard for fans to track usually is information that the teams have, because it's not necessarily shown on the scoreboard, but it is critical to the success of these types of teams that they have set up here. And so without the extra vision, looks like it is just going to be the trade. Dragon for Herald, no problem. But I will say, Knight staying on this outer turret and getting the outer turret gold himself, again, more money funneled into this Sylas, the Sylas that does scale so well.
Yeah, notice that, again, it kind of, while T1 did find that TP play, now they're behind in terms of TP. The arrow connects mids.
Zeus able to walk away for now. Shadowing Strike will get the stun. The Magna Sword coming in as well as BOG look to collapse. Already they've locked up T1 in the middle of the meat grinder, and one has gone down. Zeus falls. Faker getting chased out as well, and Bin's flashing forward.
Oh my god,
Faker will manage to dash across towards the red pit, but Gumayushi does not have that same luxury. BLG find 3, all of them sitting on Elk.
A triple kill for the AD carry of BLG. A nice arrow to set up the whole play. T1 saw an angle to secure that mid tower and immediately get punished.
And BLG are so quick with it. Elk's arrow snipes him right out of the air after the 2 kills, with the Herald immediately turn it into gold. Liquid gold here for BLG. They shoot ahead on the map.
Jesus Christ.
So many
3
structures
towers out of it as well. Yes, so much gold goes into their pockets. 4.5k the lead now for BLG.
And it's a situation where the cross map, right? You see Knight on the top side of the map, but the arrow comes through just as Zeus is jumping past. Nice sidestep from On. He connects the stun, and then a beautiful multi-man ulti comes through from On with the follow-up as T1's forced to retreat.
And now the Impale's going to land on Kevin as well, and he has no place to get out of this. Nowhere to go apart from back to the fountain in a body bag. BLG now 7-2 up.
Insane opener here in game number 1 from BLG. The undisputed best team in the LPL coming out firing on all cylinders. They are not giving T1 a moment to regroup at all. Faker now even under attack. He's slowed in the pit.
The TP is coming behind here as they look to try and turn this play around. Bin trying to get the damage down onto Faker here. Hit him with the harpoons. Faker dodges away with the Q3 and manages to live through the injuries. T1 finds some semblance of hope in the bottom side, but BLG...
Dude, Worlds is so loud this one.
Owner locked up with a Glacial Prison, and he's sent packing. BLG are ripping this map to shreds.
It is often a play that Faker, teams have tried to collapse on him on a side lane, and it's resulted in their demise. They're doomed, the overchase of that star mid laner, but BLG don't care. They're keeping pressure on the top side. T1 members collapsed on the bot, but it costs them greatly as they lose 2 towers top.
And we're only 18 minutes into the game, and BLG have already opened the doorway into the T1 base.
They do lose a tier 2 in the bottom side, but BLG are in the driver's seat and they are not letting go of that steering wheel. T1 need to find some way back into this because now their inhibitors open in the top side. They do have these Hex Gates to work with. 2 minutes on the next Drake. Baron up in a minute 50. We've seen T1 sneak them in the past to get back into games.
And we said it in the draft. When we saw this BLG composition, it really is a comfort pick and play style for BLG. You look at the champions, and while you wouldn't typically in the past associate Bin with his Rumble, it has become a staple part of his champion pool. And here in the 1v1, he realizes, I think I can get this solo kill onto Faker. He has no way of getting out of this situation, so they're forced to TP to collapse. Gumayusi comes down, Zeus comes down, but on the other side of the map is BLG.
Exactly, you could see the counterattack from BLG on the minimap. They immediately beeline straight for that tower.
Oh, we didn't see that!
Cross-map arrow actually hit!
Oh,
that's insane!
Great arrow,
what the fuck? Again! We weren't looking at the arrow! That was our job!
Right,
oh my god, beautiful arrow, and then the collapse comes through from BLG.
That is just beautiful. Even though Bin went down, they saw the last bit of vision of Faker, of the recall spot.
He used the hawk shot to spot it out. The hawk shot comes in, then the arrow. That is sublime from Elk. He's 5-1 now. And it's just such a dominant performance from BLG. T1 trying to get anything they can on the other side of the map. But look at that explosion in terms of gold advantage for BLG past the 15-minute mark.
And I mean, it all stems from that level 1 play. The fact that they got that flash out on the bot side of the map. Elk and On had consistent pressure on the bot side. Knight was able to trade very effectively and hold his lane in the 1v1. Even later on in the lane, out trading Faker. And on the top side, that's why Shun was putting the pressure. That's where he was able to find that early gank. And it's just been skirmish after advantage, after pick, where BLG have just been slowly but surely dominating the map.
T1 trying to set up something sneaky on the top side. BLG aware that T1 do like to do this. Carrier is just going to recall in the alcove. And in the end, it's much ado about nothing. The Drake up in 20 seconds time. BLG pinging it. They know they can keep the stacking going. Obviously want to end the game before they get to Soul, but if you can make the Soul a possibility, it puts more pressure on T1.
Yeah, BLG, they're so far ahead, they don't need to give anything over to T1, so all you have to do is keep one little bit of vision on the Baron, then go collect the Dragon, make sure that T1 aren't able to get any sort of trade on the map, because they don't have the ability to fight you, so deny them everything.
Not aware of the recall in the brush. Knight's going to catch this bot wave, and this is going to be an uncontested Dragon. BLG with a strong start to game 1, and while this game definitely isn't over, BLG have all the tools to secure the first game of this series.
And coming into this series, we need to remind you again, BLG at MSI this year, they beat T1 twice in best of 5s, and last year at MSI. They definitely have shown that they have what it takes, and they are definitely showing that in game number 1.
I mean, you could even go back to 2022 when Bin beat him on RNG in the MSI finals as well. I mean, T1, the World Championship has definitely been their tournament, but when it comes to MSI, that is where the LPL have been able to find those advantages. Now, though, here at the World's first game, BLG 4K gold up, 2 dragons to their name. Baron is now an option, and this becomes a big point of contention. It's an opportunity for T1 to turn the game around. They have had some spectacular Baron plays so far at this World Championship, whether it be sneaking them, whether it be finding incredible team fights around this objective. It is a point in the game that BLG will have to be cautious and respect T1.
You can see T1 just trying to get towards those second, third items, lock it on Owner. But the Blade of the Ruin King yet to see second item for Faker. It really comes online when you get up towards 2-3. The Yone is so powerful in teamfights, so powerful in side lanes right now, but he can't even step past where his Krugs would be because he doesn't know if BLG are on that bottom side of the map. So he has to accept the pressure much deeper on towards his side of the map.
Look at that, Knight even hovering in the brush, waiting until he collects all the information. The rest of BLG here, just keeping tabs on the Baron as we wait for Elk to arrive on the map. He hex gates out with his 3-item power spike already completed. His Lord Doms, because they're so far ahead.
Elk, a player that when he came onto the scene was called Jongmong, widely regarded as a good player who would be way too aggressive a lot of the time, would overstep in plays. People said he has got Jongmong fever because he would just throw games from time to time. We haven't seen that in years. He has been so consistent for BLG. And now with 5 kills to his name, you have to expect that BLG will protect him in these upcoming team fights and just allow him to rip through T1.
So far his arrows have been great as well. Sniping Zeus in the hop in mid lane. Of course, the kill onto Faker as well. And it looks like, again, you don't have to give T1 anything. BLG are so far ahead and they have so many pick tools, not to mention just the arrow, but also Shun and Ond, and they're gonna look for it.
Shun going in with the Ishtar's impact, can't quite land onto Ona. Does have that passive as well to avoid that slow.
Yeah, they're just gonna chase them out of that jungle. Make sure that the entire pathway leading to Baron.
Get the cleanse out from Gumayusi. You'll notice as well, Elk quite happy to solo push on this mid wave at times just because he knows the only real threat is if Ona and Zeus are collectively diving on top of him, because if the Sejuani ult comes out, he has the cleanse. And that's really the only initiation tool unless Faker is able to find that angle. That's Ward offering a lot of value for T1. They'll see that it's going to be started off. The pings are coming through, but can they really get access into the pit?
Well, they're definitely going to try. Betty Carrier is the one to face check that mid lane bush. Shun still tanking up the Baron. It's at 9,000. Knight with the flank position. Glacial Prison hits! And Guma is down! BLG use the Baron as a bait and immediately kill off the enemy AD carry.
Knight with an extraordinary Sejuani ultimate connecting to the AD carry. Guma does not flash away, and this leaves the Baron wide open for BLG.
The beautiful positioning from him on Sylas too, coming from the mid lane. T1, they don't expect it. Now without Guma, they try and fight them.
So On was spotted as he walked towards that Razorbeak pit. The Baron down to 2,000. Knight on the front line. Ona trying to get in. Base Sealed goes in as well with the Magnet Storm's already locked up 2 members of T1. The Impale grabs 3 and they're burned to a crisp in the river. The arrow has to be flashed away by Zeus, but BLG are taking everything and giving T1 nothing.
It's complete annihilation! BLG are gonna try and chase him down as well!
Zeus able to jump across the wall just before he got hit with the Shadowing Strike, but now with the Baron buff on them, BLG can advance down mid. The TP in from Knight as they look to close this one out.
I mean, they're knocking down the inhibitor towers, the Baron buff BLG. The respawn time is still about 10 seconds. They're gonna respect it, they're gonna back away, but the damage has been done to the base of T1, and I mean, the kills are going to Elk, but the plays from Knight are phenomenal. Keep track of this angle. He's staying in the fog of war. He's trying to circumvent what Gumayusi can see. He finds the good angle. He connects the ultimate onto the AD carry, and he finds that execution. And later in the Baron, he also body blocks Ona. Look at the positioning of Knight here. Gets in the way of the engage. Makes sure that Ona cannot get into the pit. He sidesteps Faker's ultimate, and Knight is just... he's spectacular.
Faker's trying to get away from Knight, but the Knight wants the throne! And Faker's been pushed off it! BLG are on fine form today, and T1 just can't keep up.
The golden left hand of the LPL strikes down the GOAT in the side lane, and BLG will collect their 3rd dragon. They might collect the entire base before we see the 4th.
Knight has had an incredible tournament, and he's not going to slow down here in the finals. BLG have steamrolled T1 here in game 1. They're looking for another inhibitor, and they're looking for the game.
Gumayusi, Ona, and Kerry are trying to defend the arrow once again from Elk. It hits Guma! He's got flash, but he's still stunned up. The Impale comes out, and Guma falls under his own Nexus towers. T1 still trying to defend. Zeus doing everything he can to keep Knight away. But BLG continue to advance. The first Nexus tower's down. Faker's back up. Trying to find something out of this game, trying to find some defense against BLG, but the oncoming masses are just too damn strong. And now into the wall. Faker's fate is sealed as he dives the backline and dies for it. BLG come out swinging and take game 1.
The coordination from BLG in this first game was exquisite.
I mean, what else is there to say? Just incredible play from
okay, the stadium's
BLG.
lit as fuck though.
Just
dude. Stadium's lit as fuck.
absolutely phenomenal.
Alright guys, I'm gonna...
Alright, for the TFT players, the Team Fight Tactics Macau Open, this year's biggest TFT event, is just around the corner. And Chunk is already celebrating at the China Regional Finals in Wuhan. Once we wrap up the Tactician's
I'll be back like
Crown,
when game
we are
starts,
heading
so
to
I'm gonna
Macau, and we're thrilled to bring you along. With Magic and Mayhem winding down, a new set featuring Arcane is on the horizon, promising big game-changing moments. 512 players will battle it out live, diving into this brand new set that is sure to shake things up. Get ready for more unforgettable moments.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good.
数不清有多少个这样的时刻，闪现向前，焦灼，欢呼，沮丧，再来。没什么比这一刻更好。
London, get ready. WWE Live takes over this November. Don't miss the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes take on Solo Sikoa in an explosive, undisputed WWE Championship street fight. And Bayley battles Nia Jax in a WWE Women's Championship steel cage match.
This is incredible! Yeah! This, my friends, is must-see.
Tickets on sale now.
Here we go again, man, I'm on another one. Don't wait up for me, man, I'm on another run. Yeah, I hear the streets calling. I cannot ignore it. Walking on the border, feel the devil on my shoulder. Talk to me nice. I ain't got a lot left. Talk to me right. They remember when I used to walk in the light. Now I got a little walk in the black. I've been on the verge of self-destruction. Never been this close to me erupting. I'm on the ledge. I'm seeing red. Don't think they heard what I said. Mr. Goody Two Shoes, about to pew-pew. Kill him in the new suit, man, I'm too smooth. From the light to the dark, from the truth to the lies, play a part. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah, yeah. I threw away the halo, never gonna be an angel. I'm more keen and able. I've been a since the cradle. Built different, homie. You could go and check the label. I'm 100% raw, underrated. pick a favorite. I'm the one that everybody said he couldn't make it. Now I'm on a mission. I'ma try to win my enemies and they gon' hate. Hate is just the love when it's intensive. Dark is just the light without the sense. And loneliness is you without the friends. Click, giving up for me is too expensive. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. You better run. Yeah, I tell the world, never label me the same. I feel nobody could relate. You can't box me in the day. I'm breaking chains, I'm in the raid. And that's just me, just me, just me. Don't box me in, it'll get interesting. Cause you don't know the pain that I'm wrestling. I'm a renegade when I ain't resting. That means all day. You don't wanna test me, this ain't all play. I could be the warm breeze on a cold day. Or the one you gambling with after a parlay. Yeah, but that's just me, just me, just me. Don't push me unless you're feeling lucky. Or you gonna turn this into a must-see. And I don't wanna go there, trust me. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Heavy is the crowd.
BLG 加油，IPL 加油！
Usually still holding on to that flash down, locks him up, he flashes the ignite, sticking, and BLG strike first.
Nice. C1 decision right now. Do they just let Faker farm turret play?
It's Scuba! It's at the Baron pit! I know it's the Grubs right now, but he always manages to steal it. Already they've locked up T1 in the middle of the meat grinder, and one has gone down. Zeus falls. Faker getting chased out as well, and Bin's flashing forward. But the oncoming masses are just too damn strong. An arm into the wall. Faker's fate is sealed as he dives the backline and dies for it. BLG come out swinging and take game one.
BLG choke slam T1 in this very first game. I mean, what an entree into a best of 5 grand final when you have that Summoner's Cup looking at you as you are playing. It wasn't on my bingo card that this was going to be 1, so convincing, and maybe even 2 for BLG because they started on the red side. What happened?
Well, you might notice I sound a little bit congested. You could think that was because of the amazing teaser, but as it turns out, it was because of the level of play of T1 in that game 1 because they got slammed. And we can talk about a draft a little bit later, but to me, this was mostly just about the gameplay that came through from BLG.
Yeah, and it starts at level 1, right? Like where they do have the level 1 collapse here. As you see, this gets Knight off to a really great start, puts T1 in a really difficult position. And this also could have been what potentially might have stopped a lane swap, because I did talk about how I did think T1 would look potentially for something like that.
And it's something you just always have to be aware of, whether it's Silas, whether it's Gragas, whether it's Shen, these champions that can start a dash, go over the wall, get behind you, and put that pressure on. And BLG took the lead that they had and ran with it. I mean, this was just perfectly played by Shen, knocks Zeus out of the hop, W flash to finish him off under the tower.
What's also really telling is the amount of flashes that were expended from T1 while still dying in the play. They don't flash the initial play, so BLG both got a tons of summoners, still made the play work, and then got the punish subsequently as well.
Yeah, and Elk was on his Ashe, and we love seeing that. I want to take a look at our HyperX Reflex replay, because there was one moment where he got the arrow on Faker, and we actually got the pro view to see exactly what happened. Perhaps the mastermind was masterminding too much.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this because I actually have not seen the pro view from Faker yet. But this is where it starts, right? Because they're going to try to get the collapse onto Bin. You can see on the mini-map where BLG are pushing in on the top side. Scout is it out, and then Elk hits this arrow. Elk on this Ashe is so absolutely deadly. He's flipping through lanes.
He's all tapping. Well, not all tapping. He's in the game.
He does not see it coming, and then he's dead.
He didn't all tap. I misspoke.
As they continue to collapse on the top side, and again, Elk being on this Ashe pick, I feel like if you want to see. Sometimes people overfocus on Ashe arrows, right? If you want to see good Ashe arrow usage, look no further than Elk, because he's phenomenal.
I mean, he has been absolutely incredible.
What I really want to highlight here is how well BLG reads T1. T1 is a team that loves to do this, overload a part of the map, really go aggressive on these turrets to try and gain map control, and they are so clearly not ready for this collapse. And we saw T1 stabilize a little bit after the rough early game. After this point, BLG was never in any danger.
They really weren't. I mean, there was just so many avenues of attack for BLG, and I have to shout out Knight. He played incredibly well in a matchup that is supposed to be advantageous for the Yone in the 1v1. He was dominating Faker from the word go.
Our Oppo player of the game was Knight in this one. We focused so much on the matchup before this, Azale, but just outplayed.
I mean, straight up, you know, he was just dominating him in the 1v1. Faker did chunk him down early, but even after the TP back, he was winning every single trade thereafter. He made Faker base with low HP, with no teleport, lost a full wave, started to fall behind in experience. Knight really showcased his skill in this 1v1.
And his class.
Yeah,
both. New word.
And we heard it from him in the intro, right? Like, he wants people to remember his name as the LPL mid. What a phenomenal showing from Knight in this first game. Insane Sejuani ult that he had prepped. And this is what allowed a lot of these BLG collapses was Knight's ult usage and his positioning.
Yeah, and here we see T1, they're getting back to the stage. Of course, we've seen this before. Teams don't necessarily drop more than one game if they start by losing. We hope we don't get a 3-0 for either side. But it's not going to be for T1.
Only one can be done now. And I mean, BLG of all teams know about the first game. I do want to highlight, though, that T1 selected blue side. And I do think, again, this was not a game where you go like, this was unplayable from drop.
Yeah.
This was just gameplay. I do think, though, that T1 in the next game has an opportunity to set themselves up better because we got to talk about it. When that Braum was locked in, I can guarantee you that every single T1 fan let out a collective groan because this player on the Braum just doesn't have the same magic he does on other champions.
Absolutely, and they did have that Yone Gambit that we have seen in so many different series where, you know, you go on red side, if you are not playing against a mid laner who is known for these melee champions, who is known for an exceptional Yone, you can say, all right, let's give it over to Faker, let's see what happens in game number 1. Now they lose with it, so that can put the pressure on T1 to have to ban Yone on blue side, which really is a disadvantage for the rest of the series, and it's something we've seen happen a number of times at Worlds.
But you know what the people really want?
What do they want?
To hear us talk a little more. Oh, you do have a little bit more time. There is a PC swap on stage. Didn't get any booze. That's good. So they actually don't hate it. They don't hate it.
Thank you, crowd.
They don't hate it that much. So we have a couple of touching points that we can talk about as well. Maurits, because this is actually something we saw just last week as well. The exact situation with kind of Keria on the Braum. And I think when you think about Keria as a player in the context of the World's runs that T1 has done, we always said about pushing the meta forward, about making it happen. Braum just doesn't do it.
Well, yeah, and you might look at this and go, man, that's not bad. I want you to keep in mind which team this is. This is a team that has, particularly domestically, even though they haven't won, they win a whole lot.
Yep.
So this really isn't by itself already a great recommendation for that Braum, but it's when you look at the actual gameplay. Compare this to his Rakan game that we saw in quarters.
Exactly, and that is the big thing to me. It's not the point is Carrie's a bad Braum. You know, sometimes when a team, you can pilot. Okay, well maybe you disagree, but to me it's more about how exceptional he is on some of these playmaking champions and how he enables the rest of his team, right? And there are players like this. You know, you were talking about Mako earlier. We were talking about Core JJ and players who can play enchanters, can play different styles, but sometimes they are more well suited, from what the team needs, playing something different.
And I also think in the context of this match specifically, we didn't really get to it, Emily, at the start of in the countdown. The expectation was that Keria has been having a much better tournament. He has been one of the pillars that T1 has built on and on. It's a meme about the on and off, but generally, right, he hasn't always been as present in kind of the expletives when you talked about BLG so far, and it was something that was going to happen. So the fact that we saw this out of Keria in game 1 specifically, we saw how cohesive BLG played with On, making sure that he's with his jungler, with his mid laner, wherever he needs to be, is a good sign for the series for BLG.
Yeah, and that's why I'm really curious to see what T1 end up doing in this draft, right? Because they did target On with the Renata and Rakan coming through on 4-5 in their bans in the first game. And then the Yone test, as you already mentioned, Zale. The big thing for me for Keria, though, is that, again, I did expect T1, and the level 1 kind of ruined this. I did expect T1 to be going for some sort of swap, not want to face BLG in standard lanes necessarily, since they have been so good in the swap. And that's why I really love to see Keria unlock. Like, obviously, everyone's going to talk about his Pike games because they were so fun, but like, if he unlocks, if he's able to affect the mid lane, for example, help Faker in that matchup to really dominate Knight in lane, that's an important part too. I like seeing Keria when he can also be unlocked from the bot lane in some early like lane assignment shenanigans.
I mean, I always just think that when the meta is flexible for supports, Keria is the best player in the world. This guy can play so many different styles. He affects the map really well. He can have counter picks for 2v2. He can do so many different things. So I'm really curious if T1 has that in store.
Yeah, I think that's why we really feel that this was the tip of the iceberg, right? When it comes to this best of 5. Now, as we all know, we are here with thousands, 10,000s of you, but Worlds is a global phenomenon, and there are so many watch parties all around the world. We have Thailand, Wuhan, New York City, and many, many, many more. And that is so cool to see, because sometimes I feel like we are kind of in our bubble, right? And we only see what's happening right here. But to know that all of Korea and all of China is watching, as well as everywhere across the world, people care so, so much.
One of my favorite parts of these events as well is actually getting to meet the fans, right? Because League of Legends is online, so many of our broadcasts happen from our studios. It's really hard to connect that, but then you see moments like this. You see the fans both here in the arena. I went out to get a coffee with my dad early this morning. The lines were already inside. This was a
For you?
Yeah, this. No.
For the coffee.
Yeah, no. For the, are you crazy? Come on, I'm not going to do that to talk about myself like that. I think that particularly seeing just in person how passionate people are always gets me excited.
Yes, and we are so lucky that that we get to talk about these matches as well. And of course, the hope that we have a T1 striking back here so we get at least 4 games. Give me one key word that we need to see from T1 as I toss it to the casters, Maurits, that you need to see for them to bring it back in game 2.
Agency. Keria needs to be on something where he can have more impact.
Keria, you need to have more impact. Do you agree with that, Medic?
I think Keria, one of the best supports in the world, if not the best support in the world on his day, but he needs something he can influence the map on. He needs something he can be out and about on. The Braum, for me, is just not it.
Personally, I think that BLG's draft approach was just so smart because as much as I think Gumayusi is an incredible player, I do think that his pool at this World Championship has been a little predictable. And I think that what happened is that by putting them on the Yone and then not locking either an AP jungle or an AP bot laner, it kind of limited the options that T1 actually had on the bot side of the map. Now, do I think that they lost because of the draft? No, I mean, I think BLG really just outplayed them in the early game. But I think that what T1 is good at, or at least what they've shown at this World Championship, is their ability to come back into games, whether it be through clever Barons or fantastic picks. This comp didn't really give them any options to do that. So I want to see them have those options available to them and showcase the playmaking power that this roster does have.
Yeah, I think the big issue here for T1 is not only did they get outplayed in game number 1 on the map, but also it's going to be even more difficult now, I feel like, for them to draft versus BLG, with BLG already calling the Yone shot and then hitting that shot out of the park.
Get on into this champion select powered by Omen and HyperX. Again, we see the Jax, and there's the blue side Yone ban from T1.
Yep, that's exactly what we're talking about, the knock-on effects of that game number 1.
And the Skarner response as well, not wanting to hand that one over. This means that we're going to see Shun on something different. We've been seeing a lot of Skarner from him recently. And
everyone keeps giving it to him,
I mean, it's true, and I mean, he's going to ban it on his side. So let's see what direction they now go in. T1, what are you going to look to remove? Is Knight Silas something that you don't want to have to deal with? Or perhaps something like the Kalista, once again, is something that you think is worthy taking off the board?
Yeah, bottom lane has been terrifying, and yet Knight Silas was insane. Maybe they would even consider first picking and stealing it away.
Perhaps. Now the Ashe and Kalista are both available. this is an important choice for BLG. Ban away the Ashe and then give over the Kalista, which is partially why we see the Varus ban as a solid answer into the Kalista. They're going to take away the Vi instead, so all AD carries are available. The Kalista going to be the lock-in. Bear in mind, BLG could just go for the Ashe themselves.
Ashe is a really good response into the Kalista, always an annoying one, so that's one that T1 will also be expecting, though, coming into this. Now, will they immediately pair it, you know, with like a Renata or something like that, or are they going to try and grab their jungle first?
Well, the Ashe is the obvious lock-in for BLG, isn't it? What are they going to pair alongside it is the question. We will see if they decide to go towards their jungle, or whether you are looking at something like the Renata to make sure that T1 can't have the Kalista Renata bottom side.
Definitely is a possibility. I think, well, in my head I was thinking maybe the Rumble is also a strong possibility for Bin. We've seen it prioritized heavily, and it looks like that's the direction that they're going to go in. So he's going to continue with this power pick on the top side of the map. He's found a lot of success with it over the last year. We saw it introduced last year, but now that means the Renata is available for carrier. We often see him play towards the AD carry that Gumayusi has locked in, and you talked about it in the previous game, carrier loves to roam mid, Kobe. On this champion, he especially loves to roam mid.
And so there we go. They are stealing away the Sylas. Take it, get it in the hands of Faker. Knight, what do you have?
I mean, always look towards the Ahri.
Yeah, or Galio. Okay, so if they do Galio...
It's a Kindred game, potentially.
Exactly. Are we in for a Shun Kindred? Because they're like, oh, he just keeps getting Skarner. Well, some signature picks possibilities. Those are very far down the line.
I mean, you also have the ban phase to go through where T1 could say, well, it looks like a Kindred came to us, so we might just take that away.
It just makes kind of sense here because they have double AP with Galio and Rumble. And when you're playing Kindred, you always want some setup with a mid laner like Galio. So maybe T1 will ban it away.
20 minutes,
I don't want
maybe not. He could still just play like Xin Zhao or something.
I don't want to overcook, but there's always the world where the Rumble goes bot lane and then there's still a counter pick top for Bin. For now, we'll assume that it's on the top side of the map, given that we're seeing these top lane bans come through. The Gnar going to be taken away, and there's the Kindred. So it seems that T1 had the same read that we did. I wonder if, well, I'd actually be very surprised if they go for something like the Nidalee. But let's see what direction that BLG now go, because they're going to need a little bit more damage to come through from the jungle. They do, of course, have Elk and Bin on these high damage threats. With the Sejuani taken away, the pool in the jungle is getting much narrower.
Could always go towards the Xin Zhao, as you said, Kobe. It's a possibility. Let's see if T1 decide to ban that away. Alongside that, you have the fringe picks like the Graves, even the
Kindred ban, bro.
Poppy a possibility as well.
I mean, Poppy into Sylas and Kalista, both pretty good things to shut down here. Couple of options to hide.
Yeah, I think the beautiful thing about the Poppy is you could flex it as well, but Jun, taking his time, thinking about what jungle direction he wants to go, and it's going to be locked in for the Xin Zhao. So I think Galio plus Xin is a great combo. You have that utility in the mid lane provided by the carry threat that the Xin Zhao provides, and an easy engage tool to follow up on any Ashe arrow that connects.
Zin's ultimate is just so good for those team fights as well. They have a lot of synergy here that they could combine. Now on the side of T1 though, the pairing with the
this
Kalista.
is the first pick War of the World. What? I mean,
Warren lock in first.
Okay, T1 is responding with some team fighting of their own.
It's also very long range. Ornn ultimate Nocturne global here as well, semi-global himself, trying to combat some of the global power of the Galio. We have lots of long range stuff.
There's always the threat of the Sylas ulti steals as well, but you have left On's Rakan open quietly in the back line. That support pick wasn't locked in, and when we think about On's career all-time, this is his best champion.
It's his most played. It has a 73% win rate.
He's
battling against Guma, though, with 30 games on Renata, he has an 83% win rate. So the support battle in this game is incredibly exciting. We've already seen the two team compositions being routed out as well. What do we think, guys?
I just think the Rakan is such a good delivery for the Galio as well.
And I just think it's hilarious that here in the World Finals, these players have high win rates on a lot of champions, right? They tend to win a lot, and it's fantastic to see. Game 1, BLG just came out swinging. A phenomenal performance from them, straight from the level 1. T1, you have to imagine they've adapted. Their draft is very different. Their bot side of the map is a lot more confident, faking out on an AP damage threat, and it's going to have a lot of agency with the Sylas to steal away Ashe Arrow, Galio ultimate, along with the Rumble red carpet. It's going to be an an interesting matchup for sure.
That it is, and it's going to be the 50th Worlds Finals game ever. Here in the O2 Arena, we've been blessed to be able to watch a best of 5 between these two teams. I think a lot of people in the audience, even if they're not T1 fans, are hoping that T1 can fight back and take us all the way to 5 games. But BLG in game 1 came out and clobbered the LCK number 4 seed.
And BLG this year for them has just been so strong, adding Knight to the lineup. First in spring, second at MSI, first in summer in the LPL, and here in finals, up 1 game already on T1.
But BLG as well, it was a team that was, when it was originally built, wasn't expected to have this sort of success. Went all the way back, BLG did buy super teams. They were looking for this incredible roster of 5 superstars, but the addition of Bin, Elk, On, Shun, they were looking at a team that would grow into a super team, and that's exactly what they've done, as you say, with the addition of Knight this year.
Bro, they have onto the biggest stage with the entire world watching. They get the
double knock-up already. Carrier's down to half HP. He's going to have to flash. Gumayusi cleanses away from Knight. The chase continues. BLG flashing forward. The heal coming out. Gumayusi now slowed by the Ashe. And you can't escape the quiver of Elk. First blood again to BLG.
Are you kidding me? Another one. Level 1 first blood for Elk.
In the exact same spot as game 1, Gumayusi will lose his life.
Guys, I shouldn't be eating these snacks, to be honest, but...
And T1, they were
honestly,
get some
I'm telling
vision,
myself
get a bit
that I
of
only
early
do it, like,
information,
rarely, bro.
maybe even drop a ward into BLG's bot side jungle. But the collapse from On and Elk, the chase down of the Ashe, means that BLG draw first blood.
Elk flashes forward so he can get the slows onto Guma, and it's enough. They get both his summoner spells. I mean, a lot of summoner spells were also used offensively by BLG, but it is still going to be the lane swap after the first blood here. T1 will go topside.
Gumayusi and Kerry are trying to get away from the power of Elk and On. Obviously, On good in lane swaps as well, can absorb a lot of pressure, pretty tanky. He's going to get knocked up here, though, and Zeus might have to burn the flash to get away. Elk with the slows, just going to chip him down to about 190 HP.
Yeah, Zeus couldn't get the timing there. He's trying to get in range for experience on those minions. Takes a lot of damage for it, and now we have Bin going mid to soak experience and do a lot of damage.
Baker taunts it up, the Electro Harpoons go into him, but he's able to hold on to the flash for now. Will catch this wave as it crashes towards his tower.
Bin making a beeline towards the bot lane. I mean, I really think they need to set up for a dive onto Zeus. He actually hasn't gone back to base. He's at about 50% HP. You'll notice Shun still on the top side of the map, pathing towards his bot side. Typically, you'd see this split map situation, but both junglers have had access to their side of the map.
And actually, because Carrier cancels his recall there, they might make the call to go for the extra pressure on Bin, who teleported in, but it doesn't look like it. Level 2, he acquires it. Meanwhile, Zeus?
He's level 1. He's about 1 minion away from level 2, so 2 tower shots should be enough to tick him over. On here, it's a level 2 of his own. Shun coming in as well to bolster this attack. Zeus underneath the tower. Able to flash away, gets the double knock-up, and look at On, he's about to be turned off! On goes down,
what the
Shun
fuck?
almost falls to, escapes that final tower attack.
Ends up being a 1-for-1
That was
trade,
actually
but
insane.
I think BLG's happy with this. Look at all the farm that's being lost. Zeus needs to TP back in quickly to soak up as much XP as he can. The good news is the threat of a redive isn't possible for BLG.
Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Bin had a smart ward earlier over that wall to see when Owner would come to pressure him off that wave, and Bin stuck around to soak up the 2.5. His level now on the Rumble before getting chased out.
Carrier looking for On here, Gumayusi here as well. On just trying to shepherd Bin in towards the tower. You can actually see Knight using the TP here. Guma still no flash, no cleanse. The Grand Entrance going to get a knock-up. Knight flashes across the wall. Shield of Duran for the double taunt, and now the Flame Spitter is doing a little work. Guma's going to be brought back with a bailout, but can he survive? Down to 100 HP. Knight, the battle dance for On keeps him alive. Owner still chasing, and he rips through a Knight. Now Baker joins the party.
Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up.
Bin goes down as well. T1 have 3 on the board.
T1 took the kill lead now.
Answer back so well on the top side of the map. Knight tries to punish the flashless bot lane of T1, but they just don't quite have the damage to take down Gumayusi, and that allows T1 to find the turnaround.
Yeah, look at this. Initially, Carrier peels Bin even further back. That handshake will be important because the flash over from Knight, they got the double taunt into the almost combo there onto Guma, but then they have to back up because, like you said,
Yeah, fuck it, man.
Carrier put the bailout on him, and then Owner goes up with a passive Auto from Nocturne gets the kill and the chase down.
Guma as well in that skirmish recognizes On, tries to get that last auto attack and takes a quick sidestep backwards to avoid that last auto. Beautifully played by him. And T1 find themselves with the kill lead here in game 2. This is what we wanted to see. Not going down without a fight. Gumayusi not able to secure any of those early kills, but Faker and Ona in a prime position to carry.
But it's also why we talked so heavily about this Renata as a possibility for Keria. You can see not only the handshake, but also the bailout doing so much work when you have the map split like this. Alongside that, the hostile takeover just stops any team from
fuck, I'm
able
just
to
gonna
dive
eat snacks, bro.
as
Fuck
the
it.
game goes on. Keria is absolutely sublime on this pit.
Now we've got 35 seconds until the grubs spawn. You'll notice that Elk has chosen to reset, making his way back out towards mid, where On is already there. There is an experience advantage in favor of the T1 support, but Elk already ticking over to level 5 as Knight has actually moved down towards bot lane. No TP available for Knight or Zeus means they can't really get involved. And I wonder how impactful that's going to be, because do you really want to try and fight a Xin Zhao this early on over the grubs? But T1 do have a lot of pressure on the top side of the map.
Yep, you can see Knight moving up the river now already on the Galio, transitioning over to the objective. Shun has the brush. No W hit there onto Keria though for the poke.
Very close level 6 for both Knight and Faker. Those are going to be crucial levels for the upcoming fight. Tick now for Knight and Elk as well.
Yep, soaks it in mid lane here. This could be dangerous for T1.
ELG going to start up the grubs. Shun on them. On still only level 3. Has the flash, has the heal. They'll get one with the smite. Handshake pulls On back, but he can dance out with that W, and he'll manage to get to the relative safety of this top lane tri-bush. T1 will find 2 grubs for their own as they forced BLG away.
Yeah, Zeus also able to walk up. He just barely got his level 6 on that Ornn, so big Ornn ultimate coming through. BLG don't want any part of that. It's going to be one of the kind of hangover effects of the lane swap, is that Bin is going to be down in experience here in the 1v1 if they do match up, but see them.
Almost out of vision, but they do get spotted. You can see On trying to dance in there. Elk immediately using the cleanse because he knows T1 can continue to advance. Now we are holding the handshake there to get rid of that summoner from BLG.
Knight hovering around the top side jungle, ready to leap in at a moment's notice. No TP available for Bin. Bear in mind, he's still only level 4. He's being denied a lot of experience. With Zeus having the ultimate available, the threat of a dive is a real possibility. Faker keeping his pressure up in mid lane, about to tick over to level 7.
T1 will be able to get the first plate of this push. They're second in the top lane. Bin is catching the wave in mid, not yet level 6.
Yeah, I think it's a good defense there from BLG. They make the call, they sacrifice bottom lane, it's okay. Bin rotate over towards mid, catch that wave so he can safely get some experience while the rest of BLG trying to defend on the top tower. The big wave on bottom side is going to crash on bot soon though. Bin has to go.
Yeah, Bin has to go, but that leaves room for Faker to roam up top. Now they can guarantee numbers advantage and they can set the sights on the tower.
Bin shows now. Do T1 pull the trigger? Do they go for the fight? Zeus was trying to hold the wave. They couldn't quite do it because BLG had enough numbers to force him away. The equalizer that Faker stole away does a little bit of chip damage, but not much else. Unlocked up for the moment as Faker.
Bro, what the fuck is this game? Like, it's so crazy, bro.
Keria and Gumayusi pushing through the wave now. Paranoia coming out. Call of the Forge God is stopped. Zeus dashing forward. The shielded around for the taunt blocked by Ona.
Oh my God.
The knocker coming out as well as BLG trying desperately to defend the hero's entrance. Cancelled as T1.
What the fuck is this game? What
As
the
well
fuck?
as BLG are walking away wounded.
Such a good play for T1. There were a few seconds left on Bin's teleport. He could not join. They forced the dive on, looking for any recallers.
I mean, T1 is sticking around. The TP will come through.
Shun already down. Bin walks into a scarred battlefield. He'll still take out Gumayusi. In the end, T1 unable to get that extra plate, but they do find kills in the top side.
I do feel that this game, BLG is just running around the map trying to keep up with T1. The pressure that Faker kept in the mid lane, the fact that Zeus had already ticked over to level 6 and they were bleeding so much XP. A nice arrow connects onto Zeus, meaning that he can't follow up with his ulti, but he gets a flash away, a nice spell shield from Ona. The 2-man knockup from Zeus was crucial, allowing Guma to just free fire onto the back line.
Yeah, and the start of it, Guma had tanked 2 tower shots while trying to walk to the rest of the team. Then goes for the ult into flash, follow, and then the repeat on the dive here. Shun trying to do something, and it's only going to be Guma, the sacrifice on the other side. Him not having flash from the earlier play.
But when we get back into game, I want to keep track of the experience and the levels that people find themselves at, because right now I feel like T1 have a big advantage. Level 7 on the top side, so Bin has been able to catch up. In the mid lane, Knight has also been able to close that gap. Elk, though, with actually a full level lead over Gumayusi, while Carrier has now ticked over to level 6. So BLG have done a good job of being able to close that experience gap. But in terms of the gold, you can see big advantages on the side of T1 thanks to these early kills that they've been able to grab.
They've closed it in a lot of spots, but On is level 4 to level 6.
True.
He needs that quickness. He needs that ultimate, especially if you're going to have Knight following up with the hero's entrance. You want everyone locked in there so that the Galio landing knocks them all up. We'll see if On can get some of that XP. Currently, he's just shadowing Elk in the mid lane.
And it should be T1 collecting the next pack of grubs. BLG, they know they don't want to fight that, so they're just trying to pick up Dragon right now. Shun working away on it. See if Knight, how quickly Knight can push this bottom wave, though, for the Galio. His teleport is ready. Ultimate will come up soon.
Yeah, I don't really know if he wants to join this. BLG, they tried to take a fight around the top side and lost out pretty heavily on that. T1 now with a 1.8k gold lead. They'll get their 4th grub and they're looking to make it 6.
Yeah, Bin uses the Rumble ultimate for the wave, so they're just gonna make the call. We will pay for this with some tower plate money here onto the side of Knight. It is quite big to get the full 6 grubs, though, for this T1 comp, because, again, going back to Champion Select, if they are able to open up the map with the Ornn plus Nocturne, you have a lot of long-range pick potential. And now top lane again, the arrow.
Hits onto Guma once again. He does have the cleanse, but he holds onto it for now, burns it just as Bin was about to start to burn him.
I don't think
get
Guma
another
needs
plate
to
on the
cleanse
top
there,
side,
but then
3 minutes before those fall off, and they're investing a lot of time in making sure this top line
I mean,
goes
it's
well.
finals, but
Right now, T1 is playing a very heavy 4-1 style, but they're forcing BLG to respond to the top side of the map. They keep dragging BLG up here, and every time they do, BLG is losing a little bit more on the map. Ona secures level 8, gets another plate in the mid lane, and T1, they're not going to alleviate that pressure. And look at the positioning of Carrier here. Something he often does on this Renata is he just walks in your face. He is not afraid. He knows he has the mechanics to be able to outplay you, and it creates this space that allows an easy objective secure for T1.
I'll also say that sort of position is so tricky for the Rakan, because what are you going to do? Jump at him? He just handshakes you out of your jump, and you can never really find the engage. So you have to find flanks. Obviously, BLG weren't looking for a fight in the top side. T1 take the first tower, have a 3,000 gold lead now, and are well in control of this matchup.
Now it's going to calm down a little bit. BLG going for their resets at the moment. The outer tower on top side being down could be problematic if T1 can get the early push there and then transition over towards that mid lane. Currently, though, they actually send Guma and Carrier back down bottom, try and get their push there first.
The Herald is going to be crucial for T1, I think, to unlock that mid tower. I think that this comp can be a little difficult to see.
Oh,
Carrier.
Carrier's going to face check, knocked up with a Justice Punch, but again, the handshake stops Knight from being in range for that Shield of Duran taunt. Elk is on his way as well, 4 seconds on the arrow. He'll look to see if he can catch out Guma. Underneath the wave, he just volleys away the minions instead.
But you see the confidence the Carrier has? Yeah. Happy to face check in a situation like that. He's going to be chipping away over this ward right now. Good control from On. Still not level 6, by the way.
All right, we are going to get the early push on topside for Zeus as well. The early tempo here for T1. What play can they create with it? He doesn't quite have teleport, so it is a little awkward, and he's not even going for the recall, so doesn't look like they're going to force quite yet. But you always have to look at these hovers from Owner. The Nocturne kind of shadowed there with Faker Silas, making the roams, threatening down to the side. And the Hawk shot cooldown is very important for BLG. Every time they're trying to find that play before it happens.
It certainly is. The Herald likely going to be the next big point of contention. The reset's coming through for T1 as Carrier already making his way back out onto the map. Owner's going to be first to the topside river. The Scry's Bloom going to be popped by Bin to spot on any vision, but none has actually been laid down just yet. Carrier's just replenished his stock of wards. Meanwhile, BLG, heavy investment on the bot side, Kobe. You can see all these wards being set up to reclaim control over that area of the map. But this is where T1 want to focus. Shun knows that the objective has started off, and the bot lane of BLG now regrouping with the rest of the team.
See, T1 have just had prio in basically every single lane. 9 plates to 3.
Damn, I can eat this
game. Ona did start up the Rift Herald. Her patience is going to run out, and she'll scuttle her way back towards the pit for now.
And in payment for that, Zeus is able to, again, push another top wave.
He's can see in the MasterCard lane economy snapshot just how different it looks from game one. In game one, it was only Gumayushi who I think had a 40 gold lead, the only speck of blue on there. Now is T1 across the board having leads apart from Bin in that top side. Knight and Faker trading here. Faker down to half HP. Meanwhile, across towards the Rift Herald, that handshake from Keria going wide. On does have the quickness. Faker still trading down towards the bottom side. Knight goes in with the Justice Punch. Keria down at half HP. BLG gonna get the advance through the mid lane. Faker and Knight unable to do much more than just slap each other around. No one is going to fall in that bot lane for now.
Those side lane trades are so interesting because Knight's trying to make the trade as quick as possible, get use out of the aftershock.
Oh, on. Just pulled back with a handshake. He's going to have to grand entrance his way to a grand exit. Manages to escape for now. For a second, I thought he might fall. Faker dashing back in, lands the abduct as well. The taunt will connect onto him and slow his advance in that bot side, but with Wave pushed in, he now has the opportunity to back into Fog of War and then TP into the fight. T1 still looking for a bit of a battle around this Rift Herald. The question is, will BLG acquiesce to their request to take a fight towards this top side?
And it looks like they're going to go for the recall first there for Knight because of the extended trade that Faker was able to get on him. Knight goes back to base, full heal, teleport out.
I mean, the important thing here is Faker didn't reset before TPing in, so he's at half HP. Does have the quickness stolen away. The Scuttle Crab will go across. On goes in with the quickness. Knockback with the Crescent Guard as well. Call to the forward, not coming down. As the time comes in, the hostile takeover just possesses BLG. It's two already. The hero's entrance. A swift exit back to the fountain for Knight as T1 clean up the fight.
It's just a bloody brilliant re-engage, isn't it, from T1? Just as BLG find that nice knock-up, Jun goes in, actually knocks Faker over the wall, but then the wombo combo comes back in, and T1 find the fight that they've been looking for.
Oh, that was so juicy with the Ornn and Renata there. Locked them up. T1 will claim that Rift Herald in the aftermath as well, but look at the initiation. So On is originally going on to Keria and Faker, locking them up, but Zeus gets an Ornn ultimate into the double knockup, into the Renata ultimate over it. Faker coming back over the wall from
that was
the
just
blue
a combination
buff,
of a lot of
and
shit.
T1 are able to chase them out.
Yeah, the chain CC there. I mean, Gumayushi also threw Keria the knockup as well. It was knockup into ulti into just a great wombo combo. This is the T1 and their ability to find each place. They didn't have that in game one, but in game two, they are finding them plenty now with a 4K gold lead 17 minutes in.
The power of the paranoia as well. Like, BLG are just advancing into darkness. Like, okay, we got Faker, but you're so far away, I can't even see you anymore. I don't know how to follow up. And then T1 just throw everything into the mix. And now they are looking for their first dragon of the game, a 5,000 gold lead over BLG. Very similar to how far ahead BLG were in game one, although obviously T1 had yet to take all of the towers we saw BLG manage to do.
Becomes pretty problematic for BLG.
It's
on
really
the
hard to
side.
steal
So
shit. I just
T1,
realized
they're just going to
they
force
have,
down the dragon,
Calista
immediately rotate
and,
everybody over to this
yeah,
outer tower. Wait, lying in the fog of war. If anyone from BLG steps up, have to be a little bit careful there. So sacrifice the tower initially, and then as you said, they have the Rift Herald still in pocket that they can then use for the mid tower.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to deep push out this bot wave to kind of keep Knight on the map a little bit longer. The resets can now come through, and they can reset back out into mid. It's an easy setup and an easy siege thanks to the Ornn ultimate that can be used to zone them away from the tower. Faker going to catch that mid top wave, going to look to reset as well. And look, here comes the resets through into mid. In fact, they don't even bother basing. They actually just make a beeline towards that lane. Now they set their sights on the mid-tier 1.
Yeah, BLG have to be so careful when they're collecting these waves. Look at Knight and Bin collecting their waves pretty far back at towers. Arrow from downtown.
Elk gets a taste of his own medicine, but he should be able to survive this, especially with Jun coming in from the side. We'll take a spear to the back for his time in the mid lane, but T1 just used the fact they've stunned out Elk to take down that mid-tier 1.
And look, Knight can't actually afford to push out that bot wave, even though he knows that the play is happening in mid. If he overextends, the thing that Kobe's been talking so much about is the threat of the side lane play. And now on the top side of the map, Faker looking for a bit of a scrap.
Realizing he doesn't really have the manpower here to back him up, the arrow going wide.
But he's crucially drawing members to the top side, and and now the bot lane play becomes an option for BLG. They have the push in mid, they have another wave that they can catch on bot, and then they can start putting pressure on the tier 2 tower, and if Knight overstays, there's the threat of a dive.
Both these teams so good when getting ahead, and we're seeing it here from the opposite side. T1 in game number 2 with 6 grubs, remember how quickly they can take these towers. They're just gonna siege up at this turret, try and spawn those grubs, and they rotate Faker down after pushing topside. Again, you see Bin having to collect those minion waves at the tower, and it's always the first move there for T1. Again, the power of Nocturne here lurking in the jungle means that BLG constantly have to defend at towers.
That's the thing you've got to be careful of. Ooh, he's going to ride that one into the tower, and they're going for the dive.
Vortigo coming out as well. Elk locked up towards the top side. The Rift Herald did charge in. Half the tower has been a loss, but BLG able to hold on to the rest of it for now.
So that's an example of what we're talking about with the Ornn ultimate, just using it as a zoning tool. I got a bit ahead of myself, expecting there to be a full-on dive. T1 going to show a lot more respect than that. But what I was trying to say earlier is that it's not the 4-man stack you've got to keep an eye on when it comes to T1. It's actually just the individual sitting on a side lane, whether it be Guma, Ona, Faker, or Zeus. They'll just push out that extra wave to get it deep, force BLG to both respond to the 2 pushing waves, and then that extra member comes and pushes in that 3rd one to then catch you off guard and then get away on this chip damage on the tower.
And the 6 grubs is so nice for them.
So powerful.
When they're constantly rotating between these towers, even though T1 have a very short range composition, they just kind of go up into range, spawn their little grub mites, and get little bits of chip damage on those towers. Meanwhile, On trying desperately to get the first step of a play, the early vision, the advanced warning, the extra information for BLG to try and craft a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, crucially, BLG have potentials to find pick. Ash Arrow is famous for catching you off guard, and that's ultimately what they're looking for, and why that highlight was so good, Kobe, because On's vision is going to be crucial to allow them to find those picks.
T1 agree with both of you. 5 sweepers. 5 sweepers and a paranoia. They're putting as much darkness on this map as they can for BLG. They realize the only way BLG really get back into this game is by finding a few of those picks, a few of those team fights where they have a numbers advantage, and by stopping them having vision anywhere, they're stopping them having that advantage.
It is something that T1 have shown so much success at this tournament. Just denying your opponents a vision and then making picks, making these plays, being very quick in their active thinking here. And so step number 1 accomplished. Step number 2 now, try and draw out BLG into the dangerous open area of the map. Dragon will arrive shortly, of which they can try and utilize that. But once again, you see T1 first on the side waves, pushing those ones in, and they have their double teleports ready, plus Nocturne ultimate.
Again, the side waves are so annoying for BLG now. It's constantly catching and catching and catching, and it's T1 that always get that push out onto mid. Holding this mid tier 1 is so valuable as well. Dragon, 20 seconds. Of course, the threat of a soul not quite there yet for either side. T1 set their sights on the enemy camps, and they're looking to suffocate BLG out from more.
All right, BLG.
Oh, the flank.
Zeus has got behind them here, brings the call of the Forge God. Paranoia, paranoia! Everyone's out to get you, Elk! He falls first, still has both his summoners. On's gonna dash away. The chase comes in by Faker, steals away the quickness. A hero's entrance from Knight just to defend. With support, T1 though find one, and they'll turn their eyes towards the Drake.
Ornn and Nocturne, it is just too dangerous to step out onto the map, out in front of any of your towers. And as soon as they do, T1 close the trap shut. They get their extra kill.
Elk doesn't even use a summoner spell, and I understand why. Like, what's the point?
He's like,
yeah,
you got me.
And he'd rather save it for the upcoming fight. He knows that there's still ways for them to come back into the game. Knight, I think, is a little too tanky to fall to this little skirmish in the mid lane. But it all comes back to what you gentlemen were talking about earlier, the denial of vision, creating this fog of war that is ever present on the side of BLG.
BLG at this point just kind of have to cobble together as much gold as they can off the map and try and create at least some more 2-item power spikes here, hopefully for Knight to get his second, and then try and rely on some magnificent team fighting. It's going to be so difficult versus T1 though. Again, Faker here, hide on bush.
This is going to chip away at Knight. Knight, as you say, very, very tanky. He has that Bramble Vest as well to try and reduce a little bit of the healing coming out from T1. The arrow comes down. Just wide of Faker, still on the chase here. The rest of BLG starting to back away, and On realizes they don't want to advance any further. Don't have the vision around the blue buff where T1 are beginning to advance themselves.
I mean, Faker does have the global aggro debuff that we've all known him to have.
Him and Timo, the two.
Yeah, BLG not going to be baited in, or they see Faker here.
Been trading with Zeus. Quickness coming out as they look to be engaged. They find Faker. So has the flash. Paranoia comes out. The pressing guard will keep Faker alive for the moment. And Carrier has a flank position of his own. Oda has the bailout on his shoulders. And Shun is already down. TP now invested from Bin or from Knight as they look to rejoin the fight. Elk goes down, on follows suit. And T1 have been able to defend Faker. They keep him alive. Faker flashes. And Knight can't find him. T1 finds 4. Only Bin left standing.
Many have tried before, but Faker does not fall that easily. His team is quick to react, and just like that, 4 members down. T1 will secure the Baron.
BLG knew we are falling behind. We have to make an attempt at a pick ourselves. They try and go at Faker, but T1 pounce in response.
It's just the one player that is so hard to catch. And that is not because he is an individual, makes these crazy outplays. It's because his team is so quick to respond. Look, Owner is there starting off the Baron with him. Immediate ultimate into the backline. He steals away the Xin Zhao ultimate to create a bit of space, but he dives into the fight. Knowing that Carrier is on the way, the heal comes through from Gumeyushi, and then the turnaround, and Faker crucially sticks around. He applies the slow onto Knight. He gets a bit of a heal as well. And then T1 turn the play around, and they hand a triple kill over to Gumeyushi.
All right, back to live. You can already see the ramifications of that play. The Baron buff in the hands of T1. Walking up these towers, they just fall over in front of them. This series here, very likely to get evened up. The response in game number 2 for T1, taking back the Silas.
They are 12,000 gold ahead or thereabouts, and T1 advance on 2 lanes. Faker in mid has stolen away Elk's ultimate and has used it to great effect so far this game. Gumeyushi has a masterworked Blade of the Ruin King alongside a Terminus and a Ginsu's. Look at Elk still about half an item behind. T1 continue to pile the pressure on. On looks for Owner, can't find him. BLG just trying to find some semblance of an engage, trying to find some way to break through the armor of T1 right now, and perhaps it's Faker that they want, but he dives back in onto Shun. Half HP now on the Xin Zhao, and T1 just chipping away. That's all they need to do. They have the Baron buff for another minute's time.
Again, Baron buff and 6 grubs just solve so many siege problems. Arrow gonna get juked.
Flash was lost there for Carrier, but the damage is still being done. BLG's picked.
There they go. Quickness, Paranoia coming out. The quickness goes in. Gumeyushi locked up here. Just doing it as well as Knight looking for the back line. But he needs to look at his own team because they are being ripped to shreds by T1. It was a valiant effort, but BLG find nothing.
Dude, both games were like clean sweep.
T1 will strike back in game number 2 to even it up here in London.
Try as you might, T1 are on home turf. And we're going to a best of 3.
Lethal efficiency from T1 as they change up the draft. And even though they concede first blood, they're able to bounce back with some incredible team fights.
Both teams have been so good at snowballing their lead, so good when they get ahead.
They really have. It's been a seesaw so far. BLG had game 1, T1 showed up very solidly in game 2. The question is, will that seesaw continue to swing the way it has, or will we see BLG maybe go to the blue side for the first time here in the World's Finals?
I'm just gonna use
Everybody's been looking at Yone as this pick all tournament long, but really Silas may be stealing the show.
It certainly may very well be. Now, you can dominate the Rift with Opera GX and have a chance to secure a Masterwork chest and key to Celebrate Finals. Get your official league mods for your browser, access a dedicated Riot Corner for tournament news, and enjoy a brand new co-streaming hub. We'll be back after this.
1, 2, 3. It's like 5 times.
dominate the Rift with Opera GX. Install any official LoL esports mod from GX Store to unlock bonus content and features. Browse the collection and choose a mod. Open GX Corner and scroll to the Riot section with a brand new co-streaming hub. Set your language and choose a stream. Only on the browser for gamers. Only on Opera GX.
Crushed by your own gravity.
I'll be your monster. This is necessary.
Holy shit, Desert.
No power in this world can stop me.
Like they try to open the door. What the fuck?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hit the ground, I'm on gold. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it, I'm back on 100. I'm ready, I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode, God level, cheat code, new age, hero, good verse, evil. I'm on the move. I'm on the move. I'm putting in work. I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power. I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, saving the day. No one ahead of me. I'm on the right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me your
You got game 2's on this. I'll be back on it. Yeah.
This fire lives in my soul. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go. Cause the climb's all that I know. And I face it all on my own. So my name will be known. Yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me your
BLG in a similar fashion like BLG dealt that first blow in game 1, and that's what we love to see. With that, I mean that we get at least 4 games. I would like to see a game that is incredibly close and comes down to the wire in the last fight, but you gotta compliment T1's approach in that game and the way that they made sure that they could push their advantage.
Yeah, it's actually really cool because me and Chronicler were talking about how both of these teams are so good when they're ahead, right? Like, they know exactly what they want to do with their leads, which is why I think we've seen 2 very lopsided games, and we have a great series already.
And what they do with their lead is punch your face in repeatedly, right? And it's such a sharp contrast to some of the other teams that we've seen this tournament. They just keep fighting.
Absolutely. I mean, it's 2 of the teams that have the highest kills per game of any team in the world. They're both early aggressive teams. They know how to snowball. It's both through fighting, so you just guarantee you're going to get action.
Yeah, it's that theory of if we keep punching hard and we make the right decisions, we can balloon this gold lead. We see other teams that sit back. They play the macro game a little bit more. I'm talking about you, Genji. And it doesn't always work out, as we see.
Both teams subscribe to the theory, when you're ahead, you have the advantage, so you should team fight. And when you fall behind, the only way to come back is also team fight.
Excellent. We love it. So, level 1-wise, though, again, the same story as game 1.
And I sure speak for everyone that is on the side of T1. I was never worried as we look back to game number 1. And this, to me, felt like such a, again, credit to BLG for the amount of prep that they do and how confident they are in these level 1s. They clearly have done a really good job of knowing what the movements for T1 are.
Yeah, makes sense, but if you're T1, how the hell are you falling into this trap twice?
I don't know, and I do hope they don't fall for it a third time. I imagine they had a expectation that BLG was going to play on the opposite side of the map, maybe opt into a swap to deny that Renata-Kalista combo, but didn't end up working out.
Did I hear swap?
Oh my gosh, okay, so they wouldn't let me do a lane swap telestrator because they're too boring.
They can't stop
but
you!
They're not going to keep me down. So T1 lane swap, just as I wanted them to. Yeah, actually, do you,
no, just a bit higher up, just a bit higher up.
All right, so here we go. This is XP difference, right? You see, this is pretty much from that level 1 that we just did, but look at this. Keria almost up 1K ahead of their opponent. They made BLG have to respond to them on the map. They set up to get 6 grubs, which T1 is so good with their grub usage when they overload to try to attack turrets. We saw it from them in their last series as well. 13-18, that's special because that's around the time that On got level 6. He was so far set behind, and it really looked like BLG didn't necessarily know how to respond particularly well in certain situations in this lane swap, so credit to T1.
And it's such a big thing for T1 because they were not the lane swap team, right? That was Genji for basically the entirety of the year, and it wasn't really, I'd argue, until Worlds that we really saw them be able to get leads consistently.
Yeah, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network around the Herald, they were caught, but they weren't, Azale.
Exactly, and I actually thought this was going to go really bad for T1 because while Faker didn't base, he arrives to this fight at low health. Knight had base, they come back, but look at this, there's no mark from Shun on Faker, so he gets knocked over the wall. The hostile takeover from Keria, it just absolutely destroys BLG. The re-engage from T1 was immense, and to me, this was the end of the game.
Yeah, and it's kind of like we talked about, Azale, with what do we want Keria on, right? Like, this Renata is such a signature pick for him because of how aggressive he plays it. All 3 of us wanted him on something with more agency, and we absolutely, all 4 of us, wanted him on something with more agency, and he absolutely delivered. And I also want to put our attention to that top lane because even though Bin did more damage, I think Zeus has actually gotten the better of Bin in both of these games.
And a lot of that, to me, comes down to that Rumble. And it's not like Bin doesn't know how to play the champion, but we all know what champions he excels on, right? It kind of goes back to the point we made about Keria, which is with the Jax and the Camille, the playmaking that he is able to find so consistently is so much better. And I do think as we go to blue side, I do expect it to swap up because T1 100% has to ban that Yone and that Aurora, which really limits him and should open up some possibilities for BLG.
I mean, it's going to make it so interesting, right? Because we have that swap, and now this is where we get to see the adaptations coming into this third game. Do they identify that, hey, we need to enable Bin more in the 1v1, or are they confident that if they execute in 5v5s, the Rumble is still going to be all right? I really think that this game is going to set the tone for the rest of the series.
That's a great last note. Let's hit it back over to our casters to get us into game 3.
Let's get into it. 1-1, both slaughters so far. I would like a close game.
Same.
I'm going to be honest.
Yes.
I think it's...
we deserve one,
you know,
I feel. The audience deserves one.
Both teams have been like... They've got their wins. now just give us a close one. We don't really mind who wins.
Fair is fair. Each got to stomp once. Now we get to see a close couple of games.
Exactly.
Let's get into it, though. Of course, the level 1s have resulted in first bloods both times around.
Yep.
So we'll keep
Poor Gumayushi.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that as well.
We have seen BLG actually swap to the blue side for this game as well. So it's the first time we'll be seeing them on the blue side this series. Do you guys think there's much that changes with that?
Well, this time round, we know that T1 will likely be forced to both ban Aurora and Yone.
True.
Which means that BLG kind of like free up a ban. I'm interested to see what their priority is. Based on the sound effects, that does sound like a different first ban, and it is. Forest going to be banned on the side of BLG. I wonder if they're going to look to implement a similar approach. No, they're going to ban away the Ashe themselves, and this is definitely screaming a Kalista first pick for BLG.
Yeah, because T1 kept on giving BLG the Ashe over to them when they are on red side, so they don't want to do the same thing. Definitely knowing the power of that. I think the real question here for T1 is, in addition to Yone and Aurora bans, is Jax still going to be like your target ban third? Are you still keeping that out of Bin's hands? Or do you feel confident to let them get it and play, the Gragas or the Gnar into it for Zeus, or even the Maokai top?
Because by leaving the Jax open, you're forcing BLG to make a choice between Kalista and Jax. And I think that T1 is likely considering that possibility. So I imagine, well, Vi is left available. So Kalista Vi, if the Jax is left open, and that's locked in first for BLG, I think that T1 would be very happy with that, using all the time that Nico is going to be banned. So here's the Jax. Let's see what BLG choose to do with it.
My Sylas prio is also really high here. So Jax prio, Sylas prio, as well as Kalista prio.
Those are the three that really spring to mind. For T1 as well, the Vi has got its way through. BLG have banned it out in both games so far. Looks like it is going to be Kalista first for BLG.
And I think the response will be a Jax from Zeus. Even though we know Bin for the champion, Zeus is no stranger to it himself, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the Jax plus the Vi locked in here for T1. Maybe the Poppy. Oh, the Renata, of course. Why not? It's been such a fantastic pick for Carrier.
And you do not want to give over Kalista Renata. The pairing is terrifying here. Pretty good response, honestly, I would say, from T1. Of course, Elk on the Kalista is such a fearsome bottom lane. We'll see what they can end up pairing it with, though. On likely going to try and get a pick here before this next round of bans come in.
Looks like Bin's just going to play the same thing he's played in every game so far. There is the Rumble for BLG.
Shoutouts to Bin also, because he's put so much work in on this Rumble. He spammed it in solo queue. It's one of his most played on his solo queue accounts here, and was spamming so many games. Saw him on it in Champions queue as well.
Are we going to get this locked in? We are! Blitzcrank for On as an answer to the Renata. I think it can be a great pick. And On, when he gets out on the map, he's going to be lethal.
The Ballista combo! I love this combo! This is one of the most funny combos you could possibly have for the mega grabs. This would be such a big step up, though. So much playmaking pressure on a Blitzcrank to really be effective and find value.
Also so reliant on having good vision control through the game, because Blitzcrank is basically impossible to play if the enemy sees you all of the time. All you're doing is running at them and hoping that they don't manage to dodge away from your hook.
And then the last of those like prio picks that we were talking about, T1 do collect the Sylas as well.
And you think the ultimates are always what your key Rumble. Kalista potentially can be valuable, but also the juiced up AP scaling Blitz ult can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it actually is.
Now the Akali going to be banned away. That respect being shown tonight. I wonder what else they could be thinking of. Maybe the Syndra, even a possibility. The problem with Knight is he has such a deep champion pool. At least he showcased, like, do you also ban the Ahri away? We've seen Sylas used from both mid laners, isn't even an answer into the Ahri. Is that something that they want to potentially deny? Is Sejuani taken away on the side of BLG?
Yeah, trying to focus. It's such an obvious ban here with Jax and Sylas, double melee solo laners. That would just be way too much power for Owner. But you were talking about the Vi earlier as well, Vidius. That is something that Owner has played a lot at this tournament. In fact, the most at this tournament, and has been critical in them getting some of those picks.
I think the Vi might open you up to perhaps a Poppy pick from BLG. It gives you like a lot of power. There's already a bunch of dashes. You can put Poppy into the jungle. Shun could look just for some of that control into T1.
The thing that stands out to me was that Draven ban from PLG recognizing that what's a good pairing with the Renata? Oh yeah.
Ooh, there we go. It was banned out in the second round of bans last game. Now we get to see the Kindred Galio combination from Shun and Knight. Shun is one of these players that has the signature Kindred as well as Nidalee. It was such a big pick for him at the MSI meta as well, and very, very excited to see him on it. It's with double AP solo laners as well. It's with playmakers in a Blitzcrank and a Galio for you on the front lines.
So while the Rumble and Galio for PLG remain the same, the other components are vastly different. And I mean, a lot of faith is being put in Shun and Elk here, especially when you think of the superstars of this roster and this BLG roster are Knight and Bin. They're the players that everyone talks about. They're the individuals that when you look at the immaculate carry performances, it's not like Elk is a stranger to it, but those two are the historical players that are expected to make it to these large international finals. And now the carry responsibility going to be falling on Shun, going to be falling on Elk. We'll see how they perform.
I think it's so incredible for Shun's story as well. You know, splitting time at this tournament is a very difficult thing to do as a professional player, to have to share practice time and go in and out of the roster. But coming in on this type of pick, BLG are saying we have confidence in you to not only be in here and play with us, but also play off of our picks. It's incredibly important for Kindreds to have strong lanes to play off of. Galio has so much setup. You can try and go there for kills, plenty of CC for you, but also help you control the marks. And the Galio ultimate is just such a nice layer on top of Kindred ultimates here. So tons of synergy and tons of faith here, BLG showing in their jungler.
Here we go. It's game 3 of the World's Final in the O2 Arena. We've seen both teams both rise to the occasion, but also be burnt down by their opposition. It has been very one-sided in the wins. One at home, got to remember that you can log in to your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and capsules. If you haven't done it already, you should definitely do it, because we're going to have 3 more games of this. Calling it now.
Hope so.
All the way to 5. BLG on the blue side for the first time. Their level 1s have been a sight to behold so far.
Bin has been on Rumble too,
T1 are stacking up, ready and waiting, aware that BLG are looking for something.
And I already love what BLG have done here, getting the ward in there onto the blue buff to make sure that you know which side owner is starting on. If you don't see him on the blue buff, by process of elimination, you know he's going to just start on the top side down. And Kindred into Vi is such a fun matchup there, mostly for the Kindred side. So we'll see about the lane swap coming out. Kalista plus Blitzcrank up to the top side here. Meanwhile, rotation over to the other side, and it looks like it is going to be Kindred actually starting on technically their weak side.
And just path up towards the top side. Last time we saw a lane swap, both the junglers could just do full clears. We didn't see that invade that often you do see. Elkanon here going to be able to deny Zeus away from the wave. He immediately goes back just to help Ono with the Krugs. Gumayushi going out this wave. Knight going in already, hit the level 2. Faker takes a chunk of his HP for the pleasure of stepping up in the lane.
Look at the positioning of Ben in the bot lane. He is hiding just off in the fog of war, but close enough to actually get a bit of experience. He's about half a bar towards that level 2. Carrier, though, going to spot him out, actually walks up and says, no, I'm going to deny that experience and try and mitigate it as much as possible. This is different from the typical lane swaps we've seen a lot at the World Championship. Similar to what we saw in the previous game, rather than splitting the map, as you guys were highlighting, it is going to be these jungle full clears, pathing away from their weak side of the map, which means the threat of a dive is a little bit lower. But I'm keeping my eye on Ona right now. The pings have come down from Shun that Ona is likely on his wolves. With the pressure the Knight has in mid lane, it becomes harder for Faker to be able to roam down to join in a potential early game dive.
BLG also pushed their wave quickly here, while T1 actually just the last hitting, just the slowly building, pushing wave. And so this one crashing a bit later into Bin. He's still going to be able to get his level 2 though, and Owner still being on Grump means he's not currently under the extra pressure just yet. Plenty of time for the swap back here. Elkanon, they go for the recall after quickly pushing the wave like we talked about on top side into the rotation over.
See if Shun does win out on the coin flip that happens with the first Scuttle Crabs when you're playing on this Kindred. You can see all-time 35 and 15 on this pick, but it is a lot of weight to be put on his shoulders. Remember, coming into, well, LPL Summer Playoffs, it was Wei who was the first pick jungler for BLG. Coming into Worlds, it was Wei who was the first pick jungler. Ever since Shun came in, the team seems to have that little bit more coordination, but it's still a lot of weight of expectation when you get given a pick like this.
And since the Kindred mark for the very first spawn is just on Scuttle Crabs, he can just wait.
True.
As long as the other Scuttle Crab already taken there, you just wait and it will pop up eventually here on your Scuttle Crab as well. Just don't rush it down, but Zeus goes down for a little ward on it as well.
But it's going to land here onto Carrier. You can see the damage already going down into him. Gumayushi putting the feathers out. The Blade Caller doesn't connect with the root onto Elk.
Now we're going to see an interesting skirmish around that Scuttle, I expect, because a ward was placed by
I wonder why he
Zeus to
flashed.
spot
He
it
wasn't
out.
in threat
You
of
can see
dying,
Ona
though.
making his way towards it. Faker has to base, though, has no mana. Going to be forced to TP back into lane. Knight has the push. And here we go. The mark is there.
Can he burst it down here? He has smite. Yoink.
He does. Ona manages to stop it from happening. But Shun is looking for more. He flashes forward. Knight on the flank as well. Ona's going to flash away. Counter-strike out from Zeus. Not quite able to connect. And the shooter Durand with the stun. It's first blood again. The third time in 3 games for BLG.
A nice punish from BLG.
They
Shun
burned a lot
saying,
of
I'm not going to let you get away with that. And he's able to secure the first Raptors respawn.
And I love this trick for Kindred players because, yeah, you're like, oh no, you technically stole away my first mark. Guess what? You were marked. And we got the kill on you. So he still got his mark.
Beautiful start for Shun. First blood, 3rd game in a row now for BLG. This time Gumayushi will avoid that advantage for BLG, but a small gold lead now. I guess you could say, unfortunately, it doesn't go onto the Kindred, but Bin, I think, putting that kill onto him, definitely a good place to get that gold.
I just love to see that too, because you know, everybody in solo queue, when you're playing against Kindreds, you always focus so much on denying them their marks and stealing them their marks. But in this scenario, you actually give over even more than if you had just let him grab the Scuttle. Mid lane prio, that's what it really comes back to. Knight there on the Galio, enabling his jungler again.
I will say, BLG burnt 3 flashes to do that. Ona only burnt 1. Obviously, he did give across first blood, but there are some windows now where perhaps T1 can punish the fact that this Rumble in the top lane doesn't have a flash anymore, and you have a Jax with a flash and a Vi who can come in for the follow-up.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, Medic, because the bot lane of T1 have moved to the top side, knowing that the Grub's spawning right now. The bot lane of BLG is also on their way. The wave is being pushed in mid, and BLG want to punish Faker.
Faker has flash, but the flash in from On into the pullback. Faker's down. On secures the kill.
We get to see some blitzcrank value there. Goes in, immediately makes the play while Owner actually yoinked away one of the Grubs. That's all you really need out of the first pack to at least put the threat of 4 on the second pack.
I mean, the good news from Faker's perspective is the kill went down to On. Bit of a mistiming on the Rend execution from Elk, meaning that he didn't quite have the damage to get the kill, so the Ignite ended up finishing it off. And Faker also didn't burn any summoners in that trade. He's now going to path up towards top, catch that wave as the bot lane of T1 transitions over to mid lane to match that of Elk and On.
2 marks here for Shun. Again, the 4th mark is where you get your nice range increase and you're fully operational. That's your big goal. And the Kindred here off to a very good start in this Kindred-centric comp. But there it is again.
I love the flash rocket punch because it really negates the ability for Faker to flash away. If you flash outside of the auto range, it's still going to connect. You still get knocked up, and then the grab comes out afterwards anyway.
Yeah, there was very little that Faker could do. He burnt everything to just try and push the wave out. And so I guess the good news as well is that BLG didn't have a wave to actually push the mid tower. So they were able to get a single grub, which is definitely still an advantage because it means that on the next grub spawn, you can still look to try and contest, maybe even get 3 grubs for yourself, bringing you up to potentially 4. In any case, we turn our attention towards the Dragon as the next major objective. 80 carries have moved towards the mid lane. You can see that Knight once again finds push on the bot side of the map, and it is going to be BLG to start this objective off.
Yeah, should be them finishing it off as well. I think it would be ridiculous for T1 to try and go contest that, so they just teleport up to the top side. Zeus will collect the minion wave there. No reason to throw anything else into this BLG fire that is growing in the early game.
Setting your sights on top lane as well. I thought Carrier was actually looking for a roam up towards top, but good vision coverage from T1 on that side of the map. it would be a situation where Bin is at risk of getting dived, but with the wave situated as it is, he's chosen to back off, going back to base, and knowing that he is prone for a dive. And I wonder if he's going to path back up towards mid, or if he sets his sights back on top lane. It looks like top lane is his plan.
And I want to see BLG continue with these aggressive looks. Because they are running the Galio here for Knight, it really enables the aggressive positioning from either Shun or on here, constantly looking for plays on T1 members in rotations, between those lanes swapping over. So let's see if they can actually make use of it. Currently, keeping on an Elk through mid lane here, trying to deny this cannon. And it does go down there. Nicely done.
Ultimately, though, it's a very even game state. Even though there is a small goal lead in favor of BLG, a lot of that is sitting in the top lane in favor of Bin, thanks to the early kill that he was able to get. But this is what we wanted to see. Both teams relatively even, setting up nicely for a dragon.
I will say, at around the 10-minute mark in both the previous games, this was about the gold lead as well, Vetty. So until we get past 15 minutes...
I'm going to be optimistic, Medic.
Cool. You want to be optimistic, I can understand that. It is relatively even right now, but often the game starts to explode around that 15-minute mark.
It certainly does. First items are going to be crucial. You'll notice that Bin looking to rush his Leandries, get that item completed as quickly as possible, something that we often see on these rumbles, whereas the early prioritization on the Merc Treads from Zeus makes a lot of sense. Both the Galio and the Rumble, very valuable things to have Merc Treads against. But no...
Bin is like gapping Zeus every game though.
Time. And Knight continuing to trade with Faker.
But like it's like the teams that bring it back and forth.
Both the teams just willing to have this push and pull between the waves, you know. It's about getting towards those first items, getting towards the next neutral objective that's spawning. So although it looks like it's in action, it's just these small microcosms of action happening in each lane to try and find those minute advantages.
And now you got to check those reset timers actually just before the second pack of grubs. A little interruption there, and now Faker cancels his recall on the bomb side, so he's not going for his base preemptively. Goes back to deal with the wave that Knight is pushing up.
Bin getting a nice push here. Yeah. Is sitting on just short of 1,000 gold right now. He has the Rumble ultimate as well. He's going to use it to clear the wave. They're looking for a dive.
TP coming in, might just be looking for another plate here as well. Knight going in with the taunt. Bin doesn't really have much left. Put the damage down. Shun on his way across them, and we'll have that Lamb's Respite. Zeus already down to 300 HP. Looking for a leap strike away, but Zeus falls. Knight takes the tower. Meanwhile, the hostile takeover goes just short of Elk as he flashes to safety. BLG able to survive down towards the bottom side.
Beautiful reward there for BLG getting their first.
Ooh. Flash hook from on, they look for more. Faker goes back in, but the hero's entrance will bring Knight coming crashing down. Faker down to 300 HP. Bin now has that flank position, and the Leandry's complete. Owner jumps onto him with the Bolt Breaker and is able to keep him away from Faker for the moment. Faker dashes across the wall. Carrier's life will be forfeit to keep Faker alive. Brings out the bailout, but falls immediately.
Why does that dude look so pissed? Like, there's a dude going like putting his head down.
Beautifully done there.
He probably put money on the game.
BLG, as you say, they're not done yet. Still seeking Faker.
Oh, but he didn't spot him. He doesn't actually know if he interrupted him or not. He's fishing for him. He's hunting. He wonders if Faker's still here.
Now he's seen him. Where are you going to go, Faker? Already absconded, already abducted. Elk is on his way to try and accept this kill as a tribute to him. Knight comes in from the side. We'll make sure that Faker doesn't have the luxury of executing.
That's 5 kills now for BLG, 11.5 minutes in. They have just been finding pick after pick, and it was such a well-executed dive on the top side, converted into a nice setup on the grubs, that BLG are once again outplaying T1.
And I want to highlight how BLG did it. They took over the jungle first. They're positioning first towards the objective, and then they got the early route through your jungle with the extra wards there, and being able to pull off that dive with the teleport. Nicely done. I have to say, though, fellas, are we in store for a third stomp in this game?
This is why you don't talk in 10 minutes, Vetty. Yeah, 12 minutes in, it is a massive lead now for BLG. 3,000 gold ahead. They're getting those first items complete as well. It's an opportunity first for Elk. Faker has managed to get himself a rocket belt, so he is kind of equivalent with Knight, but Knight has 1,000 gold lead and is starting to build up towards those next items.
And what's fascinating is it's a quiet game for Knight, but his impact has been instrumental.
Yeah.
you'll see it in a lot of the trades that he has against Faker, but he's just out pushing Faker in the side lane, building a CS lead, building an experience lead that we didn't get to see in Game 2, but then that converted pressure is working wonders on the map.
And that battle in the mid lane is one that has been raging for years. Knight, domestically a Titan, has the tied most domestic titles of any mid laner in the LPL. Obviously, Faker stands above it all, stands atop the mountain, but Knight has yet to have that international success at Worlds. He's won an MSI with JDG in 2023, but Worlds is yet to become his playground as BLG look for a play on the top side. Equalizer down, Owner able to dodge away with the Vault Breaker, escapes the rocket grab from On. Will they look for more? They still have the Lamb's Respite, remember, from the Kindred. That invulnerability field, as Zeus is down to about half HP, he gets the leap strike out, and BLG will just force T1 away for now.
Yeah, T1 have to leave because Knight is in mid lane threatening that Galio ultimate. This mid laner you're talking about that does so much for his team on the Galio. Their game versus HLE, especially some of these team fights, people were popping off. Elk, oh my god, insane play in these team fights, but that actually created so much space for him. Carrier actually, Renata ultimate.
Oh my god, I mean, this is such a crazy thing that's happening right now. T1 committed the teleport to the bot side knowing that that was their only option for a cross map, but Knight again got to bot wave and able to clear things out. T1 quickly adapt though, they convert their pressure into mid, they're able to unlock that tower while BLG actually keep the bot tower alive. Knight doesn't quite interrupt the reset from Faker. And now T1 can convert this into a dragon, but I think BLG is still more than happy with how things have played out.
Yeah, they want to keep on snowballing here, get the Rift Tail, keep on taking down these towers, open up more space.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I can
see
a world where this is gonna go to Game 5.
Backed up by the threat of a Galio ultimate, the invades coming from Kindred, so much more fearsome when you have that defense of a Galio ult coming through, or even the long range of Rumble ultimates being able to follow there. So BLG again resetting after the Rift Herald as Knight pushes up once again, but they can immediately send that Rift Herald and everybody towards mid lane to try and pressure and knock down the domino line of outer towers.
Managing to open up that mid lane tier 1 as well just gives you so much more flexibility on the map. You can step into the jungle, you can start to steal away these camps. It's what we've seen both teams do so well from an advantageous position throughout this series. BLG 4,500 gold ahead, and they are forcing T1 out of their jungle. T1, thankfully for them, managed to pick up these camps before BLG were able to make their advance, but BLG will use that pressure to push through bot. They still have the Rift Herald in pocket as well if they want to look for a tier 2 down here, or if they do want to open up mid.
I mean, just look at the pressure that BLG is exerting right now on the minimap. It feels like that everything is collapsing for T1. They're trying their best across map, but that top tower is barely dented. Zeus should be able to get it, but they're going to lose so much in exchange. The bot tier 2 is going to be secured. BLG ballooning their gold lead now to 6k.
And all the towers are not equal value. The outer tower is 550 gold for your team. The secondary towers on the side lanes only worth a full 800 for your team, so even bigger rewards there still for BLG, and while they're investing their Rift Herald into those tier 2s, so many of the towers already wiped clean off the map, and it really does show in their gold lead.
I think what's crucial about this draft as well is we saw it in Game 1 where by leaving the Yone open, BLG were able to find a way in which they could shut down T1. Not only did T1 get the Silas, Owner got his Vi, Gumayushi got his hands on the Xayah, and Carrier got Renata. Like, you look at this draft from T1, it's like, there's a lot of very comfort picks here. Zeus, also a very good Jax player. And BLG are just running rings around them. The way that they're finding these picks, the way that they're executing upon these plays, to see T1 being put under this kind of pressure is something that we really haven't seen any team do at this World Championship.
Yeah, specifically at this World Championship, though, because in the LCK Summer, we saw this a lot. We saw T1 struggling to have the coordination that we've seen from them at Worlds. Remember, they were only just the 4th seed from the LCK, one game away from it being KT, who perhaps would be here today. BLG, though, have been like this the entire year, from spring to MSI and now into Worlds. They are a dominant team, and when they get a lead at 15 minutes, they have about an 88% win rate, and we've seen that so far at this tournament. Heroes entrance coming out. T1 trying to defend this mid-tier 1. Knight locked up underneath the tower, but it is down tanky right now, and already Owner is down. The counter Heroes entrance coming out from Faker. He stole one away just to escape the play.
It's 1-on-1.
BLG lose Knight, but they take the mid-tier 1.
Ooh, that was very aggressive. On under tower, they go for the Blitzcrank ult, and they start the play very, very early. They still get it, and they trade in the kills.
I really thought that was going to be a huge throw for BLG. T1 did a good job of clearing out the wave first, before then turning their attention onto BLG, and it felt like that their focus was divided between the tower and the fight, but somehow they get away with a 1-for-1 along with securing the objective.
Yeah, again, and the extra objective you talk about, yeah, the outer tower, 500 gold, plus the kills, but here's the early hook on the Blitzcrank to start it out. So they're still tanking tower a bit. They're fine with it. Galio ult comes down. Renata does delay them under it. Then they're trying to both get their kills, but then also finish off the tower.
Ends up being Knight falling in exchange for Ona. Faker steals away the Galio ultimate to help with the disengage. You can feel the tension in the arena as T1, their backs are getting closer and closer to that wall. BLG continuing to extend the gold lead. Dragon spawns in 55 seconds. You imagine the T1 is going to look to concede this objective, as right now they're not really in a position to win a fight.
Importantly for Shun, he was able to pick up a mark in that fight on Ona and also take away a gromp that was marked from Ona's jungle. So now he is at 4 marks. It was a very long time coming. Often you see, especially in solo queue, you see Kindreds really get those marks racked up early, but when you're not having as much action, it's harder to find them. And when the enemy team is playing around taking those camps away, obviously it will take you a little bit longer. But that Kindred, very much a champion now, has all of that extended extra range coming out from the marks.
And they have complete control here leading up to the Dragon. T1 doing their best to try and get some safe vision through their own jungle, but it's just so scary, constantly having to deal with On just fishing, throwing out these hooks from Blitzcrank. And there's so much extra power here on the side of BLG with all their money.
Faker steals away the equalizer pin, puts one down of his own, but the rest of BLG are here to join the party. Outnumbered, outgunned. Faker falls in the side lane, tries to clear out the wave. I think that cannon will survive, as will the backcasters.
I mean, often we talk about how when teams commit into collapsing onto Faker, something is often lost as a consequence, but here, Faker is just overextended on the side lane. He has no tier 2 tower to run to, and there's nowhere else on the map that T1 can really put pressure down towards. So BLG, they secure themselves another pick. They're going to secure the Dragon uncontested, kind of as we expected. And T1, the best they can look for is vision on the top side of the map, ready for a potential Baron play.
All right, finish up in their own jungle first to take all of the rewards. I mean, Bin just kind of walked up to him on the side lane and take away the jungle camps, take away their lives. Another mark here for Shun. 6 now on the Kindred, really accelerated.
BLG in a commanding position. I was the one that said I expected a closer game here. I was looking forward to some very close
7-1 Brazil.
After the top lane tower dive, BLG have just been in the driver's seat. T1, their tools, their option, the way in which they can come back into this game is trying to find picks. They have Vi and they have Silas. Great setup for a potential catch on a side lane. The problem is they can't really get much control over the side lanes as BLG look to do to T1 what they were doing to them in game 2 by just constantly keeping these waves pushed in and suffocating their vision, making T1's playmaking options very limited.
There's one flank ward in the top lane. You can see just next to where the blue buff would be. There's one in the mid lane as well. Knight here stepping forward. Faker spotted on vision as T1 decide not to pull the trigger on the plays. Zeus and Faker do have their teleport, so if you're looking to shut someone down, Knight is an option because he will often be on that side lane, but he has 2 items already, Riftmaker as well, giving him that Omni-Vamp if he's in combat for a long time. And with Shun waiting around the corner, might come around towards mid. TP behind, they're looking for the play. It's Knight who's locked down, the rest of BLG are trying to get into it. TP coming out as well, the hostile takeover used.
Nice.
Immediately locks up Bin, but look at the damage. There just is none. And now Shun is here to join the battle. Zeus tries to jump on top of him. Knight falling low, he gets the taunt though, and Bin's already on a rampage.
Oh, it's so
Owen
weird.
has to dash away. Kuma didn't even get an opportunity to join the fray. And On doesn't want to give him an opportunity to leave. BLG 5-4, and Baron is on the menu.
They go at Knight, but he's too tanky, and BLG are going to respond in kind. The Baron will be theirs.
They were limited on their options, but the TP flank was a great idea. The problem is the damage. You highlighted it, Kobe. Knight was too tanky. They didn't have enough. And on the re-engage, BLG just melted T1.
We look like we're gonna get another one-sided game in this series, back and forth. BLG here kind of on the precipice, winning this one, pushing them to a match point in the series. Here's another look at it. As you say, T1 know that they are falling so far behind in this game. They've got to try and make one of these overloaded plays to the side lane. So they try and get the jump on tonight, but it's so difficult. The defense there, Bin immediately arrives, Shun right afterwards, and so they don't even have to use a Kindred ultimate. Didn't even force anything out of BLG there, just too far ahead.
And then look at the damage that's going to come through from Elk as well. Going for the lethality build, that Q just tore Gumayusi apart. And I mean, BLG now with the lead that they have, they'll be setting their sights on the inhibitor towers of T1's base. T1 have to be thinking about game 4. They bounced back incredibly well in game 2. You imagine they'll be looking to get back onto the blue side, but this game feels done and dusted. It's just a matter of how BLG put the final nail in the coffin.
If you're T1, you need something miraculous right now, but we've already seen how the damage lacks, especially if Gumayusi isn't there. Faker has finished up his Rift Maker, but he's sitting at 0-4-1 in this game. Has been well and truly shut out by BLG, who are now advancing through the top side. Knight has the hero's entrance to join a play if it does occur. BLG, though, can just step forward. T1 really can't find an avenue to approach this next fight on. Looking for the Hex Flash hook. Doesn't quite connect. Knight, though, doesn't have a wave in the mid lane. Could go across towards bot. The next wave still about 20 seconds away from crashing into that mid lane inhibitor tower. And here's the engage. Knight locked up, tried to Justice Punch away, but once again, T1 are engaging on the tankiest member of BLG, and they can't find anything with it. That's a Fate's Call used. That's the hostile takeover invested as well from Keria, and BLG shrug it off, shrug their shoulders, and begin the advance once again.
T1, and not much they can do in the face of this LPL onslaught. They're just gonna have to watch 2 inhibitors go down, and still—
I don't think they're gonna stop at 2.
Still, they've got another 34 seconds left on this Baron, and so they're immediately pushing this one down as well.
I mean, all I'm thinking of right now is what a great story for Shun it has been. You guys already mentioned what happened during the regular season with the income of Wei, but to bring out the Kindred now, once again, the TP flank.
Hook going down, cease and desist. They're looking to lock down Shun. Kerry already fallen as the hero's entrance will block Shun from taking any more damage. Alongside that, for Lamb's Respite. T1 have lost their support, but can they find the fight? Zeus pulls a stopwatch, doesn't have much mana left. As Knight goes in for the engage and still lands the taunt. Gumayusi down to half HP. Zeus has already fallen as BLG continue to advance. Owner, Gumayusi, and Faker trying to hold the line here. They managed to find something. They got 2 kills out of it, but they've lost 3 inhibs for it.
I mean, it's the best fight that T1 have been able to find so far in this game. The problem is they're too far behind. At the end of that fight, Knight literally just walked menacingly towards T1 and said, "You're not defending this inhibitor, concede it now." And they're gonna get a dragon as well. BLG, 3 inhibitors secured, dragon as well.
Here's another look at it. The teleport very deep in the jungle. Oh, that was quite nice, actually. Owner with his ultimate able to still stay connected, but they have the emergency buttons of the Galio and the Kindred ultimate, which kept their backline alive while they killed off Keria.
Flash in from Guma, throws out the ulti to secure the kill onto On. Zeus, though, he'd already committed everything to try and getting a kill. Means that on the retreat, it ends up being a trade back. And Guma, with no flash, leaves him more susceptible. But I mean, right now, T1, they're just left with the scraps of their base as BLG walk away with everything.
BLG on the precipice of winning this series, of claiming the world title once again. It's been 4 years ago on Suning. He wasn't quite able to take that final hurdle. Coming back here, he said, "I want to win the glory back for the LPL." And I think that resurrection for the LPL, that redemption so important for them. Redemption as well for BLG as they lost to Weibo last year and weren't able to make it to the finals. Now, with 3 waves of super minions pushing in, BLG are forcing T1 to make their final stand in this game. Owner goes in with a bolt breaker, hooked in as well, the cease and desist. Silence ultimate stolen away. A hero's entrance is followed by a second, but it looks like Faker's more like Icarus than any hero taking to the skies. Knight pumps a stopwatch, T1 go pop. Zeus locked up towards the top side, already 4 for naught for BLG. as they are looking to take us to match point.
A convincing Game 3 victory from BLG. Bin calm and cool as he walks off the stage. But BLG have come into this series looking nothing but confident.
I'll be back when the
You could say that again. Straight from draft, straight from the level ones, in game, clean.
It really was. We're going to be back with Game 4 in just a few moments' time. Don't you dare go anywhere.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Heavy is the crowd.
You wish.
In the dojo. You wanna head high? In the dojo. I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's inside is igniting. Keep control, I'm like a bomb sticking. Hit, explode, I won't be so forgiving. Cross me twice, no, I won't let it go. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. Words unspoken, I'm not afraid to say it now. Set in motion what I've kept underground. Don't crack under pressure. I'm built like a rough machine.
forward. Knight on the flank as well. Ona's going to flash away. Counter-strike out from Zeus. Not quite able to connect. The shooters around.
BLG want to punish Faker.
Faker has flash, but the flash in from on into the pullback. Faker's down. Knight falling low. He gets the taunt though, and Bin's already on a rampage. Ona has to dash away. Guma didn't even get an opportunity to join the fray. And On doesn't want to give him an opportunity to leave.
BLG finally wants to bring the Summoners Cup back to China. They are the first to arrive at match point. They take game 3, and again, we saw such a convincing game from the team that gets ahead. Doc, that you're joining us again, and it's just probably what you love to see. You did predict them to win the series.
I think it's just sick to see how both these teams, though, are stepping up massively when it comes to getting these early leads and snowballing out of control. Game 2, it was all those topside fights that end up winning out for T1. Then we get into game 3, and it's the top side that's winning out for BLG. On opening up on these roams to the mid lane, punishing Faker. It was sick to see BLG get that early control.
It's also, with every passing minute and passing game in this series, so funny to see both teams be like, what do we do when we're behind? Because so much of their problem solving is rooted in just going in face first. But you see, with the goal deficits that are being created in these mid-games consistently, you don't have that opportunity, and neither team then has really been able to set up the cross maps to try and stay relevant in the game.
And that's where, of course, I have to press you a little bit, Maurits, as the aficionado from the LCK. Isn't T1 the team that always knows how to come back in games? Isn't T1 the team that when we were watching them versus Gen G in that first game and they were behind, we said the Baron is about to come? I've seen none of that today.
At Worlds, yes. But what we're now slowly seeing, particularly with...
We are at Worlds! We're in the final!
I know! Hear me out! But for the entirety of Summoner, even going back to Spring, there were a lot more moments like this. And I think, unfortunately, particularly with the performance of Faker, we saw how insanely well not only did Knight play that matchup, but the real issue was that everything that happened from there on out was because of how that early mid lane prio tilted the map. And again, if you get behind in these series, neither team seems to be able to deal with
that
it.
flag is getting closer and closer to you.
All right, I really like this. Okay, because as Maurits set up, it's Knight on the wraparound. T1 had actually done a really good job of flagging this as the potential mark for Kindred, right? So they knew they were going to contest it. Knight was able to come over from his prio. It was a really great wraparound. They were super well aware. And then we have the Shun and On coming mid, affecting that matchup, and Knight just balloons it out of control.
Yeah, and I think it was just great setup coming through, because you had a read of, hey, we're starting to move both of these AD carries around the map. How do we try and set ourselves up for success? T1 wanted to contest the scuttle, but end up shifting down to the bottom side, opening up then for Shun to make the play on top, and it was a win-win. He had already marked the enemy jungler. He either got the scuttle, he was always going to get a mark in that situation no matter what happened.
Yeah, and I really like how BLG responded to the lane swap this time around, right? Like, did not look nearly as discoordinated or upset by what T1 really wanted to do. And for me, it really starts with getting On and Shun, especially on these types of picks, involved in their lanes early. I always like Shun as a jungler when he is able to affect his lanes early. I think it's how BLG worked the best.
And also, I think this is something we've seen missing from On. He hasn't at this tournament been really able to step up and be that playmaker, play with the confidence and the bravado that we've seen from him domestically. This game and this series, he has been able to step up, work better with Shun, buy the space that he regularly does for his team, and the Blitzcrank performance really did take over in the early stages.
And it's also something where, you know, the moment it gets locked in, T1 goes, oh God, we've been here before. Lahens pulled it out multiple times to much the same effect. And it also kind of throws a wrench in the gears when it comes to the draft, because if that Renata blind is no longer available, if they can just pivot to this, what is T1 going to do in that fourth game?
Yeah, true. And also the fact that BLG was able to win from the red side in game 1, it kind of breaks up everything going forward into a possible game 5, maybe. But overall, do we have the feeling that BLG is the better team today so far?
I think personally they've been stepping up a huge amount when it comes to good draft in game number 1. I think their early game has been significantly more explosive, but I still look at the game 2 adaptation, and I think that's really where we got to see T1 shine. So, and I'm still curious as to what happens when you do get Keria with that counter pick. So I'm not, pushing the boat out too much. I still think T1 have a lot left in them.
I think the coolest thing, Rob, because I know you wanted to take a look at this, was how they've also been playing really well with grubs and being able to push onto turrets, right?
Yeah, and I wanted to set up a telestrator to kind of show that. So one of the big things as we start to move in towards this, I want to highlight is just the fact that you've already got this big push coming through on the top side of the map that is set up where you look at where the Jax is on the map, he can't really contest in on the push. You're now getting this Rift Herald for yourself as well. And as we start to play out the clip, look at what BLG do off of reset. They have 5 grubs, so when a push comes to shove and they're trying to trade on the map, they will be significantly quicker. And traditionally, you would actually see the Rumble opening up to move up in towards this top side of the map. But that's not what we're actually getting here. Instead, they end up just cancelling out on this top side. They all open up on this bottom half of the map. And it means that then they're in a position as they go through to move and shift all of these members down and just play off of a singular lane where they can use the fact they have those grubs. They push T1 back. Now they have the Rift Herald in their back pocket as well, and you're still only getting that initial push on that top side. So it's BLG saying, hey, we're willing to trade very effectively and get multiple towers and way more gold off of this play.
I like that you highlighted that, because even during the last post game we were talking about like, oh, they're just, you know, team fighting when they're ahead and team fighting when they're behind, but it's not just that. That game plan from BLG goes much, much deeper. But let's turn our attention to T1 now. The cheers that you just heard was the players getting back on stage and tap back into what we set up here at the top of the day about T1 and how when you play versus them, you really got to punch them hard to take away that comfort that they have at Worlds specifically in situations like this. And it feels like their armor is pierced, Maurits. How do they stop the bleeding?
You got to clean up the early game, because early game has been so deciding. Early leads have been the biggest indicator of how a game is going to play out throughout this series. And I also want to make very clear, T1, even with their Worlds win last year, their Game 5 struggles have continued. They weren't able to actually get the win, being in this position in Spring Finals against Gen G. And then when they faced off against BLG, this MSI, we saw them also not be able to get that crucial Game 5.
But do you believe?
Of course I believe.
Okay, London, do you believe in a Game 5? Me too. I want to see you all silver scrape. Are we going to get there, Medic?
One can only hope so. I will say there's a trend in the game so far. Every losing team has had 3 kills. We've had 18-3, 18-3, 17-3, and every game has ended between 27 minutes and 0 seconds and 27 minutes and 59 seconds. So if we break that curse somehow, I mean, it was Halloween a couple of days ago. Perhaps there's something going on here in the O2 as we get into draft for Game 4. Match point, championship point for BLG, for T1. An opportunity to prove once again that they deserve that shot at the title in Game 5.
Once again, going to be banned on the side of T1. The Skarner, in response to the Yone ban, to not allow that first pick to come through for T1. We are setting up for the Ashe first pick. The Kalista going to be removed by BLG. That's their adaptation. And there's likely going to be the Ashe lock-in for T1. I mean, you imagine the Renata, again, rises in priority once more, and the Ashe Renata is the direction that T1 will head towards.
Ooh.
Okay.
The Insta-Gnar lock-in here, blind here for BLG, of course, with the Jax ban. And into the Ziggs combo, nice. All right, they have their AP damage secured from the bottom side. They have the safety of Ziggs playing back, and maybe they go for lane swaps, try and get away from it. Then you can get extra turret play money with the Ziggs. Look to blow up towers as the game goes on.
Looks like T1 are just going to go towards the tried and true. Renata Kerry has been so solid on it across the course of 2024. They'll lock it in once again, and now perhaps look to the top lane, give Zeus something good into the Gnar, but Gnar just such a safe blind pick that really, I'm pretty sure Bin will be happy with any of those matchups.
They may also look to lock in jungle now. Maybe they want to grab the Vi for themselves. Even though it didn't work out last time, Ona's still an exceptional Vi player. Gives you that lockdown. Also just, it synergizes really nicely with the Ashe. Instead, they're going to pick the Sylas. Makes sense. Ziggs, Gnar, both great ultimates to steal.
BLG likely going to look towards their mid here. Makes sense, get the Smolder in for Knight.
You hear their reactions from the crowds on that one
not
too.
the most liked champion in the world,
It's a controversial champion. Yes, does have to scale a lot and stack up dragon stacks. But we've also seen the lane phase against a lot of these melee matchups be pretty oppressive in itself. So let's take a look as the bans come through. Definitely target jungle. The value mentioned take away from owner. And then on T1's side, what supports are they worried about? On's probably just going to go with one of those engagers, you know, Rel type champions. They're still scared of the Blitzcrank after last game. Some flashbacks there.
I mean, it makes sense.
Faker particularly didn't like the flash
he did not have a
punch.
fun time. Faker getting caught a few times in that game. The Nocturne. I mean, the adaptations coming through from BLG, denying what made T1 successful in game 2. I mean, really, not much of I mean, now that the Nocturne's gone, T1 could still go for the Ornn once more, but the blind pick Gnar kind of deters that again. And BLG's draft approach, I think, has been very smart. They know the tendencies that T1 like to go towards. The Xin Zhao going to be taken away from Jun. So the jungle pool now very pinched, but the Sejuani still available. A reliable frontline engage. And that's going to be locked in.
And a pretty good denial pick. Don't want owner providing that synergy to his solo laners, with the Sylas also already locked in on the side of T1 to complement it.
Yeah, especially since you already have that melee, as you say. We'll see where T1 decide to go next.
So, we were talking about the Camille from Bin's perspective.
True.
As a counter to Gnar. Zeus also played it against Bin many times, but he's not going to play it today. Back to the Rumble here, and we get the Rumble plus the team fighting combination here, quite possibly with the Wukong.
I mean, Zeus' Rumble is definitely a terrifying pick. He's so comfortable on the champion and into the Gnar. I think in the early laning phase, Rumble can still be very oppressive. Later on, it gets a little bit safer for the Gnar.
Looks like it's going to be Poppy, though, for Owner instead. His signature pick for Owner, one that he's incredibly comfortable on.
Yeah, and kind of preemptively into what you expect to be an on Rakan.
Yeah, I think that's a really good answer, for sure. Good disengage as well. You can see BLG once again drafting a lot of team fights. It has sort of been the go-to approach from BLG in this series. They have easy ways of engage, they have good follow-up, and they've just got incredible scaling. Whenever you see Smolder and Ziggs, its ability to slow the game down and stall is so effective because of their wave clip.
So this game, though, the previous games in this series have been a lot centered on who is going to find success in the grubs and get at least 4 to 6 grubs for their team, and then be able to push down a bunch of towers and snowball their leads that way. In this setup in Champ Select, I would definitely prefer to be the T1 side, at least for grub fights. So maybe this game will put to the test, you know, is RBLG going to be able to outscale that later with some Smolder value?
I definitely think T1 have gotten themselves a lot of what fits into their style. Pick comps have been very successful so far at this World Championship. Their ability to catch someone off on the side lane and convert that into something great was something we also saw with the Ornn Nocturne composition that they drafted earlier in this series. And so Gumiyushi's arrows are going to be crucial, and Faker's
oh shit, guys, it's 1 a.m.
Like the Sejuani ultimate and the Gnar ultimate are going to be important to setting up those plays for T1.
I really want to see the T1 bottom lane. How much value did they get out of the Ashe plus Kalista? Such a strong combination.
I don't think there's no way
for them. Excuse me, Renata.
But yeah, I mean, backs against the wall now for T1. Our reigning world champions find themselves needing to win 2 games to get themselves a 5th title.
And we've talked a lot about the weight of expectation, the weight of the crown sitting on T1's head, but in this moment that is realized even more than ever. Faker actually going out without buying items. He's going to recall, he'll buy himself some items, now has a Dorman's ring and a health potion, but even the infallible make mistakes here on the grandest stage of them all, the grandest stage in esports. Faker fumbles at the start, obviously. Just a small mistake, just a small misstep, but that is all that can define a whole series like this. BLG just 1 win away from that World Championship. For the LPL to return to being the best team in the world, or having the best team in the world for the first time in 3 years, to take that title away from the defending world champions. The T1, it all rests on this game. The BLG, they will have another opportunity if they end up losing. T1 poke their noses in, but doesn't look like anyone is going to get too much out of this level 1.
The tiny bit of ward experience is currently still in the game on this Worlds patch. Not taken out quite yet as on live, and so that will remain for Faker there. As T1 go for their invade, get their ward down, and Bin will just be forced to watch on.
And for the first time this series, we'll see the split map. Bin is hovering around. I wonder if he's trying for a... Nah, okay, no steal for him. The ward in the brush as well will spot out if Bin tries to do anything cheeky. But we haven't seen this split map swap so far. Both top laners throughout the series have been doing what you see Zeus doing now, trying to leech what experience they can. But Zeus is very much isolated from the rest of his team. I'm kind of surprised we don't see him hovering around the mid lane, sharing experience with Faker, getting ready for the potential dive. Because the thing is, Jun is going to be trapped on the bottom side of the map, which means that Zeus is very susceptible to an incoming dive. And with Bin on the way, T1 have to be ready to stop this from panning out for BLG.
Yep, they're going to bring all 4 here. Bin helping Shun accelerate his jungle clear while they build up the rest of that wave and head on over.
Now Carrier, level 2, gone back to base, making a beeline towards the bottom lane. Has to get there as quickly as possible. Ona hovering around the top side, ready for a potential TP in from Bin, but he's sticking towards the bot side of the map for now, ready for the oncoming dive.
And the risk for Carrier is him trying to get back into this lane. He may just be cut off by Shun and Bin. He'll be seen on that ward about now. Zeus gets the level 2 underneath the tower, flashes away from the grand entrance, but the damage continues to rain down from Bin. Shun tanking the tower. Zeus gets a bailout.
He got out.
Keeps him alive for the moment. That bailout will run out though, and BLG can look for a redive if they so decide to. Zeus taken down. Bin flashes away on tanking the tower, and BLG will escape with a kill and their lives.
Nice, just the tip of the W there from Shun, able to get it. They're able to finish it off. Elk here cashes in once again. So many games we've had Elk getting first
Damn, BLG got first blood
He'll be
4
rich
times
on the
in a row,
Ziggs
bro.
again.
I mean, in terms of XP, Bin hasn't really been able to catch much. He's not even going to TP to the top wave. He's just going to run towards it. Ultimately, though, BLG secure themselves the kill. But I'm not sure I would say that it was a huge advantage gained as Zeus TP's back into the bot side, is able to catch a lot of the remaining wave, and the gold still remains even.
The big thing affecting these lane swaps, though, is that Ziggs also takes teleport here. So not only did Elk get the first blood money there with the cash-in, but then teleports right back down to the bottom lane.
Zeus has no flash to really threaten him if it is a 1v1.
This game's on a
has
clock,
flash, and
bro.
of course, the satchel to escape any precarious situations. Carrier's working his way up towards the top side. Bin without that summoner himself. Perhaps we'll see a dive materializing because Ona's on his way towards that top lane too. Faker forced away, 150 HP on him, make it very difficult for him to stay around. Carrier looking for the handshake here. Bin jumps away, and the handshake is just short of a full agreement.
And they're actually calling Shin over back to the bottom side once again.
Dive o'clock, the grand entrance goes down. Zeus is overheated, and he's sent packing. BLG find their second.
An easy execute for BLG. Bin reads that the dive is likely coming top, and he's out of there before a play is even set up. Meanwhile, Zeus sticks around a little too long and loses his life once more. Still though, you can see he's 300 gold up on Bin. He's still level 4 to the level 2 of Bin, and so while he is conceding gold, ultimately he still finds himself ahead of his top lane counterpart.
Yep, dying for experience, sticking around down there on the bottom sides. Meanwhile, finishing up with the rest of this split map jungle camps here. Take away the rest of the Raptors before swapping over. And BLG feeling pretty good about this one because in the mid lane, Knight has just been pushing in constantly with this Smolder, stacking up, scaling quite nicely, even working away at his own turret plate.
I think he's going to get knocked up here. It's more about just getting stacks for Knight. As you say, he's on 24 right now. We'll just want to get towards that 225.
Bro, he's getting cams. That's all
Once
it
again,
is.
a little
He's
bit
just
overstepped
camping.
here in the bottom side, and Bin jumps in, hops on, and Minion takes the highway express to get towards this Rumble, who goes overheated. Flame Spitter going down, but Zeus is going to go back to the fountain again. No escape for him. He tries to clear the wave, but in the end, he will be put in the ground by Bin. BLG now 3-0 up, a 700 gold lead, only 6 minutes into this game.
And I mean, the first few kills, I think, weren't the end of the world for Zeus, but now adding a third is really going to make things difficult for T1 in this early game. You can see Shun with a 300 gold lead over his jungle counterpart. That Ziggs is being accelerated so much and been able to close that gold gap that had previously been built up in favor of Zeus.
On's on the warpath here, passes through mid, and T1 are trying to stick to that game plan of taking down the grubs to be able to snowball turret plate money and turrets later on. But BLG with so many early kills already throwing a wrench into the plan.
I mean, Shun has just been so active throughout this series, constantly looking for ganks, and he's a core part of why BLG is even here. The turnaround in the Swiss stage that he brought to the team and just his playmaking in the early game has been phenomenal. He is continuing that trend, and he finds himself involved in all 3 of BLG's early game kills.
Elk and On with their synergy with this Rakan and Ziggs as well, you know, knockups into satchel charges. So far, nicely executed from their side. We will see as far as the mega stacking continues. The tier picked up there for Knight, continually stacking that up as well as Faker goes for another trade.
Steals away the Smolder Ultimate, can use that obviously later to clear a wave or just to heal himself up. Let's give you a bit of health regeneration when it hits in the middle of it. Faker now pathing down towards that bottom side. Owner's on his way down there as well. Gumayushi and Kerry are able to take a plate in the top lane. Elk, only level 5 right now, does have the flash. Guma's 6, so has that enchanted crystal arrow. On's going to try and hold this wave so that Elk can get back to the relative safety of the tower.
Exactly. It was a nice little kind of Red Rover, send one member over there as Guma and Keria run past the tower to zone Elk out from the minions, but On tries to go collect, as you said. So On actually gets in, and they're kind of funneling extra experience there into him, but now Elk is finally able to make his way over.
Only gets in range for the last 2 minions though, so did lose a bunch of XP there. You can see Elk still not level 6, while Gumayushi's almost towards level 7. T1 will use the pressure they have in the top side and the push that they had through bot to now take away the first dragon of the game. It's 3 grubs and a Drake in their names at the 8-minute mark.
I think that will be critical for T1 moving forward, since BLG have drafted really good late game for themselves. T1 going to use these objectives, try and draw them out to you.
I mean, there are different ways to look at this, right? Because from PLG's perspective, the fact that they've been able to find these advantages in what is a very scaling comp, Knights, going to be forced to flash away, knows that the setup play from Owner was very risky. So BLG having this advantage in the early game just better sets them up for scaling later. Faker face checking.
Straight into Shun, the Glacial Prison hits, but Faker heals up with that Kingslayer. Owner's going to force Shun away for now. On does have the quickness, but doesn't want to dash in to bolster the attack of Shun. In the end, Faker does manage to escape, doesn't burn the flash, and holds on to that summoner.
And I mean, when I'm talking about things can look good from the perspective of BLG, T1 have been able to secure all these early objectives. Kobe was already highlighting the fact that the early investment in the grubs, their skirmishing potential of the composition, and the fact that Zeus is actually, even with all that pressure, still a level up, and he has a huge stacked wave on the bottom side of the map. He's very comfortable in terms of gold, so I think that T1 definitely still have avenues, even though things aren't looking great for them in the early game.
Yeah, in the 1 versus 1 down there. Had a huge wave for himself at the tower as well to collect, so even though the rest of BLG getting kills onto him, in the 1 versus 1 feels pretty decent for himself.
T1 do have those pick tools as well, so even if you do start to fall behind a little bit, you've got the arrow, you've got the follow-up with the equalizer, you have Faker jumping in with the abscond that duck just like this. Elk doesn't sidestep. Faker dashing forward for a little bit more damage, using that passive to its full effect. Steals away the Mega Inferno Bomb. Elk has to flash it. Faker takes the tower.
Jesus fuck, dude.
It's hunting season for Faker in
what the fuck?
He just runs him
He just killed him with his aura. What the fuck?
Conquer stacked up. Thank you for the ultimate, and finishes the job himself. Now, Shun will just get there a little bit later. Not going to have any sort of kill threat as far as damage goes, so no harm, no foul, though. Again, the Ziggs with the teleport, he can get back to the minions at the very least.
I mean, what a confidence booster for T1 as well. To see Faker getting a solo kill on the side lane has to reignite the T1 members and the T1 fandom, as Carrier now in danger.
Caught out with the quickness alongside that Glacial Prison Carrier, though still has 150 HP to work with here. Hostile takeover only hits onto Shun. Guma starts to open up and put the arrows in the back of that board. Shun able to walk away, though Guma really doesn't have too much damage yet.
And we've come back to the game plan overall for T1 here with this composition. They want to stack these Void Grubs, get that bonus to be able to take down a lot of these towers, open up areas to then make their signature picks on the
Dude,
map.
what is everyone
by denying
cheering,
vision and
like?
using Ash arrows.
Faker, his ultimate is going to be available soon. Zeus has the TP and the ulti available. TP available for Bin as well. Owner has found Jun.
On has flash here, will use it to get away. You knew the steadfast presence was coming from Owner. Stops any dashes in its area, and so On has to burn the flash. Use the blink instead of one of Rakan's many dashes.
Knight too far away from the play, now making his way down, but Faker controlling the river, trying to force On back. The arrow isn't quite going to connect, and that is looking to be 6 grubs for T1, so part 1 of the plan coming true, Kobe.
Exactly. Even though BLG getting some extra early kills in the lane swap and in the side lane, T1 still, let's see if they can actually get the 6th one here. It is actually kind of important to get the double Void Might spawn. Should be able to, no problem. Nobody around to smite steal, and they will secure that very big objective. We have seen...
I'm not gonna lie, I think this goes to game 5. I think this goes to the distance, bro.
Shun hovering around the bot side of the map. There's a potential play onto Zeus on the Rumble, but there's no way for him to really play through. Instead, the rest of T1 is going to look to reset. You can see the Elk benefiting from finding those early kills onto Zeus, but after losing his life on Gumayusi, kind of playing the map well, he's been able to close that gold gap thanks to the CS advantage that he's been able to find. And we find ourselves in a neutral game state, 12.5 minutes into game 4.
Tiny gold lead for BLG. You can see Shun about 500 gold ahead, the bot side about 200 gold ahead each as well, but as close to neutral as you can get in this series. T1 though do have the neutrals themselves, those 6 grubs and the Drake, next Drake up in 40 seconds time. You see Carrier pathing through that bot side jungle, hoping to get vision towards that dragon pit. They'll use the mid prio and then they'll move T1 down towards that bottom side to make sure they can control that bot side river.
And BLG, they have so much wave control. Ziggs in a mid lane, have the Smolder Versailles on top side.
Oh no, looks for Bin.
That's over.
Oh! Bin with a great arm into the wall. Oda's going to have to flash away the locket invested as well. Bin holds on to his summoner. BLG beginning to collapse. The Mega Inferno Bomb coming out as well. There's the arrow. Bin sidesteps it. Zeus might have to flash the wall here. Ono on that front line. Locked up with the quickness. He dives onto Elk. Gumayusi caught up. Elk falling low though, and the flame spin is enough to burn him down.
Wow, yeah.
Begin to turn on the afterburners. Shun has to flash across, dash across the wall with the outskirts. Gumayusi can't quite get the down
Can I kill
with
him?
the volley.
Oh my!
He will not let you escape. And now
Wait, Kara, oh my god.
with that grand entrance, Carrier looking for a little bit more. Gumayusi puts a volley in his back and forces him to the safety of his.
This one's going game 5. This one's going to game 5.
Flash to get the kill there, not like should escape.
This one's going to game 5. This one's going to game 5. It has to go to game 5.
For T1, big Renata play.
A massive play for T1. Owner setting things up by getting that collapse onto Bin. The follow-up from the rest of T1 as well as BLG tried to collapse onto T1, thinking that they'd overstayed their welcome on the bottom lane, but they're able
They're
to
ahead by
kill the
so
fight
many
thanks to the
objectives. It's
arrival of
crazy.
Gumayusi and Carrier.
This one's going the distance, man. This game's going to the distance. This game's going to the distance.
Resets off their deaths, immediately trying to get out onto the map and take this Rift Herald away because they know if T1 get the Rift Herald alongside 6 grubs, that is a tower-taking machine. Faker's here to check though, and the rest of T1 are making their advance through the mid lane. On and Shun in the pit, the Rift Herald down to 2,000 HP, Bin looking for that Nav as well. The Rift Herald still sitting at 2,000, that eye is open. T1 will close it and
This one's going to game 5, bro.
Back out onto the map. T1 don't waste any moments. Securing the Rift Herald, forcing BLG back. They can look to drop that mid if they want. The Ziggs wave clear is going to be so obnoxious, so they're not going to look to use it on this wave. Come back to a crucial point. BLG's composition have a lot of tools to stall, so securing that Rift Herald is going to help T1 unlock these towers and keep the pressure up.
Game plan moving ahead here. Faker deep into enemy territory, finding On.
Blastcone will get on to safety. Faker just dashes back.
But again, now is where we're going to see the real acceleration for the side of T1. With Rift Herald plus the full 6 scrubs, you can drive the Herald in for the extra Void Might spawns there, immediately move up, snowball all of this money. This is what we've seen in so many of the games in this series, is such an acceleration at this point, the mid point of the game for the team that did get the early lead. And T1 are that team this time around.
BLG trying to defend. Glacial Prism hits onto On. The arrow also connects. Bin dashes in. The Gnar back. The hostile takeover.
This is bad. This is bad.
Go berserk underneath the tower. And he pops the locket, but he will go pop first. BLG starting to turn this one on T1's heads. They found two. Carrier has no flash, but Knight has one to chase. Carrier escaping on 100 HP, but On will not give him that luxury.
Damn, bro.
BLG find 3 in the top side.
And just like that, BLG punish the aggression from T1, trying not to lose any momentum. They set their sights on the top tier 1, but BLG deny them access and turn the fight around.
That play right there might change the course of this series. BLG with Knight on the front lines with his Trinity Force Smolder completed. Well, they're trying to answer mid here for T1. The bomb doesn't quite take out all of the minion wave. Because of the Void Mites, T1 stick around. They just can't quite finish the tower, though.
But Bin with some crucial playmaking there, getting a beautiful Gnar ultimate off onto 2 members of T1, and then just barely getting away with his life to deny Owner coming back to life thanks to the Renata passive as well. The mid tower still not going to fall just because of the wave clear from Elk. Carrier tries his best. The Mites should be able to secure this. No! Knight going to deny that once more. BLG fighting that tower's life. But here we are. Let's look back at the replay.
All right, so it starts out, they use both Faker's ulti as well as the Ashe arrow. And as you say, Bin, just as he goes in, gets the knock back on 2 of them there, Carrier and Owner. And so they get the first kill. Knight then arrives on the Smolder, flashing forward to chase them down with his freshly completed Trinity Force. And BLG, I mean, we have seen Smolder scale into terrifying areas for a long time in the last few patches, actually. So we'll see if we can put this to the test here. Carrier knows that one is going to be rough.
It's a tense situation. The gold finds itself even once more. We'll check out the itemization.
Oh, I thought it was second Herald.
But 2 dragons in the favor of T1. 6 scrubs to the name. 3rd dragon of the game going to be spawning soon. And ultimately it becomes a question of how strong will this Smolder get? Can T1 accelerate the game quickly enough before Knight becomes a serious problem? Or can BLG stall the game long enough to get to a point where T1 will run out of options?
Might already be a serious problem as we'll see him continue to scale. I mean, when you accelerate at the beginning, then you get to even stack much quicker. And so we'll start to see the execute and the burn really come in.
Only 60 stacks short of that 225 mark. Alongside that, BLG helped by the fact it's a chem soul this game. Obviously, you don't want to give the enemy team a soul, but when they've stacked 2 Drakes, giving them a chem soul to let yourself scale isn't as impactful as if it were an Inferno, or if it were Hextech. So T1 will be licking their wounds a little bit at that twist of fate. Gumayushi caught with the Mega Inferno Bomb. The wave cleared out in mid as well by Elk. T1 will use the time they have to pressure in towards this blue side jungle. Drake up in 10 seconds. It doesn't look like BLG really want to fight it.
Not necessary for them to do so. Of course, just number 3 here for T1. I think the correct call is we keep on scaling. We got to get our Smolder to the break point that you just talked about. And so they're going to push hard on the other side of the map. Definitely the correct choice here with the scaling that they have available to them. Take away a little bit of the jungle as well while they're at it, but T1, they press ahead.
It's a tense affair.
Damn,
Medic, you called it earlier.
Actually, no, T1's ahead in this game.
In every game, 3 kills was the maximum. Well, T1's at 3. 1 more, and we've got a tense game on our hands.
Well, I also do have to say, I'd be willing to bet a lot that this will not be a 27-minute game ending, especially with BLG having Smolder plus a Ziggs. The reason why this is such a good pairing as the arrow goes wide, but Faker's still here.
Take a look for that flank. We'll seal away the quickness from On. Gets Equalizer on the back line as
well. Oh! Jesus fuck, dude. Jesus.
He finds everything T1 were looking for.
Exceptional play from T1. You think that the play falls short because the arrow doesn't connect, but Faker will find a way.
And then with the 6 grubs, with the Riptail. They immediately take the tower afterwards. And guess what? They're turning straight towards the Baron.
Zeus on, it's just ticking away to the flame spitter damage. Zeus tries to turn it around, and in the end, BLG unable to hold on to their tier 2. Bin's coming across from the side as well. He TP'd in. T1 have started the Baron, and you have to feel it all hinges on this. On a knife's edge between T1 and BLG. Will BLG look to try and take the fight? Jun has Flash and Smite. Elk now joins the battle, teleports in.
Get out, they gotta get out.
Spikeria lands the slow with the boomerang. Knight TP'd in as well. BLG are going all guns blazing into the battle here as T1 are hailing the retreat. On dashing forward, he's only at 300 HP. Faker eats a bomb and is taken out low. Mega Inferno bomb going in. Zeus will sacrifice himself for the good of his team to make sure the rest of T1 are able to escape with this Baron.
The quick play from T1, the teleport ends up not mattering here from BLG as they only got the 1 kill in the aftermath. T1 just got so much out of this. Faker on the flank, even with the arrow going.
This one's going all the way. This one's going all the way. Holy fuck.
So much.
I mean, the arrow comes through, it does not connect, but on the right-hand side is Faker. He interrupts the knockup, and then he connects the 2-man charm into then the knockup come through from Ona. The wombo combo is exceptional, and T1 finds some much-needed kills onto the crew. 2 crucial carries of BLG.
Yeah, Faker laid the way for the Renata ultimate there, catching them up. And then Zeus, who had been 2v1ing earlier, goes for the sacrifice here to allow all the other Baron buffs on T1 to remain alive.
Yeah, we've seen so much Bin rumble. I thought it was Bin making the flash, but it was Zeus, and he did have to sacrifice his life up towards the top side of the map. T1, though, immediately back out on the map, and look, they're doing what they did in game 2, spreading themselves across the map, pushing in top, pushing in mids. And Kobe, you said quite confidently that this game isn't going to end in 27 minutes, but the arrow
once again onto Elk. He had the flash, he decides to use it afterwards. Ona couldn't quite get in rage to engage any further. Faker's taken out the
this game's going on the distance, bro.
Goes in with the Glacial Prism.
There
on there with the follow-up.
Oh, no, never mind.
Incredible hostile takeover. Puts on in his place. Ona tanking the tower.
Oh! Jesus, fuck!
Who else but Faker again? In the end, he falls. But Guma is making sure.
Guma uses just space gliding. What the fuck?
Knight forced to flash away. Elk trying to put the damage down as well.
Whoa!
Bro,
what the fuck is going on, bro?
Begin to push up bot side.
Yeah, T1 are taking another tower with the 6 Void Grubs as well as the Riptail. They keep on forcing these Vedias even when BLG trying to
oh my god.
Counter.
Oh my god.
Buffet. The Renata is just too much defense. Charging into that ultimate.
Jesus
seems
fuck,
like suicide.
I mean, holy fuck. This one's going all the way. This one's going all the way.
At the start of this play, the arrow connected, forcing the summoners out. Then when the range gauge comes through, the TP is quick to follow. Carrier with a fantastic ultimate to force BLG to disengage. And then when Faker arrives, he does not hesitate to dive past the tower and set up the play for him and Gumayushi to tear BLG apart.
Jesus Christ, dude.
At the end, some slim margins there as well. Knight being forced to flash away a critical summoner spell, but T1 are doing a good job, I think, pushing the pace of this game because, as you mentioned, one of the reasons I was confident in saying that I didn't think it would end in 27 minutes, Ziggs and Smolder is such a good combo, and Ziggs wave clear plus the Smolder wave clear and scaling itself in that champion. But because T1 got those 6 Void Grubs that we have been so probably too hyper-focused on, the pushing power that they have shown and really accelerating this game and being able to get the Dragon Soul as well in a very timely manner means we are still on course for that T1 game plan.
And credit to Zeus. 0-3 during the laning phase has bounced.
Shit, they might have to end it soon though, because if it's 6 minutes.
Very important Rumble ultimates, and he's going to be important in the upcoming sieges. That tool is great for zoning away the for zoning away the Smolder and the Ziggs from providing that wave clear and protecting their towers.
That's so vital. They managed to put that damage down on tonight to keep him away from the battle because he has hit that 225 mark. Now sitting at 230 stacks. That Doomsday clock has ticked over to midnight for T1. They are still in the lead. Chemsol, 4,000 gold ahead. 6 grubs, Baron up in a minute 30 as well. Faker has been on fine form, finding people with the quickness, with those engagers. But BLG can still hold on to the fact they have this wave clear. They also are on championship points, so even if they lose this game, they have another to battle back against T1. Owner forced away with the satchel, but doesn't really take too much damage. The Mega Inferno bomb only clipping onto Carrier as well.
Say the next like 4-ish minutes of this game will be so critical because, you know, Smolder working towards the rapid fire, that's when you really start to get scared, when you have the poke of the rapid fire Smolder plus the Ziggs. T1, they've got a nice little window here though with a very, very sizable advantage with Dragon Soul plus Baron coming up, which they can try and use to bait BLG out and look for their engages. So many snap engage angles. Faker with a stolen Rakan ultimate at the moment.
Looking for Shun. Glacial Prison. Faker dodges. He knew something was up. His spider sense was tingling.
Good check there. Good reactions from him. Pops the Scryers as well, and T1 can come in to take away all that safety.
Managed to get the knock into the wall. Steadfast Presence already been used, though. On will have a second dance away. Hostile takeover coming out. Shun cleansed away by that Mikhail's out of On. In the end, it's just an investment of ultimates from T1. Mikhail's used. Carrier flash handshake. Pulls back Elk. Faker trying to get with the quickness of the backline. Gumayushi unable to open up quite yet. Bin doing the damage onto Owner as well, but already Elk is down to 300 HP. On the top side, Shun is down. The equalizer out from Zeus will save Owner's life. And
they get Baron.
BLG
They get Baron.
It becomes a question of can the Baron be secured, and with Shun down, I believe that the answer is yes. There is no smite available. Elk, crucially, still has his ultimate up, but with that, Faker secures his 500th kill at the World Championship.
Go, Faker, go.
BLG are looking to fight this. They TP'd Elk into the mid lane. Has that Mega Inferno bomb. It's going to hit onto Owner. Faker able to dodge to the side of it. 3,000 HP now on the Baron as BLG advance. T1 have already got the Baron though, and BLG now have to begin to retreat. But the damage coming out from Elk is absolutely massive. Faker lands on Ben. Grand entrance already lost.
Wait, he might be dead.
Trying by himself a second. Has the bailout taken on him as well. He flashes. Faker survives somehow. T1 get out with the Baron buff. And BLG are unable to find purchase on the game.
Faker plays a dangerous game. They're so close to the execution, but he's able to immune it, flashes out, and escapes with his life.
My goodness, Faker has turned it up to 11 in this game 4. He knows the stakes that are in this game, and he does not want to give up the title that easily. It's likely that we're going to game 5. T1 still have to close this one out. The arrow connects. Not quite. Shun flashes away to safety.
BLG really got to just keep focusing on their defense here. They do have flashes on both Knight and Elk. So as long as they don't let anyone get caught and give up some critical summoner spells here early on, if they focus on their wave clear and defense at towers, then T1 really are going to have to make use of this 2 minutes of Baron buff to crack inside and get to those inhibs.
T1 need to get someone in the mid lane. They're going to send Faker over. Rumble is actually going to stay top to catch that wave, has the TP available. T1 being spread quite thin. Normally they prefer to play that 4-1 setup, but Bin doing a good job of pushing that top wave in deep. Now he can regroup, buy a little bit more time for BLG. Again, the wave clear looking to be strong here from the side of BLG. Knight's chipping away. Doing a huge amount of damage to Owner, but for now, all they need to do is stall.
They're doing exactly that. 90 seconds before the Elder Dragon comes to bear. BLG yet to pick up a Drake in this game, but if they get the Elder, their fortunes may change. They are just trying to defend right now. T1 have been unable to break the base, break that inhibitor line with this Red Bull Baron power play. A minute left on it, but it looks like T1 are going to just look for the resets here, get back out onto the map, get that vision control down once again, and then try and pull BLG into a fight at Elder, because they've got to. You can't just give the Elder away to T1. You have to make your final stand there if you are BLG, and if you win that fight, you might just win Worlds, you might just win the championship. That's how much of a game decider Elder Dragon can be.
I mean, Kobe already talked about the animation. BLG is strong enough to fight. Their carries are in a position. It ultimately comes down to execution and finding access to this Dragon Pit. Right now, T1 are denying all vision on, doing what he can to find angles of attack, maybe even a TP fight, but he's been caught.
It's Jover. Oh, he got caught.
With a handshake, the keeper's verdict finds him
He
guilty.
got caught.
As On T1 is slain by Gumayushi, and now
You won't be for
will BLG even try to mount a defense around the Elder Drake? They TP to the bot lane. Bin looking at that flank position. His Mega Knot is going to expire pretty soon, and Faker's looking for a flank of his own as he TPs in towards this blue side. Bin now on the wrong side of the rift. This Faker's hunting, and he's looking for a flash forward. Xenos Peasant's Knight able to flash away as well. The hostile takeover but comes up short. The Gnar stolen away by Faker. Locks Bin against the wall and puts him.
It might be, yeah, it's over. Let's go! We're going Silver Spirits.
Taken out by Zeus. The equalizer does exactly that for T1. It's going to equalize this series at 2-2.
The reigning world champions will not go down that easily. They will push us to a deciding game 5. They are going for it.
This is the distance. We're going the distance for this.
Only on left to defend the Nexus.
Oh my god.
Steals away the Rakan ultimate. The defense is not strong enough, and T1 will bring us to game 5.
Oh, this is
on
it.
The shoulders of Faker, T1 will go to game 5. There is no one like him, not on this earth. T1 take us to Silver Scrapes.
The arena erupts with excitement. What looked like a terrible start for T1 turned miraculously after some incredible plays from that man in the mid lane. Game 5 is what we wanted. Game 5 is what we will get.
Owner Poppy getting a lot of picks in this game as well. Carrier Renata, obviously very big pick, and Faker Silas. As we go to the champion select for the deciding game.
This is it. This is game 5. Jesus fuck, dude. It all comes down to this. LPL, LCK. Jesus Christ, dude. This shit decides everything. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Let's hear it, guys. Oh my god. Do-do, 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 be-wong, do-do-do, do-do, do-do, be-woo, do-do-do, 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 do-do, do-do-do. Silver Scrapes, bro. But yeah, guys, I'll be real. Let me go. I'll be back when the game starts again. So until then, guys. Bum bum be woo. Wow wow wow.
to its full effect. Steals away the Mega Inferno Bomb. Elk has to flash it. Faker takes the tower. And Elk just dies. It's hunting season for Faker in the top lane. Down with the volley. He will not let you escape. He pops the locket, but he will go pump first. BLG starting to turn this one on T1's hands. They found two. Faker locks pin against the wall and puts him 6 feet under. Shot next on the venue as GGWP gets broken up. Shot taken out by Zeus. The equalizer does exactly that for T1. It's going to equalize this series at 2-2.
T1 fights back and brings us to a Game 5, the very last game of Worlds 2024. This is the way we wanted it. This is the way it was written in the stars and it was promised. We get Silver Scrapes, we get a Game 5, and we get it all between BLG and T1.
It just doesn't get any better than this. It's going to be an incredible finish to such an exciting series. It's all coming down to this one moment that will decide how people talk about you for the rest of your careers.
And I love both these teams so much. Like, they're just so fun to watch. Like, when I first saw the iteration of this T1 roster, previously T1 had this reputation for, like, they're the boring, slow team. It's like, no, this team wants to kick your teeth in. BLG always want to kick your teeth in. This is delivering. We got our Game 5. It's great.
And this game, there was actually a little bit more punching back.
Finally, man.
Finally, it wasn't as much of a blowout. There was the top lane moment, but crucially, and I know we keep talking about it, but we have to talk about it. It's Faker, that's the difference maker again.
Yeah, and I know that people are always like, oh, they're glazing him again. Well, why would you not? And I think these replays that we're going to see, right, in just a second, it's going to be a good play to a great play to a GOAT play.
Absolutely, and it was so funny when we were watching this. I turned across there and I said, someone on T1 needs to actually step up if they're going to win this game. Not 10 seconds later, solo kill heal from Faker, and it just felt like the momentum really started to swing.
And the big thing for me in this series, we talked about the early game, talked about the level 1, but an even bigger indicator of which team is doing well is which mid laner is making the impact. And in the wins, both Knight and Faker have been absolutely crucial.
They have. We said a good play, a great play, and then the GOAT play, we saw the good one already. Well, rolled the great one in the bot lane.
Yeah, this play comes on the bot side of the map. As we see this setup from Owner going with the Poppy again, something that he is also super comfortable with. And this is coming off of Zeus actually getting dove over and over again on this bot side of the map, right? And so you see BLG are going to want to try to end up with a collapse, but then here they come. And again, this is like, we've talked a lot about Faker. This is also Zeus's redemption arc, I think. I said before, I think he's gotten the better bin overall across the series. And I thought he recovered so well in a lot of these fights.
And this is also after the topside play that ended up backfiring immensely for T1. And more importantly, it also highlights, I think, why Keria, even though you look at this isn't a dive comp. You're playing into a lot of range, a lot of poke, but they're still able to make it work. And I think part of that was also because BLG, why are we fighting this? You have Smolder and Ziggs. You can stall until infinity, which they didn't do, but it also makes these skirmishes so insanely oppressive.
I got blamed for the glazing so much because he wasn't even in that. I meant a different one. Regardless, you brought up a good point, though, and this is always the case when you talk about T1 in these situations, right? Although we need to respect that we know what this team looked like without Faker shot calling and his presence in the team, you also always need to mention all of them who can rally for moments like this. We even heard it in this tournament specifically, right? Zeus, who was calling a really important fight in the knockout rounds. We know that Keria can do the same. We know that Owner can step up together with not Huma, he's home, Gumayushi. So, you know, it was great to watch.
But then, we have the Faker Silas play, right?
The play, now for real.
You probably know it's coming. He ends up stealing the Rakan ult here when after BLG you think it's over. The arrow misses, right? But here comes Faker from the side. They even see him coming, steals the Rakan ult, sets up for this beautiful combination with the Keria Renata. It's just insane.
I mean, he used it perfectly. He's forward, then he rocket belts flashes onto the next two, charms up everyone, sets up the CC, and it's those plays that are so iconic, and Faker has so many of them leading to Worlds titles.
I mean, shades of the Azir catch on Ruler, right? In a similar situation versus an LPL team, in a situation where you're up against match point, Maurits. Class is forever.
And then it's also the follow-up, right? Like Owner flashing on immediately, Keria being at the ready, and they're going to need that as well, because in this game number 5, do not forget, because of the fact that T1 lost on the red side, BLG will have the opportunity to go back to blue.
And this roster of T1, 7-7 in Game 5, so they are beatable. We'll see if BLG can pull it off.
Yeah, because I'm not going to write off BLG either. They love playing these grudge matches, these best of 5s back in the LPL. They can go forever, Emily, but this is their backs against the wall. Everything that we have set up at the beginning of the day about the pressure of all of the LPL fans, of all of the BLG fans, they are the ones that were supposed to exact their revenge on T1, and they had him, and they didn't finish it. Is it gonna come back to bite him?
I mean, they're on blue side, so I'm super curious. I want to see them go for full comfort, right? Because even though that composition that they had in the last game was good, it's like, do you really want Knight on Smolder? Even when Smolder is insane, but you want him on something with agency. You want him on something where he can control it. You see the players coming out now. That's what I want to see from BLG. Default to comfort, play your game.
Hey, you get to walk past your own name there if you're T1 from last year, Azale. Must give him some confidence.
I mean, it's engraved on the trophy. They can see it. You just have to reach out and grab it. And we'll see if T1 can pull it off on the red side. BLG earned themselves that blue side advantage by beating them on red. That is the edge that they have going into this all-important Game 5.
And if you look at the games thus far, I actually think BLG have looked better. It's obviously been close. The games have been really one-sided, which makes it hard. But like this punch back that we saw in topside for BLG, for example, I think spells a lot of hope. But the real question is, how are they going to be able to deal with the pressure of being in that game number 5? And I gotta say, I think it's a toss-up at this point.
It is.
All 10 players walking in look completely unfazed. Neither side seems nervous at all.
Absolutely, and that's what we want to see. And if you feel like it is building up to a crescendo, I hope so as well. We heard some of the music pieces, but one was too loud for the one orchestra and the other was too loud for the other. I want to see them synergize and fight it out till the very, very end. It is only one game that stands between us and knowing who our 2024 World Champion is. Will it be Faker with his 5th or Knight with his 1st?
It's a good question, Shox, and I don't think any of us here at the caster desk have an answer that will please you too much. However, I can promise you the 10 players in the middle of this arena full of people in the middle of London are ready to provide that answer. Faker rebooting, locking in, preparing himself for another Game 5 on the world stage. It has only happened 4 times in finals across the history of Worlds, and Faker has been in 3 of those. He has lost one to DRX, he has won one all the way back in, 1-1 against Samsung Galaxy, in 2016. And now we'll see if he can win against BLG, who are on the blue side. Varus, their first ban.
So last time that BLG were on blue side, they did the Varus, Ashe, and Skarner bans. And T1, they did their duty in doing the Aurora and Yone bans, and threw in the Nico as well, as both Knight and Faker are very good on that champion, as well as on Encaria, this flex pick. But I'm really curious, will they still ban the Nico once again?
I think it's Kalista. I think they'll take it away. I think it's proven to be too strong in this series, and I don't think they're going to allow it to go through.
Honestly, I agree with you. I just think that the Kalista is just such a powerful bot.
We had the same conversation where it's a question of, do you trade Kalista for Jax? And then T1 couldn't find much success from the Jax pick, and BLG really made the Kalista work for them. Now they have to make the decision. The Kalista will be banned, but that does mean that in Game 5, Bin is going to get his Jax, and without hesitation, he immediately locks it in.
All right, are we going to get the Zeus Gragas, the Zeus Gnar, perhaps?
I mean, you have to trust in Zeus. He's shown that his Gragas is an effective answer into the Jax. I would call it an old school counter pick, but it's the one that Zeus has been leveraging throughout this World Championship. I don't think they need to lock it in now. They could grab themselves the Vi if they wanted to, perhaps even the Renata for carrier once more. They're hovering it.
Oh yeah! Locked in straight away. Bin lays down the gauntlet and Zeus immediately answers. Bin has only lost 3 times on his Jax this year. Twice against T1, once against Genji. Now we'll see if Zeus can stand in his way once again. T1 looking towards perhaps a Galio in the mid lane here for Faker. And it's going to be locked in as well, so they have a very tanky front line already. Gragas obviously has a big sustained tank, the Galio as well, which is pretty much unkillable unless you can manage to get ahead of him.
I'm honestly surprised to see the Galio locked in this early for T1, rather than securing something like the Xayah Rakan for themselves. They've chosen to go for it, maybe in anticipation of BLG potentially going for the Silas and knowing that the Galio can be an effective answer into it. Elk gonna get himself his Kai'Sa.
Ooh, we have to think they're gonna build more on top of this dive then for BLG. Yes, some strong side laners plus some dive.
It's just comfort. BLG are just saying, how comfortable can we be?
Oh
we'll give Ben Jax, we'll give Elk Kai'Sa, we'll give Knight Ari. That is the epitome of what BLG like.
How many legendary player champion combos are we gonna get in a deciding Game 5 of World Finals? Knight on his Ari, Bin on his Jax. Those very well, if they win, would be their skins.
I mean, Knight, he's world famous for his Ari. This World Championship hasn't had the best win rate for him, but you cannot afford to underestimate it. The Xayah going to be locked in for T1. You imagine that Rakan is going to rise in priority, BLG likely looking to ban that one away.
100% agree with you there. It just works too well with the T1 comp. Let's see, what will the bans towards BLG be here for T1 though, as we try and whittle down? I mean, possible jungle, possible jungle takeaways here for Shun.
I mean, if BLG continue down their comfort route, do you just get rid of something like the Rakan as well? Obviously, T1 kind of want the Rakan themselves, so BLG will remove it. In the end, no one's getting Rakan.
I'm thinking like the Vi is just such a no-brainer pairing with the Ari as well. True. But they do leave the Vi up there for Shun to take.
The Kindred ban is like, okay, we can see how much comfort you're drafting. We're not going to allow that.
Man, but Vi, I would even prefer a Vi over a Kindred if we're running Ari, plus we have lots of dive on our side too. The Renata, a no-brainer as well. Follow up to the Rakan ban there. Take away those 2 primo picks for Keria. Too good against dive.
I am wondering if they put Ono on something a little more carry-orientated. Was thinking maybe Viego, but I don't love it. I feel like Vi does make the most sense. The Poppy into the Jax. In terms of damage though,
but it's so good at shutting down all of these carries that BLG are already
it's also
showing.
A flex pick. You can also put it into the support position so they can wait to see what BLG draft and then decide after that. Because you're 100% right, Kobe. Poppy and its ability to mitigate the dashes on the side of BLG is a very powerful pick for sure.
Ooh.
What's it gonna be, Shen?
Looking towards the Jarvan. Wait here with bated breath. It's locked in. Aggression, aggression, aggression.
Jesus Christ.
dive from BLG.
It actually makes more sense. I was previously talking about Vi, but the Jarvan ultimate is better versus Xayah than the Vi ultimate is. So much better there. So really, really intelligent move.
On, likely deferring to another one of his comforts, the cheeky hover. Showcasing some confidence there.
There's the Rel. I will say Poppy is really nice into this entire BLG lineup. The question is now, is the Poppy going to support? Will Keria be piloting it, or will Ona be the ones with his hands on it? It's synonymous with Ona to me. He has such a great record on this champ that my expectations are Keria is looking through his support pool right now, wondering where they go, but it seems like perhaps T1 want to flex it.
I mean, we talked about the damage, and I was a little bit worried putting all that damage responsibility
Damn.
into Gumayusi.
They don't have
Bringing in
damage.
the Xin Zhao, it does increase the amount of damage that they have. And we think about mid jungles, it was kind of the story coming into the series
Jesus
about
Christ,
how
dude. Jesus
Knight and Shun have been
Christ.
working exceptionally well throughout the bracket stage and finding advantages for BLG, and have really been playmakers when it came to the team fight. And Faker and Owner, a core
This is like
part
game
of the
5
success
start, bro.
of what makes T1 so good. Now, here in this game, those
Look at
mid-jungle
that shit,
synergies are going to be
153.
crucial, as I'm expecting standard lanes. It's Zeus' Gragas versus Bin's Jax in the top side. Faker's Galio, a tried and true throughout his legacy, versus Knight, a
This
player
is so
that is
hard,
looking to
bro.
make his
I'm not gonna
name
lie.
history
I don't know. I
with
don't like
his
T1's comp,
signature
but I'm not like
champion.
a chat so like, I don't know what I'm talking
For a
about.
more
but-
exciting draft here in Game 5.
100% I agree. Already just with the draft, I think that this is the most exciting game of the entire series from what we've seen. Both of them have capabilities of fighting those critical, important top-side fights around the grubs early on into the game. Xin Zhao plus Galio, such a good combo. The Jarvan plus the Ahri,
Wait, where the fuck is
also
the
such a
trophy?
good
Usually it's in the
combo.
middle.
And we get Bin's legendary Jax versus Zeus legendary, I would say, Gragas at this point. He is 23-4 on the Gragas all time. Impressive stats, to say the least.
One last time we go to Summoner's Rift.
Is
One
the-
last time we see the defending champions battle against the first seed from the LPL. One more time we see these titans on the Rift challenge each other. One more time we see the weight of expectation so great on these two teams' shoulders. One more time.
And there's so much on the line for both sides. BLG getting some revenge for last year's World Championship as T1 made their way through every single LPL team. T1 looking to raise their 5th trophy. LPL and BLG looking to hoist the Summoners Cup. So much on the line, and a single game will decide it all. A standard line of scrimmage to start off the game. I keep my eyes on, pathing up towards the top side. A lane swap possibility seems very real. We were optimistic, we were hopeful for Bin versus Zeus, but it looks like we're going to be denied.
Yeah, looks like we are. The ward goes down in defense for T1. Sweeper comes out immediately, though, for BLG as they move in for that lane swap. Now we got to track, are they going to try and soak experience this time around for their level 2s to defend against these dives? Looks like Zeus just immediately going right down, and we'll head on through that mid lane once again.
Owner starting on his wolves right now. Carrier spotting Bin out. Bin was trying to get to the wave to try and soak some of that XP, but couldn't get in range. Zeus has been able to get a little bit of XP out of mid as Knight is just catching that wave that Faker and Zeus will push forward. It's going to be a split map. Bin goes in with a counter strike here. Tries to get into range for some of those minions dying. He didn't get any XP.
Yeah, look at that. It's that melee right there that was one auto away. He does soak a little bit now, though. I mean, every little bit. We're on pins and needles because of soaking experience and lane swaps. It's every little bit that top laners can get.
Note that Zeus grabbed XP in the mid wave and is now making a way towards top.
Dude, this
On
shit's
has
so-
path towards
oh my
bot,
God,
preparing for the potential dive, knowing that the split map has come through. Zeus going to take a bit of damage, a lot of damage from Elk, but he's going to tick over to level 2, and he should be fine now on the top side.
And they should be able to defend this dive. On was able to soak his level 2 before heading down. There's so much CC with a Rel plus Jax. I think that
Elk's already swapping as well. So Bin's going to get level 2 here. Going to farm this experience underneath the tower on there as well. Knight gets the charm onto Faker. Has to flash the Justice punch. Faker punching in the opposite direction to get that little bit of an extension on that E.
And it might seem weird that he would do that, but it's because he knows that Owner is on the bottom side of the map, and he hasn't showcased on the bot lane dive, meaning that he's in the jungle, and the possibility of him showing up mid is very real. Knight showcasing that respect, doesn't want to give over
Wait, did
first
Faker
blood.
just flash?
Getting pushed underneath this tower, but his farm is doing just
Faker just
fine
flashed.
as Faker on the Galio continues his pressure in mid.
Oh, I think he
once
tried to
they
get the
do
knock off on
teleport
that,
Bin back to that top side, he should be able to soak up his level 3 as Zeus already pushed the wave. Zeus is going to get the first move, but Faker under attack.
Has no flash, just his punch gets hit. There's the charm as well. And Baker might fall first in the finals of the finals. Knight gets the kill.
BLG got first blood,
find first blood.
The Jarvan Ari strikes first. First blood here into, wait a second.
Elk has flash, has cleanse. Keria looking for that flank position. Onto it to use the shadowing striking. Knight goes down and Elk flashes. You can see Keria trying to bait the early flash. They're on just able to escape to the relative safety of the other side of that wall.
Another game, another BLG first blood. Finding it onto Faker, crucial. Especially given that Knight did have to expend his flash earlier, but a good response from T1 as they lay in wait in the bot brush, ready to try and trap Elk. They couldn't convert it into a kill, but they do get his summoner spell. And look at this bot wave. It is very awkward, slowly pushing towards the bot lane of T1. They're going to require Jun to shadow in the lane to help them get that push out.
Exactly, he has to come all the way down here because Keria and Guma are doing such a good job just holding it. Meanwhile, topside, easy trading up there. The Jax into Gragas matchup is so much denial there for the Gragas. The phase rush for Zeus, easily able to hold them off. But here comes Shun, as you mentioned, came to shadow, make sure that they can move up to the wave.
Going in, looking for the damage onto Zeus there. Relatively even top lane after obviously the first few levels were spent on opposite sides of the map. Very tiny gold lead for BLG. Faker again with a good justice punch to dodge away from the charm in mid.
Shun hovering around.
Yeah, it really cost Faker last time. Giving up that first blood, no flash on Faker. Pretty good movement so far from Shun, doing so much for his lanes, you know? Going towards Knight to make sure they can get their first blood, going towards bottom lane, make sure their wave is in a good state.
So you have to do on the Jarvan, right? It is a very gank-orientated jungler.
It does cost him in CS though, so this is something you're gonna have to keep track of. Just remember that Shun did a lot for his lanes. Now he's gonna try and catch back up though and see if he can clear the rest of his jungle.
And you know, you can sit there and go, oh, it's a shame that T1 didn't get that kill in the bot lane 2v2, but they still benefited massively. You look at the AD carry difference, and because of the farm that was denied from Elk and the wave that Gumayusi was able to catch, he finds himself with about a 200 gold lead. And now he paths back up towards top. T1 have done this consistently, ready for the grub spawn. Faker ticking over to level 6 very soon. Nice trade onto Keria. It's going to make this contest of the grubs very difficult for T1, but Ona has found an angle onto Bin.
Bin has the flash here. Ona dash forward with that audacious charge. Hits him with the Wind Becomes Lightning. There is the counter strike out from Bin. Ona happy enough to eat that. You can see the TP coming in from Zeus as well as T1 are bringing more members up towards the top side. Faker has the hero's entrance to come in from mid. On looks for the engage. The flash away is T1 disengaged for the moment. Ona jumping back in. There's the hero's entrance. Keria gets the slam into the wall. It's on. Almost falls. He gets punched by Faker. And now Bin and Shun have to escape. But Zeus does not want to let them get away. The explosive cast knocks them back in the end. T1 will win the fight.
In a series that has been so focused on grubs. In the game number 5, all 10 players show up, and it is T1 who get Owner's Poppy Slam into the wall on. They get the kill, they get the grubs, and they immediately get turret plate money.
T1, even though they conceded first blood, they set up for the grubs extremely well. And BLG got caught off guard.
You feel that, Vedius?
Yeah.
That is a wave of T1 fans.
You look back at the replay. Ona walking into darkness, but he knows he has the support on. Not quite connecting on the stun. It could have been crucial, especially with Knight right there for the follow-up. The Galley ulti comes in, the connection into the wall, and then Faker securing that first kill.
Yeah, and it's Keria Poppy this time around, of course. He's the one who got it, and the grub secured. T1 with the early game lead secured. The reason we're so focused on that is because you can balloon these gold leads so quickly, but Faker under attack!
Does have the flash, will punch forward. Justice Punch coming out on, misses the crash down. The charm connects, though, and the chase continues as Shun dives forward. Faker saved the flash, and in the end, we'll use it to dash out of Shun's engage.
I can't believe in a 4 versus 1, he's still able to get out. The charm doesn't quite connect. Knight, though, very healthy, able to get the push, means that BLG should be able to secure the first dragon of the game. They haven't actually set their sights on it. No TP available for Faker. I am a little bit surprised. The bot push is going to come through for Gumayusi, who has sticked over to level 6. BLG right now, resets come through. Elk making his way back towards bot now.
More turret plate money, more demolish procs, void grub passive.
See just the pressure that Faker's absorbing in the mid lane. T1 now using that to garner a 1.7k gold lead. Gumayushi's been picking up plate after plate. Owner now looking towards this bot side. Elk yet to hit the level 6, still half a level of XP away. Elk has to run, supercharges his way back in the lane.
I mean, the Xayah is just so far ahead here. 2 levels for Guma over him, not to mention all the extra gold, the biggest gold lead holder on the team. So much.
Oh! Carrier goes in, and down goes on. Carrier turns him off. And the question is, will Elk stay around because he's still not at that level 6?
I mean, a masterful performance from Carrier in the top lane grub fight along with this play in bot. He is just finding those angles for Poppy to connect into the wall. T1 find another kill, extend their gold lead to 2k, and they'll secure the first dragon of the game.
And it is a very tall task here for BLG to get Elk back into this game. Xayah is so
actually
weak
might
early
be
on, and
actually no, but it's too soon to
so
say.
much early into this game. It's going to be very hard for BLG to get their dive comp really online and get him scaling up into being a threat. Very far in the future, you're going to have to look before Elk is really a danger.
Knight felt the pressure of this position last year on JDG in the semifinals. It was T1 that denied JDG the Golden Road. Hoping to get revenge, he is one of the players that we will be keeping our eyes on as this game continues. His Ahri has been able to turn around some incredibly difficult games before. The pick potential is real, but right now Guma is just
going for it.
Oh, Carrier with a good set fast person. TP coming in from BLG as they look
there he comes
to make the play. Spear rush forward by Knight, holding the charm, doesn't get stunned. The charm hits Carrier. Flash forward with the counter strike. Carrier falls first as Gumayushi brings the feathers back and almost takes down On. Owner caught underneath his own tower, but he will fall even in the cataclysm. BLG find 2. Guma's walking away wounded.
And just as we talk about him, he makes the play happen. 3 kills now for Knight. A fantastic TP to bring BLG back.
Speak his name and you will invoke the magic of Knight's Ahri. That just fully funded Malignance and the shoes upgrade. Lucidity acquired. That ultimate cooldown now for Knight will be so low. T1 though, looking back at the grubs, they want to get at least 4 for their Void Might spawn. Despite a really good play there from BLG.
I mean, yeah. The bot tower falling, there's a huge wave as well. Knight forced to catch it, doesn't have the TP. Bin and Knight committing all of their summoner spells to make this play happening. The idea of shutting Gumayushi down is so important because of how much of a threat he is. Bin gets a nice flash, 2-person stun off, and they give the initial kill over to Knight. On's then able to disengage while Gumayushi does get away. Knight's able to secure the second kill as well. The kills in favor of BLG, but the gold still in the hands of T1.
So much pressure on the shoulders of these BLG players, and now even more so onto that of Knight, a player that is so well renowned in the LPL here, really looking to take that last step and acquire his first world championship. He is the richest player in the game on Ahri, such a playmaker. Can he do it?
That's the question that everyone asks themselves in moments like this as well. For BLG, it would be the first time they have won a world championship. For T1, it would be their 5th. Faker so often leads the charge. Now it's Knight who has to take the charge into his own hands. Carrier looking at the sun into the wall, the TP coming in behind as T1 begin to draw out their battle plans. Faker looking for that flank, BLG disengage. T1 can't quite find the fight that they were looking for right now.
Faker doesn't quite realize he's sitting on a ward, but chooses not to overcommit to the play. TP's in ready for the action to kick off, but nothing too chaotic just yet. 1:15 until the next Rift Herald spawns. The bot lane has been completely abandoned. As T1 looking to now provide support for Zeus. See if he can push that wave underneath the tower. Keeping my eyes on the minimap. On has gone to reset, so it's BLG that'll be forced to concede for the time being. As T1 have numbers on the map, but On is quickly making his way towards top. Elk catching that wave in mid is crucial.
It doesn't matter,
to
just Faker
close that
just
goal
like
gap between
ulted.
the 280 carries.
Galio ult is available here. Remember, for Faker, you have to be careful as BLG. T1 have that safety net.
Wave clear from Knight though, coming through with the Malignance completed and level 9. The Q is going to be doing enough damage to help clear out those waves, but Gumayusi not slowing down, going to catch another wave as the resets now come through from T1. Dragon spawning in 55, and the Herald in 25.
And again, the reason we're focusing so much on Knight, you know, him getting all of this gold is because Elk has been put so far behind in this game. It's going to be a while before there is another really big carry threat on the BLG side, and so Knight is their big threat of getting kills. Bin, of course, on the side lane is going to look to farm up and scale up some more money on the Jax, but that as well might take a while.
And typically, Xayah is a difficult AD carry to kill. Thanks to the feathers, thanks to the ultimate, but with a Poppy and a Gragas and a Xin Zhao and a Galio, it's going to be even harder, and it becomes that question, as you highlighted in Draft, Kobe, can the Jarvan actually lock the Xayah down? The flash is about to come off cooldown for Gumayusi. Both neutral objectives are alive. It's T1 that set their sights on the Herald, and they're going to be the ones to start this objective off.
Now they will begin it. They have the vision control around there as well. You can see Knight pushing in the bottom side, does have the TP. He's also the only gold lead on his team right now.
A few more seconds until Knight's TP is available. It looks like that they are just going to concede it as the bot side of the map becomes BLG's priority. Tier 1 going to be happy to secure the Herald and the top tier 1 as well. No one could really gain purchase on the mid wave as it's just cleared out by Elk and Zeus. But Tier 1 do have a tempo advantage here, and they're looking.
Top side objective into tower gold during this series. They're looking to do it again.
Knight's still working his way through that bot side. Tier 1 will now take it, then TPs to try and save the Tier 2 in the top side. Rift Herald was not put down by T1. They just disengage as soon as they see that teleport used, that investment from BLG. They'll happily take it. Zeus is catching the wave in the bottom lane, so T1 not losing any gold on the map either.
Yeah, BLG feeling like they need to invest Knight's teleport to deny that big influx of gold from one of those side lane secondary turrets to try and stop that snowball that has been so prevalent. Allows them to push right back out here for Bin, as well as Elk taking care of the wave in mid too. Some critical income for them.
One of the things we were very excited about coming into this game was Bin versus Zeus, but Tier 1 have actually put Gumayusi versus Zeus for the vast majority of this game. And remember that given that Elk has been so far behind, he's been either playing into the Galio or he's been playing into the Gragas. And Zeus has quietly built up a very healthy lead for himself. Just a few moments ago, he was about 1k gold ahead. Now that he's back out onto the map, he's spent that gold. And Bin yet to actually complete his first item. Let's see if this back will secure it for him. And there it is. So now the Trinity Force finished for Bin. He's going to feel a lot more confident as we get closer to these mid-game fights.
Still about 1,000 gold lead for T1. A Drake Capice, Hex Tech to T1, Infernal to BLG. The Grub's advantage as well with that Rift Herald in pocket means that T1 do have the pressure advantage on the map. If they want to push in like this, they'll take a Tier 2 in the top side with 3 towers to 1 in their favor.
Yeah, I think BLG here, just keep Elk in mid lane here where it's nice and safe with your outer tower still up. Farm up with the Static Shiv on the Kai'Sa. Keep on farming till he can at least get his second item here. And then they can try and look to actually contest. Little cheeky steal away attempt here on the blue. Should be good.
You can feel the tension. 3-2 in kills. 2k the gold lead for Tier 1 after securing that top Tier 2. The fact that Elk still finds himself very far behind is definitely a point of concern, but in terms of XP, he's been able to accelerate, actually get ahead of Guma, because T1 have been playing so much around their AD carry to put pressure on the map. Base is going to be interrupted there by Keria, but BLG quite happy to play this game slowly for now. They're not in any real risk. The Baron is still 2.5 minutes away. What's crucial is that they get items on Elk and that he can have impact in these later fights.
Put pretty drastically behind in the early game. So the gold, it fluctuates between about 1.5 to 2k between the two teams, which BLG will be happy enough with considering how the early game went. Faker lying in wait here to see if Knight oversteps. Knight just wants to push out the wave and then get himself back to base. Bin pulling the wave across a little bit here, but with the counter-strike, he will just start to push this one towards T1 again with 2 minutes on the Baron and 2 minutes on the Cloud Drake. Expectation is everything will calm down over these next 2 minutes until we start to see that vision play begin to be established for the neutral objectives.
Yeah, BLG doing their best to clear out the deep vision that was left behind by T1. whenever you're retaking the opposite side of the map, you have to be so careful clearing out those wards. So they are good at getting off these very quick flank plays. Careful to use for that prio mid. Charge won't be enough to take the whole tower, just a nice little chunk there, soften it up.
Bin does have a tower in that top lane that he can start to pressure towards. You can see Zeus working his way up towards that, but I think Bin with enough time should be able to just chunk that tower down. It will be BLG's second of the game. Zeus there to respond. Shen pathing towards top as well. The pressure perhaps towards them, but it's this game of this ebb and flow where Faker pushes out bot, he then goes into the fog of war, Knight has to answer, so BLG realize, well, we can't force a play because Faker's always going to be able to respond first. Knight answers the bottom side, then TP's back in, so now BLG have the impetus to put a bit of pressure back down onto the map.
I mean, Faker recognized the TP came out of mid, immediately pings back towards bot, wants to push out another wave, says someone has to come and catch this. It's Bin that's going to be forced to go back to base to head towards bot because he's the one that has his TP available. They're going to send Knight now over to the top side of the map, but the problem is you've now got your TP-less mid laner on the top side with Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Yeah. So with the push that they've been able to get on bot, Faker gets a quick base off and he's already back out onto the map. T1 are going to have set up for this Dragon, and I feel like BLG's just going to force to concede it.
Yeah, BLG, they need to open up the map more so they can start to make use of some split pushing and some Kai'Sa ultimate follow-ups. And so they do have everybody hovering on top side. They were thinking about trying to finish off that outer tower. They don't want to overextend too early for it, though.
I think that they should commit to it, though. T1's obvious play next should be towards the Dragon. They've set up good vision towards it, and Knight knows that he doesn't have TP and he's on the top side of the map. They will spot out Faker as Bin and Zeus go back and forth on trades, but you're seeing how effective this Gragas is.
Cosmic Drive Fimbulwinter is doing a lot of work here. They get the knockback as well. Carrier with the steadfast presence position is here to try and help out his top laner. That Fimbulwinter Cosmic Drive combination is causing a lot of headache for Bin.
That and the phase rush, some very useful tools for Gragas to always keep you at arm's length or belly's length in his case. Meanwhile, Knight did end up finishing off that outer tower, that extra gold that they wanted in payment for the Dragon. So they still got a bit of what they wanted. BLG kind of giving up the minimum amount here in order to still get some trade back.
Ultimately, yeah, I think it's the best trade for them rather than try and force the fight around the Dragon at this point in the game, especially when you know that Elk still hasn't even completed his second item. Meanwhile, Gumayusi, Infinity Edge. Such a powerful item spike for the Zion.
Elk just finishes his Ginsus, as you say that statement, Betty. There is 2 items on the Kai'Sa, but she scales up so well as the game goes on. And they get towards the time when that W is just artillery more than anything else.
And there's so many things that he has to consider when he's going in for it. You know, he's playing against, like you said, the Poppy plus Galio plus Xin Zhao and even Gragas. So BLG definitely going to be looking to control some vision first so that actually they can be the ones to try and set up some picks.
Now, in Game 4, you said with confidence that you don't expect the game to end in 27 minutes. I feel like this game isn't going to end in 27 minutes. With how tense it's been so far, with clear win conditions laid out for both sides, the 4th Dragon of the game is where I expect a lot of
game is
action
so
to be
close,
happening.
bro.
In the meantime, both teams are prioritizing farming, looking for outer objectives, and ideally, if either one of them could break open that mid tower, that would be great. But in terms of the siege, I think that it's not easy for either side, given the amount of wave they do have. But that point of tension continues to build up as both of these teams fight for that crucial edge to help determine who will be the 2024 World Champ.
For Elk, for On, for Shun, for Knight, it's their first time here in a Worlds final. Knight has fallen short a couple of times in the past for T1. Obviously, they were here last year. They've been here 3 years in a row. Weren't able to win it in 2022, but in 23 they dominated Weibo. They dominated the LPL. Managed to take down 4 teams in that year, and now 3 teams in that year. Now alongside that top esports, looking to add BLG as a name to that list, but BLG have not lost a best of 5 versus T1. They just haven't played them at Worlds before, and here we sit 23 minutes in on a knife edge between these 2 titans.
Reminder how close BLG was without Knight. The whole idea behind bringing Knight into this roster was to help push them over the edge, to give them that last bit of power needed to get them to where they are today. They've ultimately built this roster to get to this point against, as Azael said on the desk, possibly the greatest roster that League has ever seen in history with their continued international dominance.
Meanwhile, the T1 roster here. Legends already with making 3 World Finals in a row, looking to win 2 back-to-back. And we get the side lanes traded. Jax on bottom side, Galio on the top side. Mid lane waves traded back and forth as we just build and build to this crescendo of pressure in our final game of the year.
It's crazy that it's all come down to this. So many comfort picks on both sides. The Sunlit Sky now finished for Bin. 2 items finished for him. Junglers starved of gold a little bit, as we often see at the highest level. If they could secure that second item ahead of this crucial fight, that would be absolutely huge. Both now fighting for vision. Resets come through for Zeus. He's making his way back out onto the map. Has the arm guard, a crucial pickup, providing a little bit more durability and just time-wasting potential in the upcoming team fight. Dragon a minute away. We get ever closer to that crucial objective. Arm guard also finished for Knight. The bot wave pushed in. Elk not yet completed that Nash's Tooth, meaning he's not quite at the
this
point
game
of
is so
that
quiet,
consistent
bro.
poke that we often see from the Kai'Sa.
He's almost there. Has the blasting wand, has an amp tome as well. Gumayusi on the other side, sitting on a Zeal alongside his IE in the Essence Reaver. It feels like one of those games where a single fight's going to decide it, you know? As soon as a team starts snowballing, it's a Drake into a Baron, into a few towers, into a gold explosion. And I think that's why we see both teams so tentative about making that play. Obviously, no neutrals really up apart from the Baron for them to fight over right now, but there's a lot of this bouncing waves back and forth without really finding purchase.
And the first step before T1 can go take this dragon is they have to secure vision on the Baron. Because of the Rage Blade being completed for Kai'Sa, you can actually burn through Barons and neutral objectives very quickly. And so that's why we just saw these last like 30 seconds, 40 seconds of T1 really trying to make sure that they will have an early alert system if BLG try and do a cross-map play on them.
Bin ticking over to level 15. Zeus sticking around very deep in the bot lane because he's got full information as to where all 4 of the members of BLG are. Poke back and forth over the control wards, but the vision will be denied from T1.
Critical defense of their vision here from BLG.
And then T1 immediately fight back. They reclaim control over that space. Control ward still sitting in the inventory of Carrier, but crucially, none left for BLG. I'm sure On would love to get a quick reset off, but I don't know if he's going to be given the time to do so. Pings coming down from the side of T1 of the bot side jungle.
Zeus finds On, Shadowing Strike going in, the crash down as well. Bin looking for the follow-up here onto Zeus, the hero's entrance, and On just oversteps. Gumayusi sends him back to the fountain, and now BLG have to play a 4v5 if they want to try and contest. I think their decision will be not to. They'll just back away, clear out their own jungle, but On went in on Zeus, and T1 immediately collapsed.
Again, T1, they're so confident, and we're like, they've got the Galio ult to back them up. Zeus is very tanky. They were not worried for a second during that pick. On definitely bit off way more than he could chew, and that is a 100% sacrifice of the dragon, of the objective. Critically, it is just putting T1 to that sole point and not breaking the game quite yet.
Gumayusi picking up the Phantom Dancer, immediately swapping it over for the Navori Flicker Blade. Help securing that kill, giving him a nice injection of gold. You can hear the support from T1 from the crowds. The BLG supporters ever present in the arena as well.
You have to believe that T1 are very confident in their team fight and their strong setup here.
I mean, why wouldn't you with how strong Gumayusi is?
And so that's why maybe you see BLG wanting to rush into some picks whenever they see anyone, because they do kind of feel that unspoken mounting pressure facing them.
You can feel as well, just kind of on the map, how T1 is slowly but surely beginning to gain more control. BLG feels like that they're being pushed back even further onto their side of the map. And T1 remaining calm. Of course, this game is far from over just yet. That deciding fight is yet to happen. All summoner spells are available for everyone on the Rift, TPs included. The next dragon still a ways away after T1 secured that mid-tier 1 from BLG. The Baron becomes a very scary point of contention for both sides.
How exciting is it that our entire year of professional League of Legends is going to be condensed down to presumably a big fight now to break open the entire series and determine the world champion.
It's just absurd. And for the players down there as well, that weight on your shoulders.
I'm nervous, and I'm not even playing.
It's just monumental. It's not just you, it's not just your team, it's your fans, it's your family, it's your region that have supported you through thick and thin. And
Owner, very close here.
Pressure on you, Shattering Strike going wide. Shun tries to dash across the wall, but immediately he's locked up, goes in with the Cataclysm. Gumayushi pops the Feather Storm. Owner looking to re-engage onto Shun down to half HP. Ben gets onto the back line. Gumayushi cleanses away, but Ben has already put him in the dirt. Kevin is next up. BLG find 2, T1 able to back away for the moment, but the TP behind by Ben as he looks for a little bit more.
Oh, they go back in!
Faker flashes in, and down goes
What?
Knight once again when you need
What?
when you need anyone to stand up and show just what this game's all about. It's Faker.
Jesus fuck.
T155, and alongside it, the Baron in their minds.
The hero's entrance was true to its name as Faker in T1's dire moments descends from the sky and T1
Christ,
turned the
dude.
fight in their favor.
The crown may be heavy, but it belongs to Faker, and they're gonna pick up the Baron. What a turnaround!
Jesus fuck, dude.
PLG had started out so well, they killed Gumayushi. They had them on the run, but the turn from T1 was better.
The flank that comes in from Bin to follow up the engage from Jun, and crucially you're going to see a charm come through from Knight that forces Gumayushi's flash. You think that the combination between Knight and Bin is enough. Taking out Gumayushi should have been the key. So look, the ultimate comes in from Shun onto Gumayushi. He's going to ulti because he has no choice. He has to in this situation. And then the charm from Knight there forces the flash from Gumayushi. Bin sees the angle, so he flashes, sidesteps the knockback, and he's able to work with Elk to get the kill. And at this point, you think the fight is over.
Exactly, then they're on the chase. Knight goes, he just barely doesn't have the range on his charm onto Owner, and they're teleporting for the pincer, but just as they're teleporting and Bin has to walk back to the fight, that's when T1 turn.
Such fantastic play and such confidence. The TP, the awareness from T1 to realize that that TP was a mistake and then to create the collapse to turn it in their favor. Unbelievable turnaround from T1.
Teleport.
Fuck, dude,
the
that was
4-second
insane.
channel time and T1 strike. Wait a second, topside, Zeus under fire.
Zeus caught out, killer instinct in by Elk. BLG collapsing, 4 members strong, the heroes entrance.
Oh, Zeus!
Faker joins the fight. Elk with the stopwatch, Faker in the middle of them all, and it seems like death may have arrived, and his name is Faker. He's here for your lives. The rest of T1 begin his collapse. Faker's gonna fall as he pops the stopwatch, manages to buy himself a second. Owner here to save his mid laner once again.
Oh my god!
He has ascended.
Jesus.
He stands above it all, and he looks hungrily at that world's trophy.
The unkillable Demon King, unkillable.
I don't think. No, they get into it, but I don't think they end.
Unbelievable once more. How does he keep doing it?
They get. I don't. It's not an end. They get into it though.
4 members dead. It's only
Wait, actually no. If Knight dies here, it's over.
His crumbling kingdom at the hands of T1. An inhibitor.
If Knight dies here, it's over. Actually.
T1 set their sight on the Nexus.
Knight goes in with the Spirit Rush, lands the charm as well. The first Nexus tower is fallen, and T1 are just looking for the prize. They're hungry for it. T1 are the past, the present, and the future. A new era, the same empire. T1 are your 2024 world champions.
Jesus Christ. That was insane, bro.
Three World Finals in a row for this roster. 2 of them victories, Vedius. Crazy accomplishments from this entire T1 roster.
And just the way that that game ended, for Faker to make the plays that he did, he is the GOAT for a reason.
Dude.
And This will be his 5th World Championship title. We are witnessing such a legendary resurgence from T1. A new era for T1.
Okay, thank you, Secret Lab.
Please keep that roster together again. That right there is a new T1 dynasty.
They don't split up now. I don't think they split up now. There's no way they split up. I think they're gonna go one more year, bro.
In the end, Faker said it best, you gotta prove it. That's what you like when you face T1, when you face the best in the world, the defending champs, you gotta prove it. And today it was T1 that proved it. You know, trophy ceremony presented by Mercedes-Benz, and they will hoist the Summoners Cup. I can't think of 5 players that deserve it more.
From 4th seed in the LCK, 1 game away from not even qualifying to the World Championship, to making it all the way to the final. A 4
they walk. Oh, that's so symbolic.
They
They're walking
will lift
forward.
the Summoners Cup once more.
Oh, those steps must feel so sweet. A 5-game banger, as you say, Betty. T1 take to the main stage, and they deserve every accolade that is bandied towards them. It's back to back. London, Europe, the world, give it up. It's T1, your 2024 world champions once more.
This one's for us, guys. Hey, Faker just said this one's for us.
I think it's a little bit for them as well.
A little bit. Just unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. An incredible run. T1 have done it once again. BOT were an incredible rival and opponent. And they pushed them to the very end. For what a performance. T1's 5th World Championship, and they will raise that cup once more.
Zeus, Owner, Faker, Gumayushi, Carrier.
Damn, bro. It was my curse. Like, I didn't like the comp, and then boom.
Legends, all of them.
What? They're lifting up again? What the fuck? I mean, what should
Gumayushi supporting Carrier. Transcends league, transcends esports. Faker is one of a kind, to say the least, as he raises that trophy for the 5th time. The team around him obviously deserve all the praise as well, but
I mean, I think it's fair to say the greatest roster in League of Legends history. 3 back-to-back World Finals appearances, won 2 out of the 3, and the one that they didn't win, it was a full 5 games. It's truly incredible what this roster has accomplished. Largely built through the academy system of T1 with the addition of Carrier. Phenomenal stuff.
incredible stuff from them through all of Worlds. Let's take a look back at T1.
챔피언으로 참가했고 챔피언으로 떠날 계획입니다.
Summer continues to put axes into the back of Zeus. Hun's now in the middle of the minions, doesn't have a ward to play. Zeus can open up and Zeus finds it.
D1 may have limped through summer, but this is Worlds, and they are here to stay.
T1 again managed to find a favorable fight, but Faker's not done! Faker! He gets the double! That was insane footwork from the Rakan! T1 refused to lose a best of 5 to the LPL, and they move on to the semifinals.
수비 선수 미래를 원한다면 증명하세요.
On the fake of the knockup, and he's dead, and it's Gumayushi taking matters into his own hands. The spears go wide, and the poppy goes down. And Gen.G for the last 2 years have been the kings of Korea, but we know the world is T1's home ground.
Damn, that means LCK won both.
World champions will return to defend their title versus BLG now.
Ladies and gentlemen and everyone else, it is our divine privilege to bring you the world's finals.
It's just a bloody brilliant re-engage, isn't it, from T1?
Jesus Christ, dude.
As Faker is not of this earth, he finds the
Oh, they won the same way DRX won too, with 2-4-5.
T1 are the past, the present, and the future. A new era, the same empire.
What the fuck is this? Oh, it's an arcane teaser, I think. Might be. Oh no, it's just T1s. Oh, it says the kingdom is T1s. That makes sense.
London, please give it up for your reigning and continued world champions, T1! We have G-Sun here with us to help with the translations as we continue on. And also
That's like the new
quick
CEO.
note,
that dude.
Zeus will be joining us very, very shortly, but we do have Chris Greeley here to celebrate T1 as well, the global
Where the
head
fuck-
of LoL Esports.
Where the hell is Zeus? What, did he have to go use the rush? Oh, I think he did.
What a series that was. Congratulations, T1, our 2024 world champions. We are beyond excited to crown you as this year's champions and welcome you to the
Jesus
legacy
Christ,
of
that's a
greatness.
1,000-yard stare, bro.
2023 월드 챔피언십 우승을 다시 한번 정말 축하드립니다. 이 자리에서 함께 여러분들의 위대한 유산을 이루는 시간을 함께 보낼 수 있게 돼서 정말 큰 영광입니다.
Your journey throughout the season and the tournament was nothing
This
short
this
of
dude has a
incredible.
1,000-yard
It was a
stare,
joy
bro.
to
Holy
watch you
fuck, he's
rise
staring
to the
straight
top
into my
and
damn
claim
soul.
your victory. You have made your fans,
Is he
all
reading
of
off a
these
prompt?
fans,
I mean, he's
and
looking at
the
the camera. I wonder if
LCK
he's pretty.
very proud.
Yeah, true.
올 한 해 T1의 여정 그리고 이번 월즈에서 T1의 여정은 정말 경이로웠습니다. 이렇게 또 한 번 우승을 이뤄내면서 여기 계신 모든 팬분들, 시청하신 모든 팬분들 그리고 LCK를 자랑스럽게 만들어 주셨습니다.
Damn, BLG lost 2 international finals. Lost both MSI and Worlds, bro.
To celebrate this outstanding achievement, you will each be awarded one of these beautiful championship rings, handcrafted and presented courtesy of Mercedes-Benz.
Ooh, a ring.
오늘의 월드 챔피언십 우승을 기념하기 위해 또 한 번 메르세데스 벤츠에서 특별히 제작하는 챔피언십 링도
There it
수여받을
is.
예정입니다.
I also want to take a moment to thank the City of London for being such gracious hosts to us. Yeah.
Yeah. He said, thank you, London.
Your hospitality has made this event unforgettable. And of course, a huge thanks to all of the fans
Yeah,
who
people
joined
were
us
saying
here
this.
in person, as well as everyone watching from around the world. Your passion and excitement have made these worlds truly special, so thank you all. I'd like to invite Riot Games co-founders Mark Merrill and Brandon Beck, League of Legends executive producer Paul Beleza, and Riot Games CEO Dylan Jahada to share their congratulations as well. GG to your world champions, T1. Still fucking, yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Chris. Now it is, of course, time to hear from our winning team. We have gathered that perhaps the players don't have the perfect audio, but we will go along as we see and hope that they can understand us as we ask these questions. So let's fire off the first one. Faker, I have to go to you first.
Nah, shit, Sherlock.
In 2013, you won your very first world title. We are now more than a decade later. How do you reflect on the journey that you have made over those years and that you can celebrate your 5th world's title in League of Legends?
페이커 선수는 2013년도에 첫 월드 우승을 기록하셨는데요. 이렇게 10년의 세월이 지난 뒤에 다시 한번 월드를 우승하시면서 5번째 챔피언십을 얻어가게 됩니다. 지난 10년간의 본인의 여정을 되돌아보시면서 어떤 길을 걸어오셨다고 생각하시는지 이번 5번째 우승은 어떻게 기념하고 싶으신가요?
네, 또 이렇게 우승이라는 기회가 찾아와서
What? Bro, what? Let him talk, bro. Holy shit.
네, 우승을 할 수 있게 돼서 정말 너무 기쁘고 또 여러분들 앞에서 이렇게 우승할 수 있어서 너무 좋고요. 또 이제
Damn, bro, they are 1 away from like
팬분들이 열심히
3-peat
응원해
though.
주셨기
Damn.
때문에 있었던 것 같습니다.
I am very happy to be able to lift up the trophy in front of you guys, and this 5th title was possible thanks to all the support from my fans.
He dedicated his 5th to us. T1 World
Carry
Champion.
up. Congratulations, and once again we saw how you react to these big moments, be it in the moments where you can't grind out the victory and in the moments where you can. Can you look back on these last 3 years and what you've done with this T1 roster and tell me about how proud you are at what you have achieved?
캐리어 선수 그리고 또 한 번 굉장히 주요한 순간마다 멋진 플레이를 보여주셨습니다. 지난 T1과 함께한 3년의 시간을 되돌아보면 이겼을 때도 있었고요. 졌을 때도 있는데요. 이제 오늘 우승과 함께 지난 세월을 되돌아봤을 때 팀원들과 어떤 멋진 길을 걸어왔다고 생각하시나요?
일단 T1에 오고 나서 좋은 팀원분들과 예?
Bro, what the? Yo, what?
일단 땡큐 하고요. 그리고 일단 T1에 오고 나서 이제 많은 선수들 분들과 많은 이제 좋은 사람들이랑 계속 함께 하면서 많이 인간적으로도 그렇고 게임적으로도 그렇고 많이 배워가지고 이렇게 그 시간 동안 많이 배워서 이렇게 2연속으로 우승할 수 있었던 것 같아서 이제 너무 감사한 것 같습니다.
First of all, thank you for the chance, everyone. Thank you. Ever since I joined T1, I was surrounded by amazing people, and thanks to them, I was able to mature and grow so much as a player, but also as a person. And because of that, I was able to claim this back-to-back championship.
Bro, I wanted them to announce the MVP. I wonder who it's gonna be.
As a follow-up to Carrier, in 2022, you said you wanted to win. In 2023, you said you really wanted to meet New Jeans. What was the motivation in 2024?
이제 22년도 결승에 진출하시고는 정말 우승하고 싶었다라고 하셨고 23년도 결승을 진출하고서는 뉴진스를 정말 만나고 싶었다라고 하셨는데 올해 결승은 어떤 게 가장 기대되셨나요?
일단 이번 결승은 좀 준비하는 과정에서 되게 후회 없고 열심히 했다고 자부해가지고 이제 지든 이기든 받아들일 수 있을 거라고 생각했던 것 같고 네, 지든 이기든 받아들일 수 있을 거라 생각했고 이제 그래서 이겨서 너무 기쁨에 눈물을 흘렸던 것 같습니다.
Looking back at the journey we had throughout Worlds this year, I am extremely proud of the path that we were walking on. So I was thinking to myself, regardless of the outcome, I will be just really happy.
Damn, I predicted it right.
2-1,
3-2. That was like the safest bet too.
I am very grateful that I managed to win this back-to-back title, so I was in tears.
Koma, my sincere congratulations to you for yet another Worlds title. You who were there in the first iteration of the back-to-back championships way back in 2015 and 2016. How do you look back on this run with the team after you came back to coach T1 after 7 years?
꼬마 감독님도 정말 축하드립니다. 이 팀이 15년도, 16년도 연속 우승이라는 첫 대기록을 썼을 때도 팀과 함께 계셨는데요. 이번에 또 한 번의 연속 우승이라는 대기록을 썼을 때도 7년 만에 팀에 돌아와서 팀을 지도하고 계셨습니다. 어떤 의미를 갖고 있을까요?
그 7년이라는 시간을 이제 날짜로 조금 해보니까 정말 긴 시간이었더라고요. 정말 그동안 이제 우여곡절도 되게 많았었는데 이렇게 다시 T1으로 돌아오고 너무나 좋은 선수들과 너무 이제 스태프들 진짜 항상 뒤에서 아낌없이 지원해주는 뭐 프론트 분들 이런 분들을 다 만난 게 그냥 너무 운이 좋은 사람이라고 좀 생각하고 있어요. 그리고 마지막까지 항상 또 응원해주신 팬분들에게도 너무 감사드립니다. 그냥 감사한 마음밖에 없는 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
I converted 7 years to days, and yes, it is a very long time. And yeah, I was very amazed that after such a long time, I had a lot of ups and downs, but I found my home back in T1, and I was able to find another huge success. I think it's because of the great players and talented players that we have, but also the staff members who supports us as much as possible. And thanks to them, I was able to, and the team was able to accomplish this greatness all together. So all I can say is thank you. I am very beyond grateful right now.
Damn, bro, Korea must feel real. You know, I've always wondered, like, do you think like Kim Jong-un watching this as well?
So
Like,
please give him a warm welcome to the stage.
yo, what the fuck? Where'd he go? What the fuck? Where'd he go?
Zeus, are you okay?
괜찮으신가요, 제우스 선수?
네, 좋아요. 좋아졌어요.
Very good, very good. Much better.
Much better. I'm glad you
Did he go to the restroom or some shit?
When it comes to this game 5, Zeus, you counterpicked Bin's Jax, and I know that in your career there have been moments where people have counterpicked you and it didn't end up so well. So talk to me about the confidence you must have had going into this game 5 to secure T1 the championship.
오늘 정말 중요한 5세트에서 빈 선수의 잭스를 제우스 선수만의 카운터 픽으로 완벽하게 정복했습니다. 사실은 굉장히 중요한 순간마다 제우스 선수도 카운터 픽 당한 경우도 굉장히 많았는데요. 오늘 5세트 임하시면서는 어떤 자신감으로 경기 들어가셨나요?
Gumayushi's helping out.
일단 빈 선수가 잭스를 워낙 잘해서 견제를 많이 되긴 했지만 제가 그라가스를 하면은 제가 더 잘할 수 있고 그리고 충분히 카운터 칠 수 있다고 생각해서 자신 있게 뽑았던 것 같고요. 그리고 네 그런 것 같습니다.
I mean, Bin's Jax obviously is very, very strong. We were wary of it, but also I was pretty confident that with my counter pick, with our play, we'll be able to overcome this. So I was entering the rift with a lot of confidence.
Yes, we definitely saw it. Owner, you have been a pillar for the team this year when it wasn't always going so well for T1. How do you reflect on all the work you have done for T1 and the work you have contributed in this phase of your career to the 2 Worlds victories that T1 was able to book?
오너 선수 그리고 올 한 해 T1의 조금 흐름을 돌이켜 보자면 힘들 때도 오너 선수가 언제나 단단한 기둥처럼 팀을 밑받침해주는 역할을 많이 해오신 것 같습니다. 지난 2년간 T1의 2연속 월드 챔피언십 우승의 여정을 돌이켜 볼 때 오너 선수가 팀에 어떤 그런 승리에 기여를 했다고 하시는지 지난 여정을 어떻게 좀 감상하시나요?
네. 어쨌든 2년 동안 저희가 이렇게 우승을 했기 때문에 굉장히 많이 기여를 했다고 생각하고요. 그리고 또 이렇게
damn, I just realized again, more skins, bro.
대해서 너무나 좋게 생각하고 있어서 그래서 그래서 좋은 결과까지 나오는 것 같고 또 그리고 저희가 힘들 때나 좋을 때나 언제나 저희 T1을 응원해 주시는 팬분들이 너무나 많다고 생각이 들어서 그 팬분들 덕분에 저희가 안 좋은 상황에도 불구하고 좀 잘할 수 있는 동기부여가 되는 것 같아서 팬분들한테 너무나 감사하다는 말씀 좀 드리고 싶습니다.
First of all, we won back-to-back championship, so that's a contribution there. Also, I mean, yeah, there were some hard times, but there were also some good times. But looking back at the entire journey, I can say for sure that I was surrounded by amazing players, so we were able to accomplish this greatness together. Also, sometimes there were moments where the hardships were getting us, but thanks to the support from the fans, we were able to overcome it, and you guys are my biggest motivations.
Tom, I would also like to ask you about this huge achievement and what you want to say about your group of players that have worked through, as we heard, these hardships and came out on top once again.
톰 코치님께 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 정말 올 한 해도 여러 가지 역경을 딛고 산전수전 다 같이 함께한 동고동락한 우리 선수분들께 해주고 싶은 말씀이 있을까요?
저희가 올해도 작년과 비슷하게 힘들었던 순간들이 많았다고 생각하는데 특히 서머에 되게 힘들었던 시절에 캐리아 선수가 형 플레이오프만 가자, 또 플레이오프 가니까 형 경주만 가자, 경주 가니까 뭐 결승 가자, 그렇게 계속 목표를 수정을 해 나가면서 저희가 좀 높은 곳을 바라봤기 때문에 이렇게 좋은 결실을 맺었다고 생각합니다.
I feel like it was pretty similar to last year. We were going through a lot of thick and thins, but especially this summer was very rough for T1. And then one day, Carriac came and talked to me. Well, let's just make it to the playoffs and we'll see. And then we made it to the playoffs and he was like, let's just make it to the road show, you know, let's just go to Gyeongju, the host city of LCK finals. And then we made it to the road show and then he was like, let's just make it to the finals. We kept on adjusting our goals and somehow we were able to make it up so far up here and we accomplished it.
Amazing. Gumayushi, congratulations on another world title.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Now, Guma, Ruler, Uzi, Bang, Deft, all names that have so much meaning in our scene that I think you should be named in the same sentence as. Where do you see yourself amongst these heroes?
He's gonna say it like he's
role
the
you
top or
play,
some shit,
or
bro.
what
That's
you have
insane.
achieved.
또 하나의 월드 챔피언십 우승 타이틀을 얻게 되신 것 정말 축하드립니다. 위대한 원거리 딜러 선수들을 돌이켜봤을 때
He's gonna say like the
항상
first
거론되는
or some
우지 선수,
shit.
룰러 선수, 뱅 선수, 데프트 선수가 있는데요. 이제 오늘의 우승과 함께 더불어 이제 구마요시 선수도 그들과 어깨를 나란히 할 수 있다고 생각합니다. 구마요시 선수 개인적으로 이런 위대한 선수들, 전설적인 선수들과 견주어 봤을 때 본인이 어느 정도까지 올라왔다고 생각하시나요?
He's gonna say the first or some shit. He says that he's a natural god.
일단은 작년에 이어서 하나님께 감사와 영광 먼저 돌리고요. 지금은 그 역대 그 최고의 선수들과 아직 뭐 비슷하다고도 말할 수 있겠지만 아직 모자랄 수 있다고 생각하고요. 하지만 제가 데뷔하기 이전부터 제 목표는 역대 최고의 원딜이 되는 거였기 때문에 언젠가 반드시 정상에 서겠습니다.
First of all, just like I said last year, I want to thank God thank to my God that I was able to accomplish this great result one more time. Also, adding on to the question, yeah, I can say that I am now on the similar level compared to those legendary 80 carries, but also I can say that I still have a long way to go. But just looking back at the days when I was dreaming about debuting a pro scene, my one and only goal was becoming the goated 80 carries, so I'm gonna keep on going.
And of course, we have to ask Guma, because of the croissant last week and now spending a week in England, how have you been enjoying the cuisine here in London?
그리고 지난주에는 파리에서 멋진 크로아상과 함께 파리의 여정을 마무리하셨는데 이제 런던에서 일주일 머무르셨잖아요. 런던에서 미식 생활은 좀 즐길 수 있었나요?
It's good.
It's good.
Do you need to translate that? I don't think so. Okay, now while you are, of course, all champions, it is now time to acknowledge the contribution of one player in particular.
I wonder who it's gonna be.
Finals MVP.
I don't think it's gonna be Zeus again because Zeus won last time.
To present the award,
It actually
please
might be.
welcome Lord to the stage.
Who? Oh, Lore. Oh.
Thank you so much, Sharks. 송이치 카를입니다. Congratulations on winning Worlds yet again, and congratulations on an amazing season from you. London, once again for T1, please. Based on votes cast by a panel of experts, each representing the regions competing at Worlds this year, your 2024 Oppo MVP is...
It's gonna be fake. It might be Faker.
Faker!
Yeah. I mean, makes sense. He actually hurt K. No. Nah, GOAT. Nice. Wait, this is like his second MVP. He won MVP before, too.
Faker, congratulations on a second MVP trophy. The first one was in 2016. You're the first player to achieve this. When you think of 2016, how much of a different player are you today?
다시 한번 이렇게 결승전 MVP.
Damn, bro. He's a 5-time world champion and 2-time world MVP.
또 이렇게 두
Jesus
번째
Christ.
MVP 수상하는 선수는 페이커 선수가 처음입니다. 16년도에 본인을 돌이켜 봤을 때 선수로서 얼마나 달라지셨다고 생각하시나요?
네. 네, 16년도 때 뭐 MVP 받은 게 잘 기억이 안 나가지고
Damn, Baker's the first 2-time
이번에도
MVP
사실
too.
MVP는 별로 신경 안 썼었는데 이렇게 또 받게 되니까 되게 감사한 것 같고 그때나 지금이나 저는 뭐 좋은 팀원들이 잘 해줬기 때문에 이런 결과가 따라오는 거라고 생각해서 중요한 거는 저는 우승했다는 게 가장 기쁜 것 같습니다.
I actually could not remember that I won FMVP back in 2016. It was very vague in my memory, but same for today because I was not paying too much attention about, winning the finals MVP. What matters to me the most is just winning the finals, and I'm very happy. Well, comparing the 2016 myself and me right now, I don't see a big difference because still I am surrounded by a wonderful teammate, and I was able to accomplish this great result all together with my team, and that is exactly the same back then.
I know that you don't care about milestones. I know that you don't care about breaking records. So 11 years in, after everything you achieved, what is your motivation? What do you fight for?
또 페이커 선수는 사실은 기록도 나에게 크게 중요하지 않다. 업적을 쌓는 것 크게 중요하지 않다. 승리하는 것이 가장 중요하다라고 언제나 말씀해 주신 선수인데 이 오랜 세월 동안 활동하시면서 또 한 번의 우승, 또 한 번의 FMVP 수상을 하셨는데 여전히 본인에게 가장 큰 동기부여나 동력은 무엇인가요?
일단 뭐 가장 큰 동기부여는 저는 이제 팬분들이 또 저를 보고 또 긍정적인 에너지를 많이 얻어 가셨으면 하는 마음이 항상 큰 것 같고요. 그래서 계속해서 열심히 준비하고 스스로 굉장히 의미 있다고 생각하는 결과를 만들 수 있는 것 같습니다.
My biggest motivation is my fans because I believe spreading positive energy and influence to my fans is the most important thing to me, and it means a lot to kind of realize that you guys are actually getting a great influence from me. So that's my always biggest goal.
Now, last question that I have for you. 11 years ago, you were winning your first world title. When you think about the person you were back then, if you were to send a message to this young boy who was about to win his very first world championship, now that you have 5 stars on your jersey, what would you tell yourself?
11년 전
Damn, it's kinda
13년도에 첫
crazy.
월즈
That means
우승을
Baker
하셨고
potentially
정말 또
could have had
오랜
like
세월이
7
지나서
had
다시
he
이
not
자리에
like,
와서 또 한
lost the
번의
2
우승을
that he lost.
이루어내셨습니다.
Crazy as fuck,
그 시절에
bro.
어린 소년 페이커 선수가 막 월즈 우승을
Damn, that
하려고
means he
했을
was gonna have
때를
5 stars
지금 바라볼
now.
수 있다면 어떤 감정이 들 것 같으신지, 이제는 정말 엄청난 경력을 쌓으셨고 5번째 별을 유니폼에 달 수 있게 되었습니다. 그 어린 페이커 선수에게 하고 싶은 말씀이 있을까요?
뭐 즐기라고 하고 싶습니다.
Go ahead and have fun.
True.
Congratulations yet again, Faker. Congratulations to T1 London. One more time, please.
I think this is it, guys.
Now, before our champions lift the trophy one more time, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge all of those who made Worlds 2024 the incredible event we've lived and breathed over the last 6 weeks.
The 20 teams who traveled from every corner of the globe, their support staff, their families, their friends, all of you guys, the host regions we had, Germany, France, the UK, all of the teams we have competing all around the world all year long. Our tireless effort, the support team, our production, the event teams we have, thank you to all of you.
And of course, last but most importantly, the millions of League of Legends players and fans around the world whose love, dedication, and passion for this game has built this community over the past 15 years. Thank you so much from all of
thanking
us.
us.
GG, well played.
GGWP too.
We love you. And now, one last roaring time for T1 as they lift the trophy again as your 2024 League of Legends World Champions.
Attach it later, bro. GG. Jesus Christ, dude. That was crazy. that's it actually. C1. Hey, yo, Reckless technically got to lift the trophy. I mean, yeah, technically. Oh my god, Reckless. Yo, who is that? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, dude. Flew from Singapore, oh my god. Yeah. That's it, guys. Yeah. Hold up. Before I end this video, that's it. I'm logging out of the video.
T1 decision right now. Do they just let Faker farm turret play?
Jesus Christ, let me log on to the Neopets real quick. It might be. I think the time's reset for me to do the volunteer shifts. I'm not sure though. Let's log on real quick. So yeah, I'm gonna go now, guys. After I do the Neopets dailies real quick. Damn, bro. Nice, thank you, Alienation. Fuck. God damn it, guys. I hate it when this shit happens. Like, you're just waiting and shit. Yeah, okay. Wait, let's try our luck at another tea time for Tavi, bro, because we failed her. Oh no, this looks expensive. Let's try again. If it's expensive, I'm not buying it. Oh, okay. Not bad. I need a small loan of 10,000, bro. There you go, Tavi. Happy Tavi? God damn it, Tavi. There, Tavi. Hold up, guys. Let me, here, since we got like 2 minutes to sit, let me, actually, I gotta do something personal real quick. I mean, I'm just gonna do it right now, but... Okay, guys, I just finished the personal thing, bro. So yeah, let me go use the restroom, bro. What else are we gonna do for like a minute, right? Very. Damn, guys, I don't even know if it popped up. Just juggling everything is so weird, bro. Guys, what if we just let the stream go on for another 6 hours? No, I'm joking. Finally got on my groove right there, but yeah. Okay, everything, yeah, I'm not gonna wait for like grave danger, but yeah, with that, guys, yeah. Stream's come to an end. What up? How many more tea times? Oh my fucking god. Is that when you get the avatar? Is the avatar random? So I think with that, guys, I'm gonna go now. So yeah, guys, with that, guys, I'm gonna go now. Thanks for watching, guys. That was insane. Worlds 2024 was, you know, one to remember. You know, Faker never gave up. So yeah, insane, bro. Look at this shit, guys. My comment immortalized, bro. So yeah. But yeah, with that, guys, I'm gonna go now. I'll be back later tonight though with I'll definitely be back later tonight with like Fortnite, because we're gonna play like Remix Season 2, right? I just gotta wait for the mail to come to make sure there's nothing to interrupt, right? But yeah, with that, guys, I'm gonna go now. You know, that was a very insane final. LPL versus LCK. Dude, I still have nightmares about like DK losing to EDG in 2021, but you know, T1 kind of essentially avenged them in spirit 3 years later, because 3-2 LCK LPL, so yeah. Damn, bro. Night looks so sad. But yeah, so with that, guys, I'm gonna go now. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys later. Bye. Yeah, it was insane finals. Hopefully this is gonna get copyright. It got copyright last year, but you know, it's like normally I don't do these streams, but it's like, you know, it's like you don't watch world finals every single time, right? And like one last memory I'll share is like I watched the 2022 grand finals 2 years ago with my dad at a movie theater because they had like a watch party, and like we watched it, and then like, you know, we were just talking about it because DRS won 3-2, and then my dad said, "Oh, underdog stories ever happened," right? So yeah. My dad, you know, I think he would have been happy. He was like rooting for T1 and shit. So yeah, he definitely would have been happy. So yeah. So with that, guys, yeah, I'm just gonna go now. Thanks for watching. I'm sure there's much more to say. I just don't know what else to say. So I'll see you guys later tonight, though. This is not gonna be the last of it, but yeah, I'll see you guys later tonight. Gonna go chill for a bit now. I'm kind of tired, so yeah. I'm not gonna sleep right now. I'm just gonna lay down, but yeah. Ending stream now by GGWP to T1. Insane, bro. Insane. T1 Faker's the GOAT. No. He's just, yeah. It's just crazy how like every sport has like that people, like football has Brady, hockey has Gretzky, swimming has Phelps. League has Faker, so yeah. Saturday, November 2nd, 3:14. So with that, guys, yeah, gonna go now. Thanks for watching. I think my dad's gonna be very happy, so yeah. Yeah, be sure to share those moments. But yeah, with that, guys, I'm gonna go now. Thanks for watching. You know, 8:53 was like the Neopets time. Hold up, we're not gonna end at 3:15 just yet, bro. We started at like the Neopets time, right? So. This shit was insane, bro. But yeah, this is what we did earlier today. So yeah. So with that, guys, yeah, I'm just gonna go for real now. Thanks for watching. Bye. So so with that, guys, I'm gonna go for real now. 3:15 p.m. Zan time, Saturday, November 2nd, 2024, and 9:53 a.m. Saturday, November 2nd, 2024 was the start time. 5 hours, 22 minutes. So yeah. So with that, guys, yeah, I'm gonna go now. GG, well played. See you guys later. Bye. Thanks for watching, bro. 5 hours, 22 minutes. Jesus Christ, dude. But yeah, my dad always said it was like usually an hour long each game. But yeah. So yeah, guys, thanks for watching. Bye. See you guys later in a couple hours with like Fortnite Remix. Can't wait to play that. Right. So yeah, until then, bye. Thanks for watching, guys. I haven't looked at the battle pass yet. Delayed gratification, but yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Bye. GG, well played to T1.